Welcome, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you all are having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you happen to be in the universe. I'm TenFourTim. Welcome to the TenFourTim channel. I'm here with my co-caster, DrDabston. How you doing, brother?
Oh, good, good. No complaints. Always happy for another exciting day of games. And I think we're going to have some even more exciting games than we had last week. I will say last week there were some clear wipes, and there was also a super extended series that should maybe be some more along the lines of what we'll see today.
Yeah, and I mean that's what happens. I mean, if you guys tuned in last week, it was the 2v2 Cup qualifiers, right? So everybody who's everybody could get in there, try to get qualifiers, but you're going to be running up against some of the best. You know, some of these high top echelon Conk 7 gamers. And it's difficult to keep up with them, obviously, because they're that high of a rank. So now we have everybody through the qualifiers, all of these games, all of these series, they're all going to be best of 3 series today. All of these series are going to be knockdown, drag out. They're going to be just excellent gameplay coming out of both sides. I'm super excited to get into this one. And our very first series is going to be between Banterbois, which is the roster of Maria, Nugify, and I am Jeffrey. I hear they're pulling the best of the best that they have, and Maria and Nugify will be playing today. Their opponents are going to be Knockfans, which is comprised of KJJ, NDD, and Miyamai, which, if I remember correctly, Dabs, we casted them last week in the qualifiers. So this is somebody who it's kind of like wild card in the playoffs. You know, you got to play a couple more games, but you could still make a run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you make it through, you're in the qualifiers, and I will say the good thing about making it through to this main event, there is a losers bracket. So
Mhm.
it's not just like you're one and done over here. You earn your spot, and you'll be able to at least get two series in play. But already getting the Civ matchups, and we're already getting the map into play here. So what are we thinking here? Any team that you're leaning towards with the start?
Hmm. That's kind of tough because I mean, like we talked about this off camera a little bit because these two teams are pretty close in skill level, you know. So maybe it comes down to different civs. Maybe it comes down to how they end up playing with each other if they play with each other a lot. And I know these two teams do. You know, these are usually their 2v2 partners. This is usually, the people that they play with on a consistent basis. I really, honestly, for Knock fans, I think Mongols and Byzantines might end up being pretty good, especially because if you're looking at Banner Boys on the two sides, HRE IUBIDs, they're going to take just a little bit to kind of get the ground running for them. So maybe the Mongolians can be the MVP in this game one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a lot last week where Mongols allows your teammate to kind of get off the ground, get running a little bit, and Byzantine's another civ where they've become a little bit stronger earlier on. A lot of their weak points have been brought up, so they were already able to get off the ground running a little bit easier. But Mongols will make that a little bit, in their comfort zone, and not only that, should be able to take HRE or U bids a little bit off their initial early game plan.
Yeah, it's weird because both these for HRE and IUBIDs, both of them kind of they don't have the quote unquote same game plan, but they kind of do, because they want to do fast castle stuff, right? They want to not interact with their opponent for the first 7 minutes of the game. And then all of a sudden they're like, hey, knock knock, I have a bunch of shit and you don't. Right. So for the Mongols, we always talk about for them in Dark Age doing tower rushes, that kind of stuff. And then Byzantines is one of those civilizations that is kind of like HRE and IUBIDs, where they might not necessarily do it in Castle Age, but they still need a little bit of time to get the ground, to get their feet out from under them, get some olive groves around that winery if they choose to do that, that kind of stuff. So it could buy the Byzantines time where I don't see a time buying civilization out of the other side.
Yeah, not so much. Usually, like you said, the HRE, the UBIDs, they're the ones to put an outpost on their gold and say, hey, let me chill. This outpost is going to get me just enough up to Castle Age. And now I'm going to break out with my Castle Age, my stronger timed units. And both of the civilizations doing the same things usually doesn't work too well together. So I'm
Right.
assuming one of these banter boys is going to either make the sacrifice, or maybe both of them just kind of play a different game and kind of don't just go for that immediate fast castle. Maybe we'll see some HRE Dark Age spearmen to counteract that Dark Age tower rush, since HRE have those marching drills very early on, allows them to kind of counteract with their extra movement speed.
Yeah, that marching honestly, that marching drills is something, isn't it? Just having that little bit of I was talking to actually I was talking to Wayman, this was off stream a couple hours ago, but we were talking about how HRE archers and they have such an elevated and a high pace for HRE archers. Remember, I still remember Dabson when we used to cast together like a year ago, a year and a half ago, we'd see an HRE archer range and we were like, whoa, look at you go with that HRE archery range. I didn't know you guys had those, blah, blah, blah. We all had our jokes and our material. But now,
Yeah.
not so much, because the archers are a little bit faster, so they're going to be able to track a lot of things down. They're going to be able to engage in fights that maybe their opponents don't necessarily want to engage in, and setting the aggressive tone, setting the tempo of whatever fight you're taking, knowing that you're taking good ones could just mean the game is yours.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those where I laughed at you bringing up the old days of casting with HRE. It's 100%. It was like, oh my God, it's an anomaly. There's an archer. Well, you're not allowed to make this. Like, should we ban him? Is he disqualified? But no, it's one that, HRE, they have a lot of different viabilities with their unit compositions, although they still do lean a little bit towards that melee composition still, but they can battle it out in feudal age. They can go with a full feudal composition, infantry composition, and just say, hey, I'm going to use this movement speed, which in high elos, movement speed is probably the most important thing out there in general. Like you see, if people have the highest movement speed unit, we'll pick on just horsemen in general. They might not be the strongest unit, they might not do the most damage, but I have seen two horsemen just absolutely run rampant through economies and just completely win games. And it's just like, well, they couldn't even deal with them, they couldn't kill them. And that's exactly what movement speed can do.
Yeah, and sometimes sometimes with those horsemen, I mean, one of the downsides of them is their pathing. Makes it look like maybe the horse is leading the show than the human. But just based on how they even go around gold mines and town centers, we all know this. But anyway, for everybody who's here, while we're getting these, the first game, I should say, set up. Number one, thank y'all for being here. The people that decided to come in, all of the people that are following. I'm sorry I don't have the alerts up because we want to give these players the attention that they deserve and being on the big screen and being casted in this one. And for all of the people that are here, I hope you stick around. We have a whole day of series to come to your phone, monitor, screen, wherever you happen to be in the universe. And also, very quick shout out, which has been interesting. SteelSeries has actually agreed to do some sponsoring for this tournament. So headsets, keyboards, technology, everything that SteelSeries does. First, second, third place of this tournament will also get a little bit of the prize pool, mostly contributed by HousedHorse, who is the lead administrator for this tournament. So big shout out to him. And also, some of the prizes that you're going to get are from SteelSeries directly. So now, a little bit of moistening in that pot. I think we're ready into game one. I'm hearing game sounds. Let's get to it. Oh, Cow in my ear said just 1 minute.
Yep, a little bit of pre-jack there by 10, but it happens at times. Sometimes you get a little bit excited, you get a little bit too happy, and you jump the gun a little bit. But we'll settle in, we'll get ready, and we'll be right. And look, Cal even put a timer up for you now. Exactly it.
I was just so nervous.
Oh, he was just so ready to go. It just happened so quick.
Oh my God. And you guys will come to know also as we broadcast the games today. If you were not here last week, this is not as, I would say, as a professional or held to the standards of EGC. So we will be cursing and we will be making jokes about premature ejaculation, but it hit a little too close to home.
And I'll be here.
And Cow is in the back of my ear because Cow obviously is like a hemorrhoid. The best, they do everything you can, but you just can't get rid of them,
Oh my gosh. Okay. Good thing this game starts in a couple seconds because now we can move past all of this and get into some nice gameplay. We can just settle in, start casting the series and get what the people were here for.
Oh yeah. I am absolutely ready to go. That timer is at 0 now. So if I get baited, it's not on me. It's on Cow. I'm hearing game sounds. We are diving in to game number 1 and just in time. Demu with a raid, 765 people. Guys, thanks so much. Debbie, thanks so much for the raid, guys. This is Devil's Cup 2v2 main event. Do you like 2v2s? Do you like good players? Do you like Demu? Put a 1 in chat if you like Demu. I certainly do. Thank you very much for the raid, and I hope you all enjoy. If you want to stick around and watch some 2v2 content, come into your phone, come into your screen, come into your monitor, wherever you happen to be in the universe. Let's dive right in. Banterbois playing as the orange and the purple, if I remember correctly. Dabston, Knockfans, who they got on that side?
Yeah, Knockfans on the other side. We have Mia Mai and is it KJJ that was in the game? Yeah, my memory was serves correct. And look at that. I actually did end up calling it in the pregame series. HRE is the one who's kind of getting out of their comfort zone a little bit from what we expect from a 1v1 gameplay, and it's the Dark Age barracks to just immediately counteract any sort of early pressure that we are sure to be seeing from the Mongol side. And so now we get to see a little bit of some Dark Age spear wars, also the typical gathering sheep out and about, and pretty nice spawn there for the Mongol player on the side of KJJ in the blue.
Yeah, I feel like for the Mongols, for KJJ, I mean, obviously he's going to be putting a barracks and get some shenanigans, but Maria definitely has to follow suit. You know, Cow is showing this barracks, and what's great about it is those spearmen don't come out 2 at a time like Noah's Ark. However, they come with a little more pep in their step, right? They're going to be a little bit faster. So hopefully, just because there's only so much stone you could use if you're the Mongols, you're getting a couple out 2 at a time. HRE could eventually take fights that they want, maybe take a couple spearmen they might not be able to before the pre-patch. So could be a good matchup for the HRE versus Mongols, better than it used to anyway. And KJJ with his con just making Nuggify just more annoyed. You can see his blood pressure going up, pulling that Vill away.
Yeah, he's like, all right, you're really gonna make me do this, and I like how he didn't like rush to do it. It's like, all right, you get it to a little bit under half health, and that's where you can kind of assume that KJJ is going to be pressuring the Ayubids gold exactly there where he was kind of being annoying with the con. Might have lost out on a little bit of some sheep gathering, and that is one of the big sacrifices here early. Is yes, he might you might not see Maria able to double produce those sheep. Or not sheep, double produce those spears, but you saw him drop off 5 or 6 sheep under the town center. He has an inspiration going as well, so he's able to gather up some additional resources, and that's kind of his way of getting his leg up comparative to the Mongols as well, other than just the marching drills.
And, you know, I'll tell you what, that's what I love about Age of Empires 4. Everybody has their own special, unique, either economic advantage, militaristic advantage, what have you, where it becomes a point where sometimes you get a matchup in civilizations where it's not that good for you. Cow is highlighting the speed of those red spearmen from Maria at 1.38 tiles per second, KJJ at 1.25. And as you can see, because of that, right, they've used enough marching drills. They've done enough basic training. So they're going to be able to kite these spearmen down. And most likely that one that's obviously exsanguinating out on the battlefield, it's going to go down pretty soon.
Yeah, and in the early game, Dark Age Spear War is a very, very snowbally game, especially when it comes to the marching drills. You're able to pick off a spearman, you're able to do a little bit more damage, and guess what? Now those spears get to head over to the Uvu, get to head over to the barracks, stop production over there, or potentially just burn down the Uvu completely.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the antithesis of Mongols, right? Because they want to be, they don't want to be dealing with their own Uvu. They don't want to be dealing with the barracks that they're trying to pump out spearmen. They're usually building towers in your neck of the woods, right? There's one spearman over there going to be trying to get raid bounty, and he would in about 15 minutes, but that red spearman is going to have something to do about it. And also for KJJ, the difference between both these guys is Maria ended up quote unquote winning. He was able to make sure that that aggression wasn't there while going up to feudal age. KJJ, I don't see a landmark on the minimap here, Dabs.
Nope, not quite getting up there yet. It does look like Outpost game plan has changed away from the U-bits over to Maria and the HRE, who was producing spears, but Maria also has spears burning down the Uvu, so kind of a funny transition going on. Rushing down the chapel, looked like 8 or so villagers, and should be able to pull the spears all the way back in time to deny this tower, and most likely just deny these spears from actually getting any raid bounty, from getting any damage done overall.
Yeah, I really like this idea about rushing out this Akka Chapel. I mean, as Cow's hovering, you do have the ability to have emergency repairs on that mining camp, should he so choose, to make sure he doesn't get that raid bounty. But also, getting to feudal age, you could have a potentially getting a spearman upgrade. And also, Nuggify, his teammate's going to help him out a little bit of that choreography, but oh, God, help me.
I mean, Camel, Archer, or Desert Raider goes down, but none of the spears from Maria goes down, pulls out the Prelate to heal up some of the low health spears, and will easily be able to close the gap. I jinxed him not losing any spears because he will 100% lose one of those, but should be able to close the gap on the rest of these. Get the upgrade now that Feudal Age happened, and KJJ is still just now on his way aging up.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, he's going to try to rush it up a little bit, too. He's got 7 vills building that silver tree, looking like we're going to see some Mongolian donkeys hitting the battlefield at some point. But if you take a look at the macro as well, because Maria, he's probably getting the Spearman upgrade, right? So he's going to be able to have Hardened Spearman against normal Spearman. That's the first thing he gets. That's the first thing that gets completed. But take a look at the macros. Nugify's at 850 wood, or 850 food, excuse me, and 500 gold. So he's going to be getting up to Castle Age, and where he is really going to be able to help Maria out.
Yeah, the Archer from Miyamai just now arrived, so we'll be able to effectively deny the woodline. We'll be able to effectively do some damage on the chapel, but I mean, one Archer, not enough to fully pull back to. Town Center Fire helping out just a little bit, fight being taken. And Maria is, again, totally fine with this, as Nugify will be Castle Age in a little bit and should be able to just completely take over the game. And look at the movement speed of the Marching Drill Spears. Just says, all right, I'm going to go ahead and close the gap on the Archer, take down the Archer, take down the rest of the Spears now as well.
And that's that's the glory of Marching Drills, right? KJJ's like, I don't want this fight. Maria's like, too fucking bad. You're taking it, whether you like it or not. Interesting thing about Nugify as well, because we saw his macro going up. He went for Culture Wing. He went for 900, 500 instead of the old 1200, 600. So he's not going to get the 8 villagers. But for Culture Wing, it just means he's going to get up quicker, which means he's going to be able to get those Gulams if he chooses to, get those Camel Lancers as he chooses to. And these Archers, these Spearmen from Miyamai and KJJ, they don't have a shot in hell against those things.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is that Maria has almost been 1v2ing, has effectively been 1v2ing this, has been taking down KJJ Spears, has been taking down Miyamai's Archers, has had a little bit of help from some Desert Raiders, but now has his own outpost up, has completely solidified his side of the map, and given his teammate more than enough time to take over. So really kind of good bouncing around from Nugify and Maria. You can really tell that they played together a bunch, and Camel Lancers are going to be the play from Nug. And this doesn't surprise me at all. He's, you know, I've seen him play Japan and go with the fast castle mounted samurai. I've seen him play French and go with the typical jiggly W key only knights, and so this will be great using that mobility that we were talking about earlier.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're going to be the most active, the most mobile thing that's on there. And Nugify got Castle Age at 747 with that 900, 500, and it's all about that timing that's going to help you. If you look on the other side, just based on the macro here, Miyamai, KJJ, obviously nowhere near Castle Age, and Miyamai, just because he's Byzantines, it takes a little while to get going, as we can see those neutral olive oil expenditures that you could have, maybe some Mangudai, maybe some Desert Raiders, even though I hardly know her. And Nugify is doing a really good job in terms of his macro, making sure he's able to continuously pump those Camel Lancers out. And basically, it's just a matter of time. This first like 1 or 2 minutes that the Ayubids have, if they're able to make a decent amount of damage, if they're able to get a lot of damage in, as you can see some of them lancing and trying to get to those Byzantine archers, if they're able to do that, this game can snowball very quickly for the Ayubids, just like in a 1v1 situation.
Yeah, and they're easily able to take down those Feudal Age Spearmen. You can see the attempted raid from the Keshik with the split screen is able to get a villager, but should see those Keshiks fall. And Maria just now moving back out to the gold, so HRE should be able to follow up with the own Castle Age here in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising. You know, we kind of thought the Mongols would have a little bit more of a staying impact, you know, against an HRE or against an Ayubids, but maybe you picked the wrong opponent to chower. You know, maybe instead of going for the HRE, maybe you go for the Ayubids, and that's a little bit better, because now they're trying to get as defensive as humanly possible. Right? They're trying to back up. We see the Byzantine player walling at this point, Camel Lancers against Feudal Age Keshiks. The one thing I'll say is good fucking luck in that regard. There's not enough hits for those Keshiks in order to regain all of their health. Mongols have to run away. There's only 3 or 4 spearmen. Left side, Miyamai's trying to help out, but there's no way he's going to be able to stop an army like this. And HRE Archers bringing in the back line, going to be helping against those Limited and the spearmen. Love this army comp, Dabs.
Yeah, we see the full infantry from HRE. We kind of laughed, joked about it, talked about how it's actually very, very viable now. And you can see how well that mobility is being utilized. Enough archers now to two-shot the spears, and basically just seeing Maria clean up every single spear, every single limited eye that pops out. And that's going to allow the Camel Lancers to just do whatever they want across the whole map.
That's the thing about the Mongols, as cows hovering over the silver tree, like, you don't want people in your base right now. 31 gold. I'm not sure. That's not a silver tree. I think it's a plastic tree. But the ability for, to try to trade behind this. That's the idea why Dark Age is so good for the Mongols, is because you make people focused on their own base and then you end up trading behind it. But Nugify and Maria, they don't give a damn about their own base right now. They're looking for blood. They're looking for landmarks. They're looking for villagers.
Yeah, and this is where they got the pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes, and it is just going to be full aggression from here. And Miyamai and KJJ are really going to struggle here to get back on their feet. You can see where the point of attack is too. We talked about this a lot last week. We'll probably focus on it a lot today. Right in between the two bases, not allowing KJJ and Miyamai to group their armies, not allowing them to fight together. They're constantly bouncing back and forth, picking off units, keeping the armies thin. And look, Miyamai's trying to step up here. I wouldn't be surprised if Nuga Maria just immediately turn, try to kill that army, or close the gap on KJJ's as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we gotta hammer this point home because of how important it is. Look at because we're watching the difference and synchronicity between these guys, and probably because your map is split for blue and teal, it makes that big of a difference. Miyamai starting to get horny with that Golden Horn Tower there at 2 cisterns, so it's going to take a while to get a bunch of troops. But look at this, it's consistent 2v1s, right, over and over again. There's a bunch of Mongolian spearmen, so we've got archers for the HRE going to be able to back up. In probably about 30 to 45 seconds, these Mongols are going to back up. They end up staying in the middle, and then you're going to see teal come in from the west side, and it's just a consistent 2v1. When you're dealing with a population supply that is obviously 2 players and you're trying to put up your own, olive oil or otherwise, it's not going to be doing it good for you.
Oh, and you could see where the Castle Age, maybe a little bit greedy for Miyamai with all those units so close to home, as a few of those Camel Lancers split off. Miyamai doesn't have long-term food set up yet. There are some olive groves, but not enough. Uvu gets denied with the Wololo from Nugify and canceled even.
Wow. And that thing was like 40 HP for getting killed. Like, it was right there.
It was, yeah, one more little hammer would have been good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And now for Maria, I mean, we can see him macroing the Castle Age. He'll probably go up pretty soon. I'm kind of curious, Debs, what do you think he's going to go for? Does he go for Burgrave to try to end this game? Or he could do something like Regnitz, and Nugify could help him out and just drop off relics to him.
I was about to say Regnance, and you just summed it up. If he wants relics, Nugify will be happy to give him relics, as he has more than had this Castle Age timing pay off. The relics are going to be way more useful for HRE, and he's just going to be able to use the Camel Lancers he has and just continue to roam the map. And I don't even think the relics game is going to matter at this point. Look at the army that Maria has, that he's just kept alive so well. Even from the early age Dark Age spearmen that he had, he just always kept his spears, his archers. He just constantly taking better trades, and Miyamai and KJJ are just going to be struggling. I think Maria can just almost 1v2 at this point, not even including the Camel Lancers that his teammate has.
Oh yeah, because I mean, it feels like the Byzantine player and the Mongolian player, like, they're just trying to figure it the fuck out right now. You know, I mean, KJJ is going out to try to get some of these deer and stuff. We saw him building pastures back there, so his food isn't necessarily stabilized. You can see Maria on the other side for the HRE. He's on deer packs, he's on berry bushes. He could go out and do all of these things because he's got the map control. He has the ability to do so.
13 food per minute. You just summed it up exactly. KJJ, he's not thinking about Castle Age anytime soon. He's just trying to feed his people right now, try to make some more villagers.
Yeah, it just makes sense that every villager that you take down out of the Mongolians is so important. We're seeing Desert Raiders, and I think there's a Camel Lancer with it also, taking down the Mongolian trade, although it might not necessarily be that great the way it is. HRE, Maria trying to cut off some of those reinforcements, make sure you don't get one of those Byzantine death balls that we all see. But teal and blue finally conglomerating, right? Finally getting both of these players together with a big ranged mass. I'm seeing longbows, I'm seeing archers of both sides trying to take down, trying to get a raid on Iobids for probably the first time this game, Debs.
Yeah, the only problem I say here is Camel Lancers counters quite a bit of that, and you're attacking the player with a lot of those Camel Lancers, so Nugify dives towards that backline. There are a decent amount of spears here, so has to watch out. Probably just going to dive past towards reinforcements, pick off some of the thinning out units, and look at also what's going on the base of Mia Mai as we get the split screen. That is two armies of both of the opponent's colors, not where you want to see it, so the food income for Mia Mai is about to start hurting as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things. If you're an aspiring high elo player, you got to be thinking about, okay, there's people at my base. We're seeing teal, we're seeing blue here. So where aren't they? And that means they're not back home, right? And that's exactly what Maria does. You might think it's maybe counterintuitive to try to go for the enemy's base instead of trying to be defensive and making sure you're able to pick things off. But how much damage you're able to do to an opponent's economy when they are at your base is paramount. And that's exactly what's happening as orange and red, those olive groves. You're not going to get any oil if you don't have any villagers picking olives.
And look at this. Every single spear has been cleaned up. A few of the men-at-arms from Maria came and helped to stop that front line. And now the Camel Lancers clean up the rest of those longbows, the rest of those archers. And not only have they defended their own base, but there's still a mass in the base of Mia Mai that has to be dealt with.
Yeah, and I mean, that's that's kind of the biggest problem, right? And that's why Maria, he was left to his own devices ever since probably minute 3.5 to minute 4 in the game. And because of that red mass that's over there, Mia Mai has to stop his offensive, right? And he has to go back home, make sure he can get more olive oil. KJJ on the other side probably has to help out a little bit, make sure his trade's a little bit secure. So he's trying to get some trades situated, but again, that push, and for all intents and purposes, it's a failed push.
Yep. Looks like those archers finally getting cleared up. KJJ, keep this in mind, is still in feudal age and still not really anywhere too close to getting up to castle, it seems.
No, I think KJJ is at the point where just because, again, his food isn't stabilized, he's kind of perpetually in feudal, right? I mean, he's got to make sure he's getting all of those food-heavy units, things like spearmen, you know, things like Keshiks that I saw out there, which is going to be very difficult to continue to reproduce. Mia Mai now continuing to extend a little bit on top of the map, trying to get some berries, but Maria on this right side trying to do some damage with veteran archers. He does have a better quality of archers than the Mongolians do, so that should be able to help him out.
Tickled.
They're basically shooting marshmallows out of dabs at this point. A feudal age archer versus the castle age men-at-arms, good fucking luck.
Yep. Not sure what blacksmith upgrades Maria may have, but either way, it doesn't really matter. KJJ needs to snipe down all the archers like he's doing decent job there, but his mass is going to get cleaned up. And once this mass gets cleaned up, what's going to be left of his base? Those men-at-arms, they can just dive town center fire, dive outpost fire, not really have any answer. Behind all of this, Maria and Nug have, I'm pretty sure, secured almost all the relics. We've seen sacred sites started to tick over for Maria and Nugify. They actually both were securing one of them for a while. Couldn't decide who wanted the gold, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you know, if you put them in the Regnans Cathedral or defensive structures with the Regnans Cathedral, it's going to be a lot, right? So having that, and then that means the HRE spirals into Imperial Age with their village printer, right? And oh my God, look at these villagers. Blue is toast.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't think he was going to get to castle, he's definitely not going to get to castle after this raid. His whole entire economy absolutely demolished. This is the point where he's like, all right, let me drop like 2 town centers behind your base, and Mia Mai, you're going to have to just 1v2 for a little bit here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how that's going to happen too well. I mean, there's a big range mass for Mia Mai, which is really going to help it out because Maria and Nugify, they pretty much, besides those HRE archers that are taking around a lot of the trade, there's not a lot of range mass there. I think Mia Mai does have the upper hand in that matchup, but Pearl Tie's starting to get built for the Mongolians. We got 9 villagers on, it's about 19.5 now. More villagers end up congregating on top of it. And, you know, it just begs the question, Debs, I mean, where was this 5 minutes ago? I think taking a battle under a Curl Tie would have been really great for you, but it's so difficult for the Mongols to get everything situated when they didn't execute that aggression in Dark Age that good.
Yeah, they just were fighting from the back foot for a little too long. Fortunate thing, Mia Mai looks like those Olive Grove economy is online. It has been one town center the whole time, so not quite as no one's kind of booming up on crazy economy other than Nugify, who has dropped and is up to 3 town centers behind this, getting the farm transition online. So this is kind of one of those points where a couple minutes is going to go by, and Nugify all of a sudden, who cares about the HRE villager printer? Nug's going to be at a higher villager count than him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just with that economic win creating that little bit of a bolus, I will say though, for the Byzantines, you can see it a little bit in their score as comparative to KJJ. They don't necessarily need 100 to 120 villagers in order to execute a really good military mass, just because of the fact that olive oil exists, just because of the fact that they have the Golden Horn Tower is going to pump out units pretty much every minute and a half as some of those houses are going down. That Cow is showing us with border settlements, so he does have good vision. It's just all about, you know, for me and it takes time in order to reproduce those things. It takes time for that olive oil to actually come in contact with and successfully produce a unit. You just wonder if it's going to be too late and the damage is already done.
Yeah, and a decent little men-at-arms mass diving at the base, but at the same time, Miyamai diving the base and Nug, those 3 town centers, they're great, but maybe not quite had the time to pay off yet. Doesn't quite have the military mass to defend this on up, so might be asking Maria for some help here in just a second or two. You can see how many relics have been secured up on the front side of that base, jumping out inside of those town centers. A ton of these units are going down. Fortunate thing, these are a bunch of infantry units, and sure enough, Maria is coming to aid. He is not only bringing military units, but also villagers to drop a keep right next to the forward town center, the main town center of Nugify. So don't think this is going to be as easy and able to happen again.
No, it absolutely isn't. I mean, look how many villagers he pulled for that keep. That's going to go up in a blink of an eye. Curl Tie, however, from KJJ is going to be continued to be packed up and have that little wagon wheel on top of it. No Curl Tie means no the bonus damage for him or his teammate. You can see these military numbers from both of these players, Nugify and Maria, getting absolutely out of control. And I feel like as long as they just come together, and you see another forward keep by an HRE province worth of villagers, that defensive keep actually got canceled because he was like, well, we kind of mopped everything up. So what the fuck's the point of this keep? You know, we're going to make sure we can shore up some resources, get some map control, get some sacred sites. And then all of a sudden, the Byzantines, the Mongolians, they don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't talked about a bunch on this map is the proximity of resources. A lot of the resources are very, very centralized. They're very kind of mid-map based, especially a lot of the gold. You don't see a lot of the food on the back end, maybe one deer pack, one berry bush. So the team that starts to gain map control as we start to extend towards this late game here is really going to be the one that you'll see become that much stronger, because the other ones, they're going to be very limited on gold mines, and Maria has gone up with that Swabia behind it. So villager printer online, Nugify and Maria's economies are about to just be through the roof comparative.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, ladies and gentlemen in chat, if you blink, you might miss the fact that Maria gets up to 100 villagers. That's how quick that Swabia is. In the blink of an eye, you could spit out so many economic units. He already has 87. So that Palace of Swabia is going to end up probably bolstering him by another 40 to 45 in the blink of an eye. It looks like Nugify and Maria finally starting to get together. Maria probably starting to get some of those Imperial Age technologies, and he is with especially archers initially. He does have the Men-at-Arms upgrade as well. This is going to be a difficult one for me and my KJJ to hold. If you're Byzantines, you better have a metric shit ton of Mangonel towers. That's for sure.
Yeah, change the location of the market, but it's not like it's like a corner market either, so still not the greatest trade online for KJJ. And score may not tell the whole story with AoE 4. It doesn't really it's not really very accurate much, but when you're doubling some scores of your opponents, that is when you know at least you have a decent footing going on. Mangonel gets built, immediately gets destroyed. Good crossbow mass on the front side here, but Archer's focusing down that very, very well. And crossbows on the back side. Land snakes into the mix as well. This is a decent little hold for Miyamai and KJJ. It looks like they have been able to clean up a lot of these units, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, it was a lot better than I expected to, but I think there was a little bit of a miss micro there from Maria. I saw a lot of those archers targeting for Engine Guard from Miyamai. If he was able to take down maybe some of those a crossbowman mass from KJJ over, but we're going to have some archers that are going to replenish, and then those men-at-arms are going to have free reign, especially with those heavy maces. Varangian Guard, they can go berserk all they fucking want. It doesn't matter. You're still going to get that +6 for heavy maces, and the fact that they're a little bit faster is really going to help you out. Now you're in an area where Miyamai on this western side, he has a little bit of a soft underbelly there. There's a lot of groves. There's a second town center. Even though they're continuing this front and doing a good job kind of with even trades, that trade is going down. Mongolians from KJJ. And maybe if they exploit that western side of the map a little bit more, we're going to see Miyamai start to crumble.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of the split screen there. Nugify had horsemen diving the base of KJJ, hitting the trade line, so it was still causing a lot of damage while they were just kind of just headbutting each other with these mid masses. And then all of a sudden, Cal hovered back over to the mid map, and I saw, what was it, like 3 more keeps from Maria, like 10 more villagers on stone. He's just going to be dropping keeps all over the map. There's nothing KJJ and Miyamai are going to be able to do as this game extends, and you can already see where this is starting to turn into. Nugify, he's going with that full mobility composition. He's just going to constantly raid, kill all the ranged mass whenever the front line gets cleared up, and then after that happens, go ahead, hit the Vil mass, and there we go. KJJ surrenders. We see game number 1 go over to Banterbois.
Man, I'll tell you what an incredible army composition switch up from Nugify. We saw a lot of longbowmen, we saw a lot of crossbowmen coming out of both sides, and he's like, yeah, I got 3 town centers. Look at my economic counters. Cal is showing you on your screen. It's about 120, something like that, 125-ish, maybe even up to 130. He's like, hey, I'll just drop 10 stables. I don't give a shit. I can do what I want. And you can see, based on military count, Byzantines, for how much they got raided, take a look at this graph. For how much they got raided, they were up to about 70 in terms of military count, and that's the power of olive oil. It's just that his teammate was so, like, he was so down in the dumps, and he just struggling to get there with the Byzantines. I think if they had a good mass together, they would have been able to get there, but Byzantines can't do a 1v2. Might be good in a 1v1 situation, but as you can see, based on the amount of resources that we were able to see, Nugify and Maria obviously higher in that regard. Relics are going to be helping Maria out, Nugify just being Nugify. And that's game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. In the middle of that game number 1, big shout out to Demu for that raid. I apologize, we were in the middle of the game, so I hope the introduction for that did you justice. And for everybody who is interested in sticking around, this is the DEBILS 2v2 Cup. This is team game tournament coming right at you. Not only is there $380-ish in prizes, but also a big shout out to SteelSeries that will be sponsoring, adding some keyboards, adding some mouses, some little technological trinkets to wet your whistle. So a lot of these players are going to be trying to get to that finale, or at least that top 3, get a little bit of that sweet, sweet merch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe we'll get some of that. No, we won't. It's for the players.
No, I don't get shit.
Yeah, no, we don't get too much. But hey, we're here for the competition. We're here to cast some of these great games. And that first one was definitely a hype one. I know we talked about the Mongols kind of getting focused down a lot. I will say, if the market had been in a different position, we might have seen a whole different Mongol economy, whole different ability for the kind of Mongol game plan to actually come to fruition a little bit more there. And not only that, I will say, it was definitely a testament to the Banterbois, just splitting the armies. They attacked in the middle of Mongols, in the middle of Byzantines, and during that, they burnt down a lot of the production of Mongols. They took down the Uvu. I don't think the Mongol player had an Uvu for like 5 minutes of that game, which really, really hurts when you're a Mongol player and you're wanting that free resource.
Oh my God, yeah, that little bit of passive stone that just helps you. Especially helps your transition. What I've noticed from playing the Mongols, and I don't play it very well, but getting that transition to feudal age, getting some of those, like 2 times Keshiks or 2 times archers, it just makes sure while you're doing the things behind, things like getting pastures, getting your trade, getting all of that situated, you're still able to pertain to a little bit of aggression. You're still able to be a little bit offensive while you're able to do that. So just seemed like KJJ, he wasn't able to do that. Maria did a good job on that hold. So taking a look at game number 2 with these matchups, man, we got some of my favorite civs in here for game number 2. Banterbois going with Jeanne d'Arc, as you all know, the love of my life and my wife. Byzantines is going to be the other civilization that his teammate will be playing. Knockfans going for Malians and the Rus. When you're looking at these depths and when you're looking at these matchups, particularly, I want your opinion on Jeanne d'Arc and Byzantines because we know what Jeanne d'Arc is going to do. Obviously, they're going to make a bunch of knights and all that fun stuff. But how is it going to coincide with how the Byzantines play?
I mean, it's almost like where every composition weighs in together. You never want to be doing the exact same things. And we just saw a Byzantine player. They were able to make a huge infantry ball. We talked. I mean, you said it. There was one point where I think they were at 70 or so military units, while no one else had. It looked like more than 30 or so. So Byzantines can just play exactly into that game and allow JD to do her thing, to continually raid around. Obviously, Rus, you'd expect them to do some 2TC into night play themselves. So that really allows JD to potentially get the leg up on the night mass and just roam the map consistently, not allow knock fans to play their game. And I will say that last game we saw Nuggify do a great job with his horsemen, with his camel lancers. So we'll probably see a little similarity there here.
Yeah, and for Byzantines, especially with the differences in what they can do in terms of mercantile units. The things that they can do for their contracts and their mercantile houses. I mean, you could almost think this is going to play like a French and English. Byzantines, they have the ability to go Western contract, right? They have the ability to make longbows, maybe not as much as a Council Hall can, but still enough to take down some spearmen or some donzos that the Mali might end up doing. And for the Rus, just because they are a knight civilization, much like Jeanne d'Arc, one, they're not royal knights. Two, you don't get the hero, you don't get the Maid of Orleans with you, right? So it could be a little bit of an inferior matchup in my personal opinion, but that's just because I love Jeanne d'Arc as much as I humanly can.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched your stream plenty of times. I've watched your wife gameplay where I think there was like a week or two where I felt like you only played JD, and
Mhm.
and I mean it almost felt like watching Jiggly play team games. It's all he was doing was making knights, and that was all you were doing was making knights. But it's a fun gameplay to watch. It's where it's very micro based, and that's where I actually think Maria might be the one that will be playing JD here, as I
Mm.
know Maria is a very French. Like I've seen Maria play a ton of French, and I've seen Maria play a decent amount of JD here. But I think either way they go, it'll be a fine composition. The key on the other side of knock fans is just how you wanted, a U bids. You wanted HRE to kind of get online with their castle age. With Mali, they just want to get online with their cow boom. So
Mhm.
usually that's about 8-9 minutes. We'll look over in their base and we'll be like, okay, do they have their full sets of their cattle ranches? Are they halfway there? Are we getting there? And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, they got a passive 1,200 food per minute.
Yeah, when you get to that corral in Castle Age and those cattle are pumping out, I think it's 45 food per minute, and you get 20 of them. Yeah, it's kind of disastrous, for the other. It's usually what I say when I'm playing against the Mali because I don't play as the Mali. When you're playing against them and they get to that Castle Age, they're like, oh, their economy's late game already because of their ability to do that. And they're one of the quickest to do it. But that's why there are some particular civilizations where their kit and the way they do things can end up really disrupting the Malians. And even though Jeanne d'Arc is a French variant, we do know the age old French versus Mali. Mali destroys them because the kit of French isn't that good. But Jeanne d'Arc, just because of how quickly you can get aggressive, just because of how you can get her as a level 2 and actually providing some sort of militaristic impact, maybe you're able to stop the Malians in their tracks. Byzantines are obviously help you with the units that they have. The fact that they have limited A against the Malians, especially because when it comes to ranged units, the Malians and archers, I mean, and javelin throwers, of course, but it's kind of all they got. They don't have things like crossbowmen with the high DPS to shred through. So you're gonna need a decent amount of archers. And if you're making a decent amount of archers and your teammate who you're playing with the Byzantines is Jeanne d'Arc, who has knights that will literally drive a lance through your eyeballs. It's kind of difficult to kind of figure out what to do here.
All right. Oh, you might have muted yourself.
Did I?
Oh, yeah. Now you're back.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Did you get that whole tangent that I talked about with
Yeah, it
Sean
was
Dark?
hype. It was
Sick.
super hype.
Sick.
It was like midway. It was like midway through the tangent that you muted yourself. It wasn't at the beginning though, so it feels a little better.
Okay, cool. The ending, it wasn't really that important, to be honest with you, because we're just kind of bantering at this point. Speaking of banter, boys, but for everybody who is here, obviously, thank you so much for being here, for follows. I don't have notifications on because of the tournament that's going on in the background. But if you guys want to predict, get some points. If you guys want to chat, obviously, hit that follow button. And if you guys are interested in supporting the Devils Cup, I saw HousedHorse do this before. Can you link and make a command for the donation pool if you guys are interested in being support? So HousedHorse put a decent amount of his own money in order to put on this tournament. SteelSeries added some sponsors as well. So if all of you guys want to donate to the prize pool and get some of these high tier players the money in the prize pool that they deserve, make sure you do that. And I think hopefully HousedHorse does that and is paying attention. If he isn't, then he's losing out on a lot of money. So sucks for him. What are you going to do?
Tons and tons of probably millions of dollars he probably just lost out every second now. Millions. So you being the JD player here, do you think we're going to see range? You think we're going to see melee here?
Ranged isn't a bad idea, especially when you're playing against another Night Civ like Roos and you expect things with high HP that are going to hit you. Archers and being able to snipe them down is really, really good. I will say when we're talking about in a vacuum, for me particularly, I don't have the micro. I feel like I play with 10 thumbs sometimes, so I just go with the melee pretty much all the time and hope and pray to God she doesn't die. But our countdown is now at 0. We're heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing Nugify play as the Byzantines in the color orange as a member of the Banter Boys. His teammate is going to be Maria spawning in the red as Jean Dark. Dabs, for this game number 2, who we got on the other side?
On the other side, KJJ playing the Roos in the color blue, and we got Mia Mai in the color teal playing as the Molly. And so let's see what these kind of early bounties are going to be looking like for KJJ. Let's see how the counteraction is going to be going for Maria and Nug, and we'll see what these early games have in store for us.
Yeah, taking a look at this Malian spawn as Cow is hovering over, this is the best gold spawn for the Malians I've seen in some time. If you want to really quickly, as KJJ is starting to get the bounty for the Roos, go all the way back down to Teal and Cow, and we'll take a look at where these gold mines are. There's one in the back. His first one's in the back. The second one right smack dab next to it. You put a wall on that southwestern side. How the hell are you going to get to it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting to it, you have to dive in between the bases of KJJ and Miyamai, which we did talk about, where that's a great spot if you're all inning. That's a great spot if you're kind of massing up together. Not a great spot if you're kind of just raiding, trying to get a little bit of damage done and trying to kind of just slip some units through. So not really the greatest base setup if you're scouting for Maria and Nugify and see that on the other side. You're like, well, I don't know how I'm going to be dealing with this if we see an early wall come down for Miyamai.
Yeah, and I think, obviously, depending on what time you do it, obviously you have to do it quick enough, but it's a decent expenditure of resources. A little bit of wood is, for the Malians, obviously it's the one resource that two resources, I guess, but the one that's important that they don't get passively, right? They don't have anything for wood. They have for food and gold. So having the ability to put a couple extra villagers on wood, making sure you have enough to do things like your cattle ranches and all of that good stuff. We see KJJ with his bounty on the lower left-hand side of your screen at 120, now up to 145. He's looking for deer packs. And I'll tell you what, Dabs, as somebody who likes to play Roos and who has hundreds of games as a Roos player, playing them in a team game situation is so much fun because you have so much more deer to kill.
Yeah, it should be where your bounty is super, super healthy. Maybe not looking that way right now, as Maria and Nugify have done a great job so far of doing the bounty. We see a pretty far out Kremlin. I'm not sure if that's going to be in influence of his wood line, but it will do a great job of protecting the middle of their two bases where we have seen the all-in happen multiple times.
Yeah, you did definitely have a potential for that also. You can see where that nice Kremlin place is that Cow kind of hovered over a little bit before on that gold, on that deer pack. It's really nice. Maybe you have a potential, if you're KJJ, maybe go for a second town center if you're interested. I know Roos can do a lot of things. They have a lot of versatility. Maria on the other side with 4 villagers, 3+ Jean going for that school of cavalry, maybe trying to get aggressive rather quickly. And Miyamai, excuse me, going to be going up with the Mansa Quarry every time. Shout out Mansa Musa, richest man in the West at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why it gives passive gold, is it still has riches flowing from the days.
And we're taking a look at where the Roost player might end up going. It looks like he might be the first to age up just because of having 6 on the Kremlin. So usually what you're seeing in a team game situation, Dabs, and you're a Roost player, you usually don't see a second town center. You know, it seems like the people just go for a lot of stables and they try to keep up with whatever French counterpart that they have.
Yes and no. If you're playing with someone like Gotkowski, it's going to be 3 town centers, and you're not going to see anything on the map for an hour or so. With some players, yes, they play it kind of similar to French, where they can kind of get off the ground easier. They'll have more of an economy. They have more of these kind of passive resources, a protective eco, so they don't have to worry about raids at home as much. But you will still see a lot of times them go for a second town center at some point in the game, but doesn't look like that is the plan for KJJ, which, in my opinion, this kind of just plays into the hands of Maria and Nug. Is now you're just battling a knight on night war, but your knights are just weaker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, when it comes to these Royal Knights versus early Knights, I think we can get into specifics as to why, even just in Feudal Age. As Cow's hovering over some of these mercantile purchases that you can have, I don't think we're going to see a Byzantine Dumbo, but the potential is there. Musafati might actually not be a bad choice because of how many knights you might see on the other side. But anyway, the ability for the Roost Knights, obviously they're early Knights. They have 190 health, just like, normal. But those French Knights on the other side, not only do they have that health, obviously they have that lance charge and that sword, but for the first 3 seconds after they charge, they get +3. That's why you're wondering, oh, how come this Roost Knight doesn't 2-tap villagers like my French Royal Knight does? And it's because it doesn't get that, right? So that +3 after a couple seconds, you hit a knight enough times, you end up having 1 less knight than your other side. With Maria on his side as well, with Jeanne d'Arc, if he goes for archer form, he'll be able to snipe some of the weak ones. If he goes for the melee, he'll be able to get a little bit of a whirly do, as I like to call it, with Holy Wrath. So there's a lot of potential for that French player to really run over the Roost player.
And you can see where Maria's early focus is the 2 scouts, which he utilized to counteract some of the bounty. That's why KJJ is sitting at a measly 180. Now are still getting value, starting to burn down the houses around the pit mine of Miyamai. Miyamai's done a great job of kind of scouting out where that early knight is. Oh, KJJ don't want to lose that early scout, but ends up falling.
Yeah, that scout's pretty important. You got to be able to pay attention to what the hell is going on the other side. Maria doing a good job taking down those houses. Really quickly, Cal, can we take a look at Nugify? I saw he just built that mercantile house. I want to know what contract he picked, if we can actually see it there. And it looks like he did go for Western contract. He did go for some longbowmen. And honestly, those longbowmen are going to be really effective against the Malian player that is looking to predominantly make spearmen. Transitioning to javelin throwers is going to be tough for him.
Yeah, very, very tough, especially if your gold continually gets focused. We saw the scout at KJJ go down, and we definitely do not want to see a scout of Miyamai go down, as then they will be fighting, well, I guess KJJ has more scouts than just one being Roos, but they don't want to be fighting dark and starting to take a little bit more damage, and you need as much vision as possible when it comes to team game, when it comes to these bigger maps.
Oh my God, yeah, because if you don't know what your opponent's making, you don't know what to make yourself. And this is very particular and very important when it comes to not even just a 2v2, but in a 1v1 situation, because there's a lot of times where you're just like, yeah, I don't really know what to do. As you see these Roost Knights going to be able to take down a Morayan villager, and stopping that Jeanne d'Arc from getting her gold supply is so important. It just makes sure they don't have those knights in order to deal with it. And it looks like 2v1 versus World Knights. Nugify going to be adding a Elimination to kind of help him out on that side. But let's take a look at Jeanne d'Arc here for a second, because they went for the archer here. And although the melee composition for Jeanne d'Arc, the woman at arms, would be good against a lot of the Donzos from the Malians, I think it's really important to snipe down some of those low health Roost Knights, because that's 240 resources that hit the deck.
Oh, speaking of sniping down some stuff, we see two of Miyamai's villagers on that front side wood line get taken down. The scary part of the ranged woman at arms for JD is if Miyamai does start to go into the heavier javelin throwers, she takes that extra damage. She takes quite a bit of damage from those javelin throwers. Super easy to snipe her out if Miyamai is able to get a decent mass. And speaking of a decent mass, Roos has a decent little night mass that we're seeing start to join together here.
Yeah, and Cow took a hover over it. It looks like we got about 8 of those Roost Knights over on that other side. And now all of these, both these civilizations, looks like they're kind of congregating all of their units. Those limit today are going to be really, really important to try to catch some of those Roost Knights into a brace. And I'm seeing an archery range from Miyamai, but a little bit of a problem in the macro, Dabs, for Miyamai. I mean, he's sitting there on 1,300 gold, and I get it. The Malians really love their gold, but you really can't do much with it without anything else.
Yeah, this is where he does have those 3 mills. I would expect him to just start pumping all of that gold into cows. He went heavy into those pit mines early on. We're starting to see the fight happen. JD is here, so she is just soaking XP during this. Isn't getting focused down, so even if the trades don't go the greatest, they're still going great for her because she is sitting happy. And look at the heal come into play. Looks like TC Fire starting to focus JD down. She is quite tanky, though, barely getting out of the range. Wow. And after all of this, still somehow Maria has knights. It looks like he only lost 1 knight during all of that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the things that people, I feel like, are now starting to understand with Jeanne d'Arc, as we see even, you know, KJJ and Miyamai able to hold just a little bit. Those knights going to be able to get a charge on those longbowmen. He might need some help, maybe some sacred arrows from Jeanne d'Arc to help out. And that's a quick plus 24. How you doing? Keep it moving. Those knights are going to be going on the south side. And, you know, this is something, again, back to that point about Jeanne d'Arc, that's really, really important, where they take a trade, and this one was particularly even. You know, Miyamai was able to hold with KJJ, and Maria and Nugify, they were able to take down a decent amount of units at a cost to some of her own, although there's a lot of Royal Knights escorting her around. But the thing of it is, when you're playing against Jeanne d'Arc, you need to make sure that you are taking really, really good trades, because you need to offset the EV or expected value of getting that XP. So you need to do it really, really quickly. And I'm pretty sure I just heard a horn in my ear, Dabston. I think she could get to level 3 at some point.
Oh, I don't know what that horn was. We just saw the swap on over. It's close, though. We see the value there. It is 80, getting close to 90% of the way up. So during this next fight, she will be aging up. A little bit of a Limitanai raid by Nugify, and KJJ doesn't have a lot to deal with that other than the little Kremlin gremlins, because he's on knights only.
Yeah, and those gremlins, I mean, in Feudal Age, they really don't pack a punch too much. I mean, they have 6 damage, and they get +6 to cavalry with their bardishes, which is what their axes are actually called. But the ability for, you know, them to get out of and make Jeanne d'Arc back up, because if you do kill one of those gremlins, you do get +0 for Jeanne d'Arc. So they usually don't want to take those fights. So having, you know, spotting them all out in the battle is going to be really, really important. And those gremlins and those bardishes are pretty much the only things that are going to be able to take down Limitanai, because KJJ is just making knights, and Cow is blowing that horn in my face. Can you turn that fucking thing off?
Yeah, so we figured out whenever you switch to JD, it plays the horn, and Limitanai are reinforced with some longbow mass here. And again, this game, just like the last game, all of it has seemed to be on the side of Miyamai and KJJ. Maria and Nugify are just sitting back, sitting calm, not having to worry about their ecos. We saw slowly getting those oil groves transition into, and now Maria all of a sudden has a huge night mass that just isn't going to be dealt with easy. I don't think Miyamai and KJJ have too much of a military mass the last I saw.
No, and this is pretty much the power of JD, right? Because she ends up just continuously pummeling you with these high, heavy damage units, these knights. So you're consistently have to stay home. You consistently have to make sure that your villagers don't die. Where on the flip side, JD is going to Narnia to get a lot of these resources. You can see where the red blobs are on the map. These knights trying to take down that fortified palisade that the Roost can make, but JD's on deer packs. They're on berry bushes all over the place. They're able to get bored to make sure they have more and more knights from those consecrated buildings. So it ends up snowballing. But again, chat, I'll ask you for the second time, is anybody getting horny? Because I see Nugify going with that golden horn tower, and that is when the Byzantines in Castle Age really start to just pop off.
Yeah, and speaking of popping off, Maria and Nugify are about to pop off in the base of Miyamai and KJJ, as there is not a mass to deal with this. There's not even a mass to deal with Maria alone, much less Nugify and Maria together. Nugify going to be able to match that castle of Miyamai. Knight's going to be able to circle around the backside, and I mean, what is that, six Roost Knights, 7 Roost Knights versus the JD Knight Mass that are stronger and better and have more support. We heard that divine arrow. JD has to be right then and there, and level 3 has come out.
Look at that. She gave birth to a horse at level 3, and now she's going to be able to ride upon her white steed, making whatever unit that she possibly wants, either the champions or the riders, which is really going to help them out. Maybe the riders for the mobility. I've noticed a lot with John's champions, it really slows you down, you know, because those John's champions, they only operate at 1.12 tiles per second. So having the ability to get riders, making sure you're going to be dealing with crossbowmen might be beneficial if the Roost player decides to do that. Obviously the Malians cannot. But now Nugify is going to be able to get that increase in the mercenary contract. All of those longbowmen are going to get those fancy silver helmets and become veteran longbowmen, getting the limited upgrades as well. And as the Byzantines, you can do that quicker and quicker. It looks like Maria and Nugify, as long as they come up together, as long as those upgrades all come in at the same time, KJJ and this Roost base is doomed.
Yeah, Veteran Royal Knights has to be on the way. Not only Veteran Royal Knights, but we see the lovely best upgrade that the French, or I guess JD, loves as well. But Royal Bloodlines for those Knights as well. Takes a minute and a half though. Good bit of time. Good thing it was clicked early on. Probably have about a minute left there.
Yeah, and every time I see that when Royal Bloodlines comes in, it is quite expensive. It does take a lot. It's technically an Imperial Age technology, which is why when those Knights actually get them, those Veteran Royal Knights, they get plus 80 health. They go from 230 to 310, so I call them pseudo Imperial at this point, because for all intents and purposes, they basically are. And it looks like Miyamai and KJJ, it looks like they might want to try to take this fight. I think Maria wanted to back up before Royal Bloodlines came in, but to be honest, I'm not really sure it matters too much. We have Limit Tene of the veteran status and Veteran Royal Knights making the front line here. These longbowmen are going to make quick work of those Donzos. Those holy divine arrows are going to be taken in to a lot of those Knights, getting plus 24 on either side. And again, I don't think this trade was too bad for KJJ and Miyamai, but it begs the question again, how much XP did you give Jeanne d'Arc? And are we going to see her give birth to a cannon soon?
Yeah, and not only that, we saw last game KJJ really got stuck in feudal for a while. What's happening this game? Roos is having to transition to farms. He's not out on the deer. He's not out on the other deer pack, the boar, things like that. He's having to build more farms. There's more reinforcements from Nugify on those farms denying food. KJJ is going to be stuck in feudal this whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be perpetual, right? Because every time for the Roost, this is very peculiar of a situation, but it feels like every time, like if he stopped making units, he's just going to get run over, Kremlin or otherwise. So he feels like he's kind of forced to, and Miyamai is going to have to pull up the slack here because he's got the corral. He's going to be able to get some of those cattle ranches. He's got veteran upgrades for all of his troops. So essentially, I mean, Miyamai is going to have to 1v2 this for the foreseeable future to get KJJ the hell back into this game.
Yeah, the good thing for him is he has that cow boom online. So just like Byzantine's going to nonstop be making units, going to be seeing a ton of orange go across the map. We should see Miyamai doing the same thing. Miyamai trying to put Maria down, not have as many knights roaming out and about. But Nugify decides to turn focus, decides to help out Maria a little bit on the teal sides.
Look at this, more Malian villagers end up going down. Those longbowmen, whether Byzantine or otherwise, boy, do they pack a punch with that 8 base damage. They're going to be able to take down a lot of them. Limit today. Going to be able to shield a decent amount of the fire. But I think one more important thing is, even though we're seeing a lot of longbowmen out of Nugify, he does have the ability to go land snakes, as Miyamai's trying to claw his way back into the game, trying to raid Jeanne d'Arc. And that's one of the more important things that you can do. Look at those knights going down, Dabston, those feudal age Roost knights against pseudo Imperial Jeanne Dark Knights, they don't have a shot in hell.
Yeah, that's not even including the heals that we can come out from JD, all the extra upgrades, all the extra damage, all the extra health, everything. That's why Maria did not lose a knight in any during that engagement there. Meanwhile, we saw multiple KJJ knights fall, multiple villagers falling, and Miyamai and KJJ do not look like they are much longer for this world.
No, they absolutely are not. And I mean, the only thing I feel like that BMI actually has that's quote unquote safe is those cattle farms are still having cattle in them. So he's still getting a little bit of food. You can see Cow is hovering over, looking at his brethren. You can see all of them in those cattle ranches. Pit mines on the southern side do have the ability, you know, they're still churning out a little bit of gold. So that's really going to help you out. He's trying to take down some of these production buildings, but you can see what Miyamai is doing with his army. He's trying to get everybody together right next to his town center. He's trying to make sure that his passive income is pretty much safe. And, you know, he's got Musafatis, he's got veteran archers. He doesn't have any of the upgrades you can see out of them. I mean, I don't know how you stop both of these armies like that.
This is one where you need a teammate to stop both of the armies. And KJJ, at the point he's at now, is not a real teammate, because I will say this is what happens when you play the cavalry civ though. You get focused down early, you get hit hard. If you get forced off of your early food, which he did, and you have to transition to farms, it feels like you're just worthless. And that's kind of what we're feeling like here, not even to mention the already matchup loss when you're talking about knights versus knights. Roos versus JD is never going to play out too well when you're playing their game.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And, you know, it's kind of funny because for Roos versus JD in a 1-1 situation, I would go for the Roos 9 times out of 10, you know, because I feel like they have the ability to be defensive, but that's just with themselves, you know, and especially because of the way that the Roos base was kind of set up, that Kremlin was a little forward, so you're able to take down, you know, a decent amount of villagers. You're seeing plus 24s going all over the place. You see that's an easy, when combining them all together, that's a plus 72 for Jean d'Arc. You need 1500 to get to level 4. I don't think we're gonna, yeah, and I don't really think we're gonna see a level 4 if we do, because if we do, this game is probably gonna end.
I mean, game's already looking like it's ended, getting not only XP from those units, we've been seeing all those buildings that get burnt down, some nice juicy XP as well. Tons of units starting to fall. Oh, we're gonna see level 4 here in this game. We're seeing level 4 100, but look at all the XP, it is just flowing.
Yeah, I mean, there's plus 24s all over the place. There's plus 8s, and a lot of those flimsy Malian units. You can see she does have the ability to hit the button. She's a markswoman, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to be able to be plopping out that cannon in just a matter of time. But you can see, just based on that damage, they see a level 4 Jean d'Arc. They're like, I don't want to know what kind of offspring you're going to give me in terms of cannons, champions, or otherwise. I got to get the hell out of this series. Quick 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where you could tell that Maria and Nug, they've played together a ton. It's one of the reasons why, you know, team games are team games and solos are solos, is you got to rely on your teammate quite a bit. And it makes it easy when you don't have to worry about the communication. You're kind of just naturally acting as one, even though you are two.
Yeah, you can see from the economic count from EMI, obviously the cattle are included. As you can see, they have a high economic count. But Nugify did add something that we forgot to mention, just because a lot of the fights were going on at the same time. Nugify, as the Byzantines, did add a second town center. When you get that kind of delayed town center from Nugify, it means, one, your base, you don't really have to worry about it, and you're able to expand so much militarily. And you could see that military count from him. He was at over 100 for military. Like, when you're playing against the Byzantines, you get a delayed town center, you're getting all of those units, you're getting olive oil out the ass, you can just lather yourself up in it. You know, you're at the point where, if you're the enemy team, you can 2v1 people with Byzantines because of how much of military mass you're able to make. So incredible first series coming out here by Banterbois and Knockfans. Now, Knockfans, you are not out, you just get knocked. You get it? To the loser. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You get down to the
See what I got to deal with, guys. You see what I got to deal with.
You go down to the losers bracket, and that's okay because you have a chance. Knockfans went through the qualifiers last week. They were able to get there, right? So maybe they can make a good run during the losers bracket. But Dabs, I'm not sure if we decided who do we have for the next series. Do you know?
I believe. Oh, we are doing Beastie versus the one of the DEBILS. And I say one of the DEBILS is because there's a lot of different players in DEBILS that are playing in this tournament. But I believe this one is going to be the composition of BLB and Goatkowski, which I mentioned Goatkowski's name a little bit before that. He's I've seen him play time and time again, and so it'll be a fun little series.
Oh yeah, I mean all the people that are in the DEBILS Clan are obviously the highest of echelon when it comes to team game players. Team games is their specialty. Team games is what they do, baby. And that's why they get to have this 2v2 cup right now. Also, big shout out to the administrators for this tournament. This is HousedHorse and Jigglypuff62 putting on a very good administrative display. Obviously, Dabston is my co-caster. Guys, if you do like this tournament and you want them to put on more cups, go ahead and not only try to donate to the prize pool if you put exclamation point donate if somebody made that command yet. If not, I debated all 330 of you. Get fucked. Secondarily, you can consider, if you want to, consider following the stream. Consider following the stream. Not only is it going to go for prize pool purposes, but also SteelSeries has reached out to us courtesy of Whammon, and there will be merchandise for those top 3 players. Top 3 teams, I should say, if they happen to get in keyboards, mouses, all that kind of stuff, headsets. And thank you for everybody who has followed so far. I have notifications off just to give these players the time and the big screen that they deserve. And I think, well, I don't know if that Devils team deserves it. That BLB and Gokowski. I don't know.
No.
I've seen these players time and time again, not only on Jigglypuff's channel, which he streams, but also part of the Devil Discord server and all that kind of stuff. So these are players that we are quite familiar with. I would like to consider them friends of ours. Whereas I think it is Debuffed on the other side. Who is making up that team? Let me take a look really, really quickly.
Debuff that one. That we did. That one's BLB and Goatkowski.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Copium. Oh my God. Copium is going to be actually Core and Beastie Cutie. And Wayman is actually their 3rd member of the team. But even though she is probably top 2 out of those 3, she will most likely be watching from the sidelines. It's going to be Core and Beastie going up against those 2. This could be a go one.
Yeah, it's always a fun one. Core and BC, we saw them play in some practice games. I saw them play against Wham and Puppy. I saw them play against Crackity and Balltune. They were doing, it's not like they were doing the crazy prep for, the multi-$1,000 tournament. They were still practicing. They were still, they care about this stuff. And team games, they need to practice because I will say, few of those series didn't really go their way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people. I mean, obviously the name's really high, right? Beastie Cutie, everybody knows Beastie Cutie. He's probably streaming right now to 1,000 people. But in a 1v1 situation, yeah, he's one of the best, and I'm going to give that to him. But in this particular situation, does he play a lot of team games? Does he play a lot of team games with Core? So it is a different style of play. Right? In team games, we see that over and over again, just from the last series we played, Dabs. I mean, when you're playing as somebody like a Roos in that particular situation, he was going predominantly knights. If in a 1v1 situation, if you are the Roos and you only make knights, you are going to drop some fucking elo. So there's a big difference in team play.
Yeah, and going 3TC boom doesn't really play into your late game hands when you're playing against someone like Beastie, who is known for taking all the resources on the map, playing this late game, going to 150 villagers. That plays right into Beastie's hand. He loves that kind of stuff. So, you got to play a different game. And already when you're thinking about these matchups, when you're thinking about who you're playing against, sometimes changing up your game plan gets into your own head. You're not playing in your comfort zone.
Right. You're exactly right. And I think the best plans, and this is something that a lot of top AoE players, not even just AoE4, just like all Age of Empires, to be honest. Some of these best players, they come up with, obviously there's a meta strategy. Obviously there's a meta plan. But what's the best plan? The one that's adaptable, right? So if there's civilizations that are somewhat adaptable, if you're able to figure out particular strategies, I like that we're having a conversation together in chat, me and you, while actually talking and trying to carry out a professional conversation.
Yeah, it's
Talk your
easy.
talk your shit to my face.
I
Okay?
mean, you know how the series has gone every time. You know how it goes every time. Every time we've played, it's time and time again.
Oh my god, I'm ready to boot up this fucking game right now. Oh man, if we didn't have a tournament to cast, let me tell you, we'd get into it and I'd lose and then make an excuse. So,
Well, I mean, if we got chat up, it gives me a little bit of an extra upper hand. You got to be reading chat. I know how much you enjoy doing that, how much you focus on chat, and all of a sudden, you're gonna be reading chat, and I'm gonna have longbows in your woodline.
I do. I love my chat. See, everybody who's here in chat, just and spam some hearts for how much you guys love each other. What an excellent community. But if I do play against Dabson, I will be ignoring all of you, and you're all dead to me. So when I have the ability to play against Dabber one more time, oh Nelly, I'm bringing all the stops, and then I won't have an excuse when I lose. But and it's a when, not an if, because I probably will.
No. Who knows? Who knows? But I'm assuming we're gonna be getting the map draft. We're gonna be getting the Civ drafts updated here in a second. These players that are in this series, they've been in tourneys before. Now it's not like the qualifiers where we had a little bit of some struggle with some series. Maybe some people not comfortable with doing the map drafts, doing the Civ drafts, or dealing with the headache that start.gg is. We've all been there. We've all had our problems with it. But most of the times now, most of these players have dealt with it, and we know our ways around it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's just like it's kind of like how I can't think of a good example, but like how a game like makes something intentionally hard. So then when you actually clear the obstacle, I guess it's kind of like a Dark Souls kind of thing. They don't need to make it that hard, right? But when you do clear the level, you're like, oh, that feels so good. I finally have an understanding of what's going on because you put so much time in and you put so much failure in order to make it a success. That's kind of like if you guys are all following me on this ride for an analogy. That's kind of how Start GG is. When you look at it, it's a complicated mess and a labyrinth of bullshit. But then when you actually figure it out, you feel like a god.
Yeah, I don't know if you appreciate the path like you do with like the Dark Souls or the Elden Rings and things like that. But you definitely appreciate being done with it. That's for sure. But fortunately for us, we're just the casters now. We don't have to be dealing with as much of the start GG stuff, and it's the players, it's the hosts and admins and whatnot, and we just get to talk and bullshit our way around on the stage over here.
Yeah, that's some of the most amount of fun. You imagine, like, you just say dumb shit into a camera for hours and hours, and for some reason, people watch it. But now taking a look at some of these Civ drafts that we have in game number one, Copium, Beastie, and Core, going with Delhi and English. Now I know notoriously, because I remember Core saying this to Beastie in his chat and maybe just like in general, Core thinks that Delhi is absolutely busted.
He's been on that train for like it feels like years now. I don't even know how long Delhi has even been out in AoE 4, but I don't know if it's been years, but it feels like I've been hearing that for years from Core.
Yeah, maybe it's just because how many times you hear it, right? It feels like years, but Debuffed on the other side, which is BOB, and Gokowski going with Mongolians and the French. And, obviously, I feel like this is a civilization combination as far as team games go, where it feels like a tale as old as time. I mean, French and English too, obviously, they have their noticeable synergies that everybody that has a couple neurons to rub together could figure it out. But for the Mongolians and the Knights for French as well, I think there's some synergy in, again, just giving that Dark Age time that room to breathe.
Yeah, it really does allow French to kind of play their own game. We could see some potential Dark Age men at arms coming out from the English player. I don't think it's even necessary though. It's one where if Mongols tries a tower rush, they can't tower rush English. If they try to tower rush Delhi, Delhi just laughs and goes, "Okay, I don't need gold. I'm already aging up, and you can drop that tower, and we'll easily be able to break out during feudal age with 2 of us, with my Ghazi, a few Ghazi raiders and a scholar, and I'm not even going to lose a unit there." So it's one where that does still accomplish the goal, though. It allows French to go untouched. It allows French to get their knights out. Allows them to get on their feet and out and on the map. So it's kind of one where we could see a couple different ways this early game can play out on both sides. And it's not one where I would lean any sort of a tilt towards either way and being like, oh, well, Mongol French OP combo, impossible to stop type of thing.
Yeah, it's interesting because with the Delhi in English, because I'm thinking about what composition you want to go for. Obviously with the French and the Mongols, it's not really that difficult, right? French is going to make knights, Mongolians are going to make the things that complement knights. But for the Delhi and the English, what kind of composition are you expecting? Obviously longbows, but for Delhi, what do they necessarily want to go?
Gazis.
I mean,
Gazis.
the Gazis are
Gazis.
the Gazis are good. The Ghazi Raiders are good. And Raider, I hardly know her, but with all of them together, they're not going to be able to do well against those French Royal Knights, because unless they make, 2 to 3 times as many knights that are on the map.
Well, here's the thing. You're never taking the head-on engagements unless you're taking the winning fights, which if you are, then you probably got your spears, you probably got your longbows there from English as well, or you've started to make your own spears and your own archers. But what your Gazis are great at doing, utilizing their mobility, chasing down the low health knights that haven't gotten chivalry online yet, and being able to kill those before they get healed back up. And then more importantly, running around between the bases, making sure French isn't able to sit on the boar, isn't able to sit on deer packs out and about. And I've seen BC do this so many times in ones. All of a sudden, he'll have 9 Ghazi Raiders hit your wood line while you're trying to step up with the slower infantry army, and you lose 5-6 vills, and then you're not coming back from that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that you're exactly right. The mobility of those Ghazi Raiders, it puts your head in a spiral, trying to make sure your villagers are safe as much as possible. And those knights are just going to continuously gallop to the ends of the earth to try to catch them. But we will be thinking and theory crafting no longer. We have core in the color purple as the Delhi. It looks like his English teammate is going to be Beastie Cutie, which is a couple of letters that I don't necessarily know, but I promise it is him. On the other side, Dabston, who we got?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I was reading some planning discords during that, but on the other side, we have Beastie. Or did you introduce Beastie in core? Jeez,
yeah, I did the Beastie part.
This was me being distracted and reading Goatkowski in the color blue and BLB in the color teal. I had just a little bit of a brain fart. I was a little bit distracted, making sure everything was all set up and good to go. But it doesn't matter about the introductions. We're getting into gameplay here. BLB is not dropping early spears. 100% I was wrong. The early spears, they wouldn't do anything, and BLB knew that. He's played this before. He knows. He says, I'm gonna go with my own mobility. I'm gonna go with my own horsemen now.
Yeah, and hold on, we're getting okay, well, now we know. I'm still calling him Beastie Cutie. So the Gokowski and BLB also for that Mongol side, getting that early stable. Does that mean in particular that it gives you an ability to go towards the English side, or are you still going Delhi?
It might not even be horsemen in general. Sometimes you'll see this early stable just because it's easier to do off the bat. You're chopping that straggler already, and this is just going to mean a quicker Keshik play. You already have the stables out and ready to go from there. So it's kind of, we'll see if the horsemen go, but you are able to hit English's side. What you will see though is I'm sure Beastie would just pull those 3 villagers back a little bit into TC range, shoot their short bows, get a little bit of damage, and then walk right back. So all you'd be able to do is cause idle time while slowly taking damage for English.
Yeah, and it's more, so you're saying more so of a nuisance kind of than anything else. And I can kind of agree with that. For the Mongols, I do understand, if they wanted to go for something like a stable like this in Dark Age, maybe they transition to Keshiks in Feudal Age because they have that stable anyway, but you have a teammate that's going to be making an excessive amount of knights, obviously, as the French. And taking a look at what English is doing, what Beastie's doing over there on the eastern side of the map, as Core is going with Tower of Victory. We're going to see Council Hall from Beastie, so not that Abbey of Kings, but I'm still seeing a mining camp on that stone outcropping. So I
But
think
look at
for
what
the
he just
English,
did.
let me take a look. Let's see. Oh my God. Look at how cute. Look at those walls right there, making sure that that stone mine ends up coming safe. But I mean, it's looking like second TC category here.
Yeah, and that's enough villagers where Beastie can just, again, shoot the short bows. The walls don't allow the horsemen in. The horsemen of BLB only can go towards Core in the deli, and Core in the deli, a little bit of slow reaction here, takes a little bit of damage, but still going back to the gold. He needs 130 for the extra scholar, and he's at 120, just a few gold off, and he cancels the mining camp, and he has enough.
You know, if you're playing against the Mongols and you're a lower elo player and you want to know how to play against the Mongols a little bit better, do things like this. Do things like delete your mining camp so they don't get the raid bounty. Make sure, as Core did, he got that 131 almost exactly to make sure he could pop another scholar out. By the time the Mongols and BLB gets to the side of Beastie, he already has his 350 stone, 360 to be exact, in order to get that second town center. And even if he didn't, he had those cute little walls to make sure that he was going to be able to do it. BLB on the other side, even though he delayed himself technically, doing things like the stable, doing things like the early horseman, the damage that he was able to do was definitely not enough to stop any kind of, or create any kind of delay in either the Delhi Sultanate or the English.
Nope, just caused, you know, the most minuscule amount of idle time. But what it has done is, you know, a lot of times if you are the English player, you can have a very, very clean second TC timing where you're already dropping it right now. Beastie isn't doing that yet. He's still onto the woods. He's dropped a little short wall over there. And now it's going to be, where is that second TC going to be? You know, are we going to see Beastie even drop a barracks to potentially get some spears out to try to drop it on the south? Or, you know, as Cal's highlighting, is he going to just try to drop it near his gold mine? But if he's dropping it where we just saw that highlight go, that is in range of where those horsemen could potentially do some damage.
Yeah, and I think that's really important for the English player too, when you do get that second town center, where the hell are you going to put it? So making sure that with that second town center, he's going to be able to get a swift and smooth castle age while doing things like, you know, he could do things like put it on a wood line to make sure that he gets a lot of longbowmen if he's going to TC, and maybe some feudal aggression. And with the Council Hall, you probably have an ability to do that. Now these Delhi villagers, no textiles. That Royal Knight gets a charge. We didn't count the 3 yet. That's a 2-tap. That's 1 villager down for Core.
Yeah, and not only that, there were some of those villagers out there already at the low health from the previous little horseman raid, so he was being dangerous with his villagers already. Goatkowski making him pay, and I'm surprised to see this many knights out from Goatkowski and not this many TCs.
Yeah, for Goatkowski, I mean, or Boomkowski, if you'd like to call it, just because of how many TCs he's able to make. But take a look for Core, how many Gazis he's actually making, as we're seeing them storm up the countryside right through that deer pack that's right there. I mean, he's got 4 Gazis up against 2 knights, now 3. He knows which fights to take, which fights to charge. He knows what fights to back up from, because he knows he's going to lose. So this is an experienced Delhi player that we're watching here.
Oh, and I actually love this positioning of the TC by Beastie. It just allows him to have a very, very safe set of farms in between both of these. And English's most important resource is wood early on, or kind of wood throughout the game. And so this is where both wood lines very, very protected from the TCs. He can have villagers tucked up next to each of those on each wood lines and be good for a long period of time now.
And this is one of the really frustrating things when you're playing as, or against, the English, I should say, because their town center, they do get up rather quickly, right? It's in a safe spot because it's near that home town center, right? So that town center having that MG42 machine gun on top of it, firing double the arrows, it makes you, when you're trying to raid, even if you're raiding with things like knights, it can go down in the blink of an eye. We see some of these military buildings and these army compositions start to materialize. We can see Goatkowski with a couple, or BLB, excuse me, with a couple of archery ranges. Core going to be adding a barracks as well, just because before that barracks,
Core's
just having a couple
woodline.
spearmen is going to be good.
I think Core's woodline might have just had a little raid hit it.
Uh-oh.
Not sure how much damage got done. Looks like Scout ended up falling, or maybe that was a Knight as well. Looks like at least 2 villagers down. I honestly can't tell what that is still.
I think it's a blue Scout. Yeah,
Okay.
that blue Scout ended up going down. I'm not sure how many villagers did, but textiles might be a good idea for Core. Getting a change of clothes over his Delhi villagers might be able to help him at that plus 25. It looks like BLB trying to get a raid, kind of with stuff like Keshiks. You know, trying to use Keshiks because he had the stable. The 2x Keshiks is going to make the best use of your stone as possible. And this is just creating a lot of idle time for BC. He's not necessarily going to get a lot of villager kills, but getting that idle time, making sure he doesn't go to Castle Age as quickly as possible is really good.
Yeah, I mean, the key here is just the delay. Did see a Keshik go down, but you saw how well that like BC's positioning was. It was right in where I was talking about the short bows earlier. That was right where he positioned those longbows. It was like you can't step in and kill the longbows or you're taking TC fire, but you can't step in and deny the villagers or else they end up falling. Core trying to get some raids done with these Ghazi Raiders. A few archers step up to push them away or attempt to push them away, but you said marshmallows last game were tickling them, and these Ghazi Raiders look like they're getting tickled right now.
Yeah, because I mean, they have 2 ranged armor to start, you know, and with the Delhi getting those free technologies, they're going to be getting Iron Undermesh, so it's going to be 2+1, and I'm not sure if those archers have Steeled Arrow for BLB, so the only thing that's really going to pack a punch for them are things like the Knights from Gokowski. Those archers might not be able to do too much. You can see that trying to raid this English base, we have a lot of longbows that are doing impressively amounts of damage to that Keshik. Got to remember, those Keshiks, they don't have maybe as much armor as a Knight does, even though it's a heavy melee unit. So those longbowmen with the +1 damage really could get at you. And this is where the part where the English becomes frustrating, because you're trying to do raids, trying to stop gold mines, trying to kill villagers, but it ends up being a lesson in futility.
Yeah, and BC just doing such a good job. Scouted BLB's villager right when it moved out to those markets. He let his teammate know. And what Core do? He sent his Ghazis over there, denied the villager while he was building up those markets. But BC Scout does fall. Information, very, very important. Maybe not so much for English, but it is definitely important in the bigger scheme of team games. And BLB now can move back out, complete a couple more of those markets. Building 1 market and building 3 is a lot different, and you need to react to that information differently.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you have those 3 markets, obviously BLB is going to be putting the majority of his gold supply as that villager ends up getting vacated, but a majority of his wood and gold supply goes over there. But now we see a fight with the Core going up against both players, both Gokowski and BLB. He has a lot of spearmen here that's going to be able to deal with these Knights, and I don't think these Knights, they do get a pretty decent charge, but that's pretty much it. Ghazi Raiders, there's enough of them to try to clean up these archers, trying to get these archers and back up. This is rather aggressive. This is rather impressive, I should say, for Core, being able to basically 2v1 BLB and Gokowski. Wow, Beastie, he's just hanging out. He's trying to boom. He's going to get some longbowmen that are going to be able to come out. Gokowski trying to get that raid on the western wood line over and over again. But it feels like for how many villagers he has, it hasn't been enough. And I would have rathered those Knights be in the front line. They could have been able to help a little bit.
I mean, I will say, I'm not sure how many villagers have gone down in a hole, but there are a ton of villagers still low health. Core has had a ton of idle time that has been caused his way, and Gokowski still has a pretty big mass, but BC's coming to help with his longbows, and the longbow mass has climbed significantly at the point now where maybe starting to, 3-shot the Knights. I'm not sure if ranged damage is in, ranged armor is in.
And I think, I mean, obviously they're going to make quick work of those archers. They don't have Iron Undermesh. Neither do those Royal Knights have Iron Undermesh either. So you can see how quickly they go down with how many longbowmen. And these are not longbowmen that have network of castles. These are your normal run-of-the-mill longbowmen. And look at the range on those things. Oh my God, those bows have got to be taller than the archers that are manning them, because your ability to fire that far and that range just makes every battle such a struggle for your opponent.
Yeah, BC doing a great job help protecting Core's food eco that was really starting to hurt a little bit. Gokowski, though, he sees where the mass is and he says, all right, that's very, very slow. Let me just try to run past those. Let me try to get some damage in the base now. And is that berries that Core's on here in the south?
Uh-oh. But
BC should be letting his teammate know. Oh, there's no scout here for Gokowski. He doesn't see the giant massive villagers run on by, and now he's going to be too late, as BC should continue to be headed that way.
Ooh, that got a little too close for comfort, didn't it? Those longbowmen with that range are going to be able to help. I mean, Gokowski does have chivalry. You can see the little green pluses on those knights. So while they're running around, they're going to be healing a little bit. But, you know, you lose one knight here trying to raid. You end up not getting villagers. You lose another knight on the wood line and all that kind of stuff. And this is one of the things for French, just because they're such a snowbally civ. Wouldn't you rather just like, there's so many battles where it probably the later this game ending battle, whatever it is, Gokowski's gonna feel like, man, I wish I had those 3 or 4 knights that didn't get sniped down.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely starts adding up at this point in the game, though. Able to make a ton of knights, and looks like he was able to snipe down, what is that, 4 villagers on the deer right there from Core. Core is definitely hurting here, as he does not, remember, he's on Delhi. He doesn't have a second TC. He doesn't have any sacred sites. He is just playing the run-of-the-mill, just civilization that can get free eco upgrades, can get free blacksmith upgrades. That's probably already come to fruition or pretty close to it. He is very far behind.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of exploiting the weakness of the Delhi. All the Delhi players that are watching this are going to be like, oh, I feel Core's pain right now, because if doing a farm transition as Delhi, you really don't want to do that. Right, because it takes a little bit of wood to do things. One of Beastie's villagers goes down, can't get that outpost up. But a lot of the times for Delhi, they don't have a really smooth and quick way in order to do it. So they have to go get those outside food resources. They got to go get those berry pets. They got to go get those deer pack. And it just leaves such a raidable area. And especially for someone like Gokowski that has one of the most mobile pound for pound units, it makes all the difference in the world.
Can we switch to Core's view and see how many villagers he has?
Yikes. Okay.
36 at the 15-minute mark. BC is on 74. So BC is more than double Core's economy right now. So BC will be the one to carry this game. And it doesn't really surprise me. That is a longbow mass that is out of position, to say the least. Doesn't have the rest of his longbow buddies with him, but they aren't too far away. So if you do get picked on off, those knights just need to run on by. And the key here is, we want to see that longbow mass stay in the base of Beastie, and if Beastie's able to start pushing out to the map with longbow masses with that group, that's where Gokowski and BLB have to take the fight, and that's not a fight that they can take right now, not without mangonels at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you said longbow buddies. It looks more like a longbow legion, don't you think? Just because, I mean, there's got to be 40 or 50 there, and you're exactly right. You get to that critical mass, there's the only thing that Siege is going to be able to deal with and to help you out with. None of these players, it looks like Gokowski does have a decent amount of food, so he could go up to Castle Age if he chooses to, but Gokowski is the one that's putting on the pressure, right? Gokowski is the one with these knights getting raids all over the place, over and over again. So him stopping to make knights means not only for him, but his opponent is dead, and his teammate, I should say, is dead in the water, because BLB is just trying to keep up too. It looks like Beastie going to be going up to Castle. It's going to be the first one to do so, just because he was able to get that second TC payoff. And that looks like he initially went for a King's Palace. Now I think it's a White Tower.
Yeah, either way, I am scared for Gokowski and BLB, as that longbow mass, it did not stay on the side like I was saying that they wanted it to. It is just walking across. You can see they don't care about TC fire. Age Up is coming through. It is being rushed down. There's a few knights here. They might just play, hey, I'm going to sacrifice my life to distract you a little bit, because this needs to finish. Gokowski needs royal bloodlines. He doesn't have... Oh, does he have the gold to do it?
He doesn't.
No,
he needs 490. He needs 490 dabs in it right now. He's sitting on 318, and this is one of those things that's kind of like Final Destination, where you're seeing the train come at you and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You're tied to the rope, and that's exactly what happened. That Royal Institute trade for BLB ending up getting absolutely disintegrated. That Royal Institute, you see, it's not building anything. It's not doing anything in terms of technology. It's just a fancy ass building. You paid 1,800 resources. Oh no!
What are you doing? No!
Target practice.
Oh my gosh. And Beastie's just probably laughing there. I'd like to see a little clip from his stream and go, oh, you shouldn't have done that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was devastating to watch. A lot of those French villagers end up going down. He's going to be able to build these rams in peace. We have a triad of rams going to be able to take down that Royal Institute. It looks like Veteran Royal Knights are trying to come back here, and they're trying to help, but look what BC does. palings, Dabston. Palings as far as the eye can see, so no knights can even get there in the first place.
Look at BLB's archer mass. He's actually been able to climb this number up pretty decently. If Goatkowski brings his whole knight mass back, they could potentially hold this. That is a could potentially hold this, as that longbow mass is not something to be reckoned with. You have to take the fight all at once. Goatkowski, where are you? Knights, hello, go. Either need to go or don't at this point. You can't take this fight at different levels. And here it comes. The knights are diving on in. Those are veteran royal knights. They are not easy to be taken down, even with longbows. And every time the longbows step to clear out the knights, yeah, they do damage to them, but they still take a good bit of damage here. So still a pretty decent cleanup. And I believe Goatkowski and BLB will be able to hold and clean up this mass.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of typical for English longbowmen. You get them in behind a base, you get them, you know, basically in harm's way. It's very difficult to get yourself out of them. I mean, it's very good that those knights came at the time that they did. Core trying to get a raid on some of those wood lines. But the number one thing that I think is going to be a big difference here is reproducibility, right? I mean, it's going to be difficult for Goatkowski to make up a lot of the knights that he lost. It's going to be difficult for BLB to make up that archer mass that he ended up losing, especially because a lot of these traders that end up going down. But Beastie, his economy is essentially untouched. He has all the wood. He's going to be able to get something like a farm transition. He's got 100 economic units right now, whether they be villagers or otherwise. That white tower is going to make sure he doesn't end up doing it. Going to be doing a farm transition, maybe that's getting up to Imperial Age. That's, yeah, I mean, like how much wood that, or how much food that is per minute, just because of English farms. He's going to be making longbowmen whatever he wants for days.
Yeah, and even still, with Core having his eco hurt so bad, he's been able to get back to those pocket resources. He's back on the deer. He's back on the berries. So his food eco's sitting pretty. He's able to get back to that military production, which is all they need to do, because they're ending this game. Just rely on the back of BC, who is just boomed up and has that longbow mass that is untouchable.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Core did take a decent brunt of damage. You know, we saw a lot of villagers end up going down. Goatkowski did a really good job of raiding around that area, but now that it gave Beastie time to do these things, you saw maybe 35 to 40 longbowmen in the back of Goatkowski's base end up going down. If you highlight that longbowman mass, I bet you're going to be somewhere around 35, 40. He made that mass up 50 even. He made that mass up essentially in the blink of an eye. Council Hall going to be able to help him out. And because those veteran longbows, they do pack a considerable punch, whether against light units like archers or even against those royal knights. For how many you're able to do, you have some Gazis, you have some spearmen to try to soften the blow, even though they are a feudal age variety. Goatkowski's knights, before I even finish the sentence, they're gone.
Yeah, very, very easy cleanup. There's still Rams here tearing apart the base of Goatkowski, and this is just the name of the game in your French. It's just like, you know, at some point in the game, you're gonna have a just mass at your base, and you're gonna be relying on your teammate for help. The problem here is his teammate wasn't 2 TCs from, you know, 5.5 minutes on. He was trying to get some trade set up that never really got online, so doesn't really have the same economic boost that Beastie has had this whole time. And just, again, Beastie's at the point where he's untouchable. This is his game now, and this is right in his wheelhouse. When he has over 100 economic units, that's what he's used to. That's what he loves.
Yeah, and I mean, Beastie's probably at the time, and you see the population of Goatkowski hovering at about 67, unable to produce any more villagers just because that town center went down. BLB sitting at 119. It does have a decent amount of economic units, but again, that's trade, and that's trade that's largely compromised. If you look at Beastie's economic units, or just supply in general, he's got to be close to pop capped in my stance of it. Let's take a look. He is pop capped completely. He's got 42 villagers on food. Oh, why not?
And Imperial Age, I think he dropped Berkshire dead center of the map. During this time, Core has been able to snag all 3 sacred sites, so his eco will start being propped up a little bit. He's starting to be helped out a little bit here now. And relics, there's a lot to be claimed here on the map. Easy to be secured, but don't even think that it's going to matter, as Goatkowski, he doesn't really have a base anymore. And now all of the places that he's expanding to go to is towards BLB, which means BLB will start to get hurt now, and not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just a matter of time, right? I mean, these traders are doing the best they can for BLB to try to give him a gold cap. He's probably going to be trying to get the veteran archer upgrade as he just hit castle. He does have the Kurotai that might help you out, but the one thing about the Kurotai is it does unpack quite successfully. I didn't think it was going to have the ability to.
Did not think that.
If it did, or had the, or was still packed, when you're packed Mongolian buildings, you don't have any ranged armor, so Longbowman can actually take it out pretty quick.
I always laugh when I was playing English, and you'll be like attacking a barracks, you got spears and longbows, and they pack it up, and you're like, oh well, now it's just dead. It's just all right, easy. Couple volleys from your longbows, and building goes down while it's all packed on up. And here goes the all-in of BOB's base, as there are so many longbows there that even if there were multiple keeps here, I wouldn't even be worried if I were Beastie, as Beastie going to be able to easily just kite back. I think he's one-shot. Yeah, he is one-shotting those veteran Royal Knights with that mass he has. Actually, he's one-shotting multiple veteran Royal Knights with the mass he has.
The arrow volley. Oh my God. Craigasms in the chat for that arrow volley. Sorry, I hate to cut you off, but that's a technology that we just don't see anymore. And those longbowmen were pulled out arrows. Each one of them were pulling their best Legolas impression. And before that, after that happened, I should say, that's a 1-0 lead for Core and Beastie Cutie. Man, I mean, this is it. Core just took a brunt of it, Dabs. Beastie was able to get a 2 TC and able to just kind of boom up behind it. And if you give English that amount of time, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do after that. That longbow mass. I said it when it started to build up. I was like, you want this to stay in BC's base, because if it heads towards your base, there's nothing you can do. You got to have a mangonel. Neither of them were close to castle age, and not only one mangonel at that point. You probably need 2 or 3, especially with the micro that Beastie has.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that Royal Institute ended up getting actually built, and if Royal Bloodlines was actually able to get researched, but you saw those longbowmen, and just because they were of the elite variety, and having the third, I think it was, he had the third range damage upgrade. So if I remember correctly, elite longbowmen, I think they do 10 or 11 base damage, and you add that +3. I don't think they had incendiary arrows for that either, but still, I mean, where you have crossbowmen that shoot as quickly as they do, with arrow volley or otherwise, at anywhere between 13 to 14 damage a pop, there's not enough. You would need a tower elephant to brunt that.
Not multiple tower elephants probably at that, but solid first game still. It wasn't like one of those where Beastie made it look easy, but I promise you, if you were in Core's position, he was sitting there, complaining, saying he needs help, not feeling like it was an easy game by any means, because he did take the brunt of the aggression. He did take a lot of some hits here and there. There was some damage done, but all for naught, as Beastie was able to just snowball it heavily after he got up to castle, after he defended that initial push.
Yeah, and I mean, that was kind of the quick turnaround, right? I mean, you were able to get, Core was able to be the punching bag, be the lightning rod, absorb some villager hits, and he had that one fight that I think Cal did a really good job of capturing, that he had a decent amount of spearmen and he had some Ghazi raiders, and he was able to fight back BLB's ranged mass and Gotkowski's knights at the same time. And that little bit of life, if he lost that fight, it would have been like, Beastie, I need help. I'm pretty screwed, but he was able to do that so well, and able to get that 1-0, get his feet out from under him. But I think I'm smelling something, and it smells like a meme. I think
you say this is a meme. I've seen this practice multiple times together. I saw Wham and Puppy practices. I think I saw Core and BC practice this multiple times. So they practice this. This is not necessarily a meme. I'm still not for sure if it's good or not, but the other side is definitely not a meme. As French English, before the new civs came out, that was the composition that was like this is impossible. New civs. The new civs and the previous new civs before that, and the original civs, they were the original composition that was the OP impossible to stop composition.
Yeah, the opponents of the 100 Years' War joining forces for how well they're able to do that in feudal age. Obviously, the French player getting knights, the English player getting longbows. You have the best cavalry units in feudal age, coinciding with the best archers in feudal age. A lot of people think that maybe Zugnu are a little bit better, but I still would pick the longbowmen regardless. So you have the best of the best coming together. Now, I guess for theory crafting purposes, Dabston, while we're waiting for this match to load up, you have Order of the Dragon and HRE. I'm assuming Order of the Dragon makes archers, correct? Just because of their ability to make archers. And then HRE would make, uh, I don't know, some other stuff. Help me.
I,
If you don't know
think,
either, that's fine. But
I don't really know for sure. I mean, I think it's still HRE is. I mean, so marching drills allows HRE to do a lot of cool things with their infantry. I think one of the two HREs, Order of the Dragon or HREs, going castle. Like you're trying to get castle quicker, and the other one's kind of just helping you from there. And I really find that it's one that I would assume that to be the HRE player. Even still with the marching drills, I think HRE player is the one to go castle, but I have no earthly idea when it comes to that composition.
yeah, and I think there are meme builds you can pull off, even though it might not necessarily be a meme. I'm seeing Herdable Sheep in chat. Quick shout out to him and going for double Burgrave. That could be that could be quite something if we saw that happen. Because you got to remember, I mean, for these apparent civs and their variants that come afterward, or the dragon being the variant, landmarks are, for all intents and purposes, for this civilization, landmarks are the same. You know, so if you want to go double Aachen, you know, you want to go double Burgrave into double Swabia, fucking go for it. No one's going to stop you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this is just the typical Order of the Dragon does their Dark Age Spear, HRE goes Fast Castle, and then Order of the Dragon can follow up from there. But enough of that. I think I heard some of the sheep sound. I think I hear game volume. I think we are getting on into this, even though the timer still has a few seconds.
Yeah, I'm hearing this. I heard some of the sheep ring ding ding and the bah of the game. So we are gonna get. That was pretty good, actually.
That was way better than I was expecting. All right,
and we are gonna start game number 2. Core playing in the color orange as the HRE. His teammate BCQD in the color yellow, playing as Order of the Dragon. Dabston, who are they playing against? Down 1-0.
Down 1-0 is Goatkowski in the color blue, playing again as the French, and his teammate BLB playing as the English in the color teal. And let's see what these early games have in store for us. Let's see what kind of meme builds or potentially meta builds we're going to see from this one.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at this map, if I'm looking at it correctly, the map is prairie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The composition that Core and BC have with HRE and Order of the Dragon, I really like HRE and Order subsequently on Prairie, just because you have that big gold mine right next to you, the big stone outcropping that can help you with things like emplacements and the like, and you know, you have the ability to get a decent amount of sheep. If I remember correctly, there's 7 or 8 that pop up on your hill alone. And Prairie does have a decent amount of sheep around the middle.
What a steal!
Oh my god, he's gonna get all 3 of them.
Oh, Core's tilted.
Oh, Core is if you could hear, I could hear it all the way from Germany. Core is losing his goddamn mind with 3 of those sheep going by the way of BLB, and he's English. He doesn't even need them. He doesn't even need them. But again, just because of the amount of sheep that are on the map for HRE and Order of the Dragon, it means you can sit into your base and still have a stable food income, especially if you're the HRE, because it can continue to be inspired.
Yeah. Fortunately, though, Core, this is one of those maps that double scout opening. Basically, all these players go for double scout openings. I would assume maybe not Beastie, as I don't know if I see a second yellow scout on the map. It is just single, which makes me think he is going Castle Age, doesn't want to sacrifice that villager production. And it doesn't even matter that he did not sacrifice that villager production with the extra scout, as his initial one. Oh my gosh, it's okay. It's a mine work. Okay. It's actually not that surprising. You know, it could just be a Burgrave play from Beastie and then allow Core to follow it up with the Regnants.
And honestly, like, I still like the mine work from Order of the Dragon. I think for people, Aachen did get a buff, but I've heard some rumblings that Aachen might still be a little lackluster, especially if you're going for more of a fast-paced, militaristic boom, as BLB is going to be going with Council Hall of School Cavalry as per usual. I think it's circa 2021 all over again, looking at these civilizations. But with the mind work, getting the ability to have those unique technologies from Order of the Dragon, especially, you're getting things like Golden Cuirass, which is going to be really good on your men at arms. You can get things like Zornhal in Castle Age, and it makes those land snakes get a little bit of bleeding damage, right? So these are really good technologies for you that when you have your economy situated and you have a decent amount of units that can benefit from it, look out.
Yeah, and scout from BC, single scout from BC almost goes down there from the town center fire. Instead, just causes a little bit of idle time. So he'll say it's all planned, as every player would. As whenever you're causing some town center idle time, you won't complain about it. But BLB and Goatkowski's game plan is for sure going to be all inning. The scary part here is when Castle Age hits. Once this big mass of men at arms starts to pop on out, if you don't have the night mass to get your good charges into that, the longbows are going to be throwing marshmallows, like we keep saying in games.
Yeah, and the kind of things too, even though those longbowmen have a little bit of extra, that +1 damage, they don't start at 5 base damage, they start at 6. You're still going to be dealing with some of these archers that, if they do use Order of the Dragon archers, it's like, they have a third arm of fire and all that stuff, just because of how quickly you're able to do that. And you can really disintegrate longbowmen because those gilded archers have a good baseline of health. But taking a look at Core's base, playing as the HRE, he does have a lot of inspiration. This is a very good chapel spot, just where that big gold mine is, where the sheep are, and for how many sheep he has. He's going to be adding an outpost as well. So this could be a particular situation where if he does go mine work, maybe he gets a little bit of aggressive, lets Core get to fast castle, grab some of the relics.
I mean, maybe both Core and BC are both just saying, hey, you can't make both of us not go fast castle, so one of us is going to get there. And it almost looks like both of them are going for that, as both players having very, very similar builds, double outposts on the gold. That's a lot of investment if you're staying feudal age. Like, why aren't you making production buildings, So that is what's making me think. And double air slits upgrade. They're just double castle age in here.
And this is, this is so risky, because I'm not seeing any military production buildings out of essentially any of them. As Gokowski trying to get a raid on that HRE bit gold mine, not quite getting there in time at about 5 minutes 40. He does have that second tower up there. But still, we could look at the difference in macro of both players, right? BC has Order the Dragon. He already has that about 650 food. He's about halfway to Castle Age. Core is going to be getting there very quickly just because of his ability to inspire a lot of those villagers. But, Gokowski and BLB, now that this is happening and their macro, obviously they're going to be making a lot of longbows, a lot of knights. They are on a timer. They need to stop this as soon as humanly possible, because if both of these players get to Castle Age, both of these players get some of those pretty heavily armored units or Castle Age veteran units, they're toast.
Yeah, and that's one where, looking at the relics, you got some back relics behind their bases. 3 easily securable by Core and Beastie. We have seen one Vil go down from Core, and just with the double outposts and arrow slits, it's so much damage if you want to step up and try to get any damage. Gotkowski accidentally looking at one of his night rallies, takes half his health on his night right then and there.
Yeah, and you can see just because of, having 2 outposts, it gives your ability to do that. Looking at where Core positioned his outposts, making sure that those longbowmen don't get too many hits. You're able to back up just a little bit, and then he's able to re-garrison back up. But you haven't done anything besides maybe one small night raid against the gilded villagers of Order of the Dragon that are producing at 28% increased production speed compared to the normal villagers. So Beastie's already hit the button. He's already there. The gilded villagers build quicker than normal villagers. Now we see, okay, there's a little bit of a cross now. Core going with the Burgrave just because the Burgrave can produce as well. And then Beastie is going to be able to snag up those relics later.
Not too surprised by this game plan. Allow BC to lean into his strength even further. He's the eco player. He's that macro player. Knows all the ins and outs of that. Let him get the relics. Let him get that extra gold income and use it to its full effect. And then let Core, you know, get off his feet, defend up this initial push, and hope to defend up this initial push as Burgrave is on its way. Knights are circling, could delay up this castle age just a bit, and BLB is building rams during this, so a really important time to cause any delay. There's a scout here. Gokowski can see it all.
Yeah, and I think this is a potential area that you're going to be able to use, that those woodline villagers end up getting vacated. And this is one of the really important things when you're getting Burgrave and we're seeing BLB's longbowmen and, you know, Ram trying to take down that outpost, is you need to make sure you have enough food to continuously produce out of the Burgrave. And it looks like, I don't think he's going to. No, that thing's down. He spent the money on arrow slits for it, I believe, but still didn't really use it. Now with that Burgrave and Palace, you need to make sure you have enough food. He does have the sheep here, which is great. He's going to be able to garrison and to make sure they're a little bit safe. Afterward, you have berries. I'm not really sure, just in terms of the gather rate, if you're going to be able to produce enough out of that Burgrave.
I mean, Ram, that emergency repair used on the second outpost. The Gilded Knight is out for BC, though. Will easily push off a few of these French Knights, as the Gilded Knight, that is correct. It is 400 health. That is not, the overlay is correct on that one. It is a tanky beast.
Yeah, that thing is a fucking panzer coming at you at 400 health. And for its attack, you saw its attack. That was not a typo either. At over 30 melee damage per swing, those normal knights, you're gonna need to mass a significant amount of them to do any kind of damage. And on those giant black horses that they have, the Tonka trucks that those horses are actually engaged with. Now when you're looking at some of the mobility, maybe you can get a charge on some of those royal knights, catch them off guard. But now we're at a time where we probably have 3 or 4 minutes before things start to get out of control for Gokowski and BLB. This is damage that with this one ram, with these knights, with these longbowmen, this is your time to strike. It's put up or shut up now.
And I really feel like they could have used another ram during this. Just able to do a lot more damage, able to actually get through some of the base decor. Maybe, you know, you start getting him pop cap because of taking down his houses, things like that. But now archers, longbows are diving through the town center. There's 2 Gilded Knights on the backside, and Gokowski says, I don't care about your knights. I am going for Core's villagers. Core with a very quick wall up, able to protect up those villagers, and longbows were a massive sacrifice here, trying to just get as much villager kills as possible before they all fall, and are able to get a few more, but looks like Core still gets out relatively unscathed.
Like, I know that I know that you just narrated that a little nonchalantly, but that was fucking unreal. Quick walls, like, I know that's a big AoE 2 thing, I get it, but quick walls in AoE 4, you don't see it that often. It's very difficult to pull off just because of the whole, you know, ability to actually make walls in the first place. Sometimes you need a little bit more, you need to be at the right angle, you need to blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. The fact that Core was able to protect those villagers, again, this was the time for Gokowski and BLB to do damage. This was put up or shut up time. Core, by doing those quick walls, he made those players shut the fuck up.
Oh, we see some spears defending up against those Gilded Knights. That's the exact thing BC does not want to see, as the counter units are actually still very effective against the Order of the Dragon. Knights diving the base. We are seeing a few of those Order of the Dragon villagers go down. Relic gets pulled out. Prelate gets taken down. A Gilded Knight, it still didn't fall. I thought it was going to, and BC just doing a great job microing this still, but it is taking some damage as well. So Gokowski and BLB keeping up this feudal age pressure.
Yeah, they're able to do it, but like at what cost? You know, there's a lot of spearmen that went down. There's a lot of royal knights that ended up going down. And the great thing about those Gilded Knights, for how much health they have, as long as they don't die, you have a prelate to heal them back up and you get a free knight. How much resources that is to make sure a knight doesn't die, because you got to remember, everything is about double the cost when you're Order of the Dragon. So having the ability to heal is absolutely insane. Now Core still using that Burgrave, trying to get some men-at-arms. I don't see heavy maces out of Core. quite yet. Getting those heavy maces might be able to help him out against those Royal Knights that are still in feudal age, but they can still pack a decent punch in that particular regard. We'll be able to clean a decent amount of those up. But again, you've got to think about how many more men-at-arms are going to be coming. And also with how many men-at-arms are coming, how many Gilded Knights are going to be with them.
The thing. Oh no!
Oh,
no.
Jesus!
Oh Jesus!
Oh, the humanity!
Quit the game. Get out of here. BLB.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh,
Oh no! Oh my God! It's over. The whole thing is over. Gokowski, just get out of there.
Oh my gosh!
What a display! What an absolute display! That was a 2-0 for Core and Beastie. Gokowski and BLB will be making their way to the losers bracket. They are not out of the tournament yet, but do have the ability to get over to maybe make their way to the grand final. But it's going to take a couple more games. 2-0 for Beastie. We'll see them in the next series. But my God, what a fucking circus!
I mean, that game, it was one where like BLB and Gokowski were keeping up the pressure pretty well. I was about to say the big problem here is how many relics BC was getting. I think I saw 4 or 5 relics that he had already kind of was able to, 5 relics he was already able to secure. So the villager deficit doesn't tell the full story. But it was that's just a get out of my game Wololo. You hit that and it's an immediate FF. If I'm BLB, I would have gotten out even quicker than he did.
That's, I mean, that, well, I guess not having wheelbarrow, as Cal's telling us. I'm not. Can they hear you, Cal, when you talk? Okay.
Sometimes we never know, so that's where I always assume. There's sometimes when I've like the clown car music, I'm assuming he's like unmuting himself for, and they're hearing that. But you know, it's one that that was, if he had wheelbarrow, he would have gotten out of there. He would have been all safe and secure. I would have just deleted the villagers.
Yeah, I mean, this is that was just, it was devastating. It was devastating to watch. It really was. All of those villagers just getting converted and swapping out their blue for a nice shade of sun yellow as Order of the Dragon, and
I'm
HRE
turning into dragon villagers.
Taking that win. And Cal, why don't you just stick to the music, please, and get rid of the words. The we are gonna be I would hope, I don't know what the next game
we are
is
going to pass the schizophrenic multitaskers versus the FFA enjoyers.
I will ask for HousedHorse, because he's the main administrator for this one. Jigglypuff going to be his assistant administrator. Could we just take like
administrator?
Could we take like a 2-minute really quick? Because I just gotta pee. I'm not gonna do that on camera. So can we take like a 2-minute and then we'll come right back with the next series?
Yeah, let him set up the overlay. Let him get into the stuff and whatnot. I'll go P2 and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you all for being here, following. Don't go anywhere. Next series coming at you. 2 minutes. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
my god. See, we're a couple seconds. Oh my god. The pro we're literally running a circus here. Thank you all for being here and being through the intermission. Both me and Dabson's bladders are empty. And thank you guys so much for hanging out here after the demo raid that we had. This is the DEBILS 2v2 main event. We just watched some of the winners rounds. I know for Beastie's team, because he did win that game, if I remember correctly, and I do, he will be in the winners semifinals, and he will be playing again tomorrow. It
Winner in
looks
this
like
game.
yes, it's going to be the winner. Whoever wins this game, which are two
Well, series.
really high-powered teams, is going to end up playing Beastie and Core. And let's take a look at these. I mean, you have in abbreviation is schizo, but it's schizophrenic multitaskers, excuse me. Them and their tinfoil hats are comprised of Baltoon, Cracky, and Darius. Most likely Baltoon and Cracky will be the two playing. And the FFA enjoyers are some of my favorite people on Twitch. It is Avely, one of the best map makers that we know of. Lash, who is an absolutely fantastic, I'm ignoring you, an absolutely fantastic German streamer. And if you're not watching him, you probably should already. And Orc, who is their third one. And I think all three of them have a potential to play here. So these are high powered names. These are high powered players, especially in a 1v1 situation. I think we're in for a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely ones that if you're asking one of the admins, one of the hosts, he would say that the schizophrenic multitaskers are a little bit of the dark horse of the tournament. I will say Baltoon, Crackety. The thing about team games is we've talked about a lot. It's comfortability. It's playing together a lot, and Baltoon and Crackety have done that exact thing. And let's go ahead and jump on into it. Overlay might have been a little bit incorrect here. We have Baltoon playing in the color blue as the Roos, and in the south side, we have Crackety here playing as Zuji in the color teal. And what about on the other side, Tim?
We have Avely in the color red spawning opposite to Crackety, playing as the Roos as well. His teammate is going to be Orc, playing as the Abbasid Dynasty. So these are civilizations we have not seen yet. We've seen a decent amount of Roos, I think, in one of the last series, the first series, if I remember correctly. But now, not only do we have one Roos, but two on either side. And I honestly, from Crackety's perspective, I know that he's a very good Chinese player. He's very good at playing Chinese. Zushi is not very far off from the Chinese. What do you think about Zushi in this format, number one, and number two, just in the meta overall?
I mean, I will say comfortability is key when it's your Civ. If you know how to play him, you know how to play him. They are not China though. They are not the old Zushi that they used to be, with the meditation gardens being absolutely nuts. It's been nerfed multiple times over. But I still think, yeah, wow, that is a pretty solid meditation garden still. But I still think there's a place, especially when, you know, Crackety, he knows a lot about the ins and outs of Zushi. There's still a really, really strong ability for the IOs and you can have more IOs to pay off, have some really good gathering rates, some upgrades there. So they have like this different gameplay, this different style there. But I think a lot of this game is going to be dependent on the Roos versus Roos matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're seeing how the Roos and Roos matchup, the quote unquote mirror, I guess you could say, kind of plays out, because Cliffside's a very good map for Roos. There's a decent amount of wildlife here, not only with the deer packs, there's a lot of wolves that really help you out. There are some boar in this spawn, rather peculiar areas, as two boars, probably a lovely husband and wife, are spawning next to each other on the south side. But you know, you have enough bounty to go around for both these players. Avely's at about 210. I would imagine Baltoon might be somewhere near the same, just because for the Roos, you're able to take your opponent's deer pack and end up killing it. So Baltoon's at about 260. He does have tier 2, whereas Avely does not. But here we're going to see a little bit of, hopefully, a difference in where some of the Roos mirror ends up going to play, because we're going to see probably knights out of both sides, but it's about what they're complemented with. Now, for Crackety, Dabs, he's probably going to have Zugnu, obviously. He could be adding Crossbowman later and Castle Age. But Abbasid, man, they have some of the best archers in the game once you hit Castle Age, don't they?
Some of the best archers in the game, and Ghulams. And Ghulams are absolutely nuts when they just get masked up. against certain units. We're seeing this lovely, lovely bit of micro battle. Looks like Crackety was able to, I think he was able to take that one from Avely, but Avely still has 3 scouts out and about. Roman has been able to climb up to 305 bounty. Pretty sure Baltoon pretty close to that same level. Again, a lot of bounty, enough to go all around. Avely looks like scout diving some town center. Causing idle time though, all calculated. All calculated. You do this on purpose when you have multiple scouts. You're like, hey, you just baiting your opponent thinking they can, he might even do it here to Crackety, watch.
Yeah, that's what I do when I play the Roost. I just dive a scout into a town center, but usually it's just because I'm not as good. The Gremlins on both sides from Baltoon and Avely, just because they've got both of these players rather fortuitous spawns, as Cow's pointing over the Orc, seeing that he's going for Culture Wing to start. So we'll see what he ends up doing in Castle Age. But these golds are rather behind both players. And usually on Cliffside, this is rather peculiar, seeing this out of 2 players, even 3 players have back golds, which is nice. But Avely on the other side, what's nice is he does have that back gold mine, but he does have some 2 deer packs that are so safe for him. Avely's spawn is amazing.
Did Orc think he clicked a U-Bids? Because he's kind of playing like he's going for this fast castle build, it looks like. So maybe that's going to be his game plan. Let Roost do their night versus night thing, and he can just follow it up with a quick, safe Castle Age. Because double outpost, he is more than protected at this point in time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not only with, it's very difficult for both of these civs in order to raid, because you have Avely, who's got the Kremlin, and you're going to be able to secure the multitude of your resources. Orc on the other side with both of those outposts. If you're somebody like a Baltoon who might want to get a stable, might want to make knights, or your Crackety who is running Zugnu across the map. You can see Cow is showing that on the north part of your screen. He's doing a good job of getting aggressive. Where is he really going to go?
Not too many places, you know?
I mean, taking a look at Orc's base with those outposts is going to be rather difficult, as Scout's getting in a little harm's way from those Zugnu, but it looks like Crackety just trying to give a little bit of pressure, I mean, depending on how many Zugnu he ends up making, just 2 or 3 can end up doing some justice for you. You can see that Crackety is on Tang Dynasty, so his landmarks take a little bit less to construct, and that's why that Meditation Gardens went up as quickly as it did. But the great thing about Zhu Shi is you don't need to change dynasties to get those unique units. You can see Zugnu running across the map 4 minutes into the game, which when Zhu Shi came out was pretty damaging.
A good job by Baltoon, able to tank that raid for the Zoo. Oh my gosh, and this is a super quick ram coming down from Crackety. So able to just pump a few Zugnu out and then follow that up with the Knights of Baltoon and trying to punish this faster castle. And I say faster castle, Orc hasn't even clicked it yet. It still takes a bit of time. This isn't the sped up a U-Bids fast castle age where, it comes down quicker and it costs way, way, way less. Yeah, it costs a little less, but it doesn't come down that much quicker, I don't think.
And, this is just good game sense from Crackety, to be honest with you. I mean, Baltoon scouted this area, and Baltoon and Crackety have played a lot of team games together. It looks like Avely's Knight trying to get in a little charge on that ram, but looks like it might not get there on the south side. Baltoon, the choreography from these players, if we could just take a second to marvel at that, because Avely is trying to get in there, trying to take down some Zugnu so that wall doesn't get built, but Baltoon is just protecting his teammate like his life depends on it. This has been absolutely fantastic. I think one Zugnu ended up going down, that ram ends up getting built, and now that Baltoon scouted what was going on from Orc, he did hit that Castle Age button, but it's still, if you're the opposite dynasty, it's 1:45 seconds, whether you like it or not. So he's going to be ending up getting some of those resources, getting that food, getting that gold for whatever he wants to make. But still with that ram, you're able to pop in, you're able to pop out. How you doing? Keep it moving. Back in that Trojan horse. Going to be able to take out that wall, maybe those outposts too, because Baltoon's going to be able to bolster him up with these knights.
Yeah, and you can really tell that these players have practiced together, have played twos a lot, and I mean, the practice is showing it. Great time in here, great scouting, even though he's going to end up losing this scout. Should see that Avely's a little bit vulnerable on some deer, might be able to split off a knight or two and mess up some of that Roost food production. But first, outpost should fall as we speak. There's not a lot of, I mean, we got 359 gold in the bank still from Orc, but that's not a ton still to work with as far as Castle Age comes.
Yeah, and I guess it kind of depends on what you want to make in Castle Age. I would think if you're Orc in the Abbasid Dynasty, we talked about those archers and how good they are, but obviously Gulams are something you can make too, which that you take a little bit of gold, you know? So you got to be using those Gulams that you have and the Gulams that he hopefully will be making at this particular juncture to bolster up that gold mine. It looks like Avely getting that quick wall over on the western side. Let's see if he gets it.
Oh,
He got it.
he got it up in time, just in time. Villager's able to stay alive, but Crackety is still barreling down. He has a ton more chooks here. He's up to 28 chooks. When did that happen?
That's Zushi, baby. That's the power of Zushi. Look at what he's doing with his IO. One of them supervising the mill. He had one of them supervising the lumber mill, and one was supervising an archery range, which means you can pump out Zugnu so quickly. Tower's going down, and now Orc has got to scramble for gold. What's nice is he does have a second gold that's in the back, but Baltoon, because of his knights, when you're being an aggressive player, for your low elo player, you can learn from this. Wherever if you deny a resource, you got to be thinking, where are they going next? And that's exactly where Baltoon goes, right on to that gold mine. And it looks like those camel riders, however, will be trying to do something to say about it.
Yeah, and it might not seem like it's the best fight, but this is one where you still have so many numbers that Baltoon's still opting to take it, wants to get those camels taken out sooner than later, still denying the gold for as long as he possibly can. Chooks, though, a little bit out of position. The Knights aren't here to help it. Knights from Avely are here, and then not only that, Orc has reinforcements arriving. Looks like Crackney and Baltoon might be in a predicament they weren't quite ready for, as Crackney did not have all 28 chooks here. He only had about 16 in that ram.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, I mean, those camel riders do go down, but Baltoon has got to be fighting this quality with quantity, right? Because Orc chose not to go a Gulams. He's going with his own knights, and obviously Avely will be adding feudal age knights, but the knights that are going to be coming out from Orc, whenever they do, they're going to be better than the Roost Knights, even though it's just Castle Age Knights versus feudal age Knights. It doesn't matter, right? So you got to make sure that you are producing enough to not only combat the Knights of Avely, but combat the better Knights from Orc, and I think he's going to be battling uphill.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, though, how much idle time, how much... Look at Orc. Look at his villagers. He doesn't have any food. He doesn't have... actually, there's a little bit of sheep left, but he was literally just running around with 36 of his 36 villagers.
Yeah, those villagers didn't know whether to shit or go blind in that particular juncture. I mean, he's got this deer pack that's over here that's relatively safe. I think there's another berry pack that could be somewhat close, but again, it's between both players, right? So this could be something, if you're Baltoon and Crackety, one of the things that we talked about in this series pretty often is splitting up both of these players. So this is a very, very good raiding spot where you can get in the middle of both players to make sure you can section them off while also denying resources. I think this is a spot that Baltoon and Crackety have got to get to.
Yeah. And Avely's starting to run a little bit lower on those deer that he was initially on. Fortunately for him, there's that second pack right next to him, so he's just going to move out to there. Crackety floating a ton of wood. He is in Song Dynasty, and a lot of that, he's floating a ton of wood while still dropping, was that 3-4 production buildings as well? Holy, five barracks? He's about to just go mass spears.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? You know, we're seeing what Avely and Orc's army composition is. Everything's on a horse. You know, you might as well add some spearmen. And that's really going to help you out. It's also going to be a little bit cheaper. It might be better for your macro in order to do that. You know, we're not seeing any camels out of Orc. We're not seeing anything that spearmen would do not well against. So why not?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you know, 5 barracks is a little much, especially when you don't have your food eco all figured out. Yeah, there's deer all near, but not long-term food eco. But as we say that, I see a big square pop up on the map. Looks like Crackety starting to hit some granaries into the mix, so his food income is about to start skyrocketing here in just a little bit. But that Lancer mass is scary. I don't think they can take this fight. Baltoon and Crackety might get cleaned up here.
Yeah, no, they got to back up. Those Zook knew. I mean, we talked about marshmallows over and over again. It's marshmallows, it's pellets, it's paintballs, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Those Knights are not the front line that you need right now. You can see all of those blue Knight corpses just going smoldering all over the battlefield. We see some Knight reinforcements on the eastern side trying to come up. Avely trying to do a raid. You can see that on the picture-in-picture on the lower half. part of your screen. But look at this. There's Horsemen, there's Castle Age, and Feudal Age Knights. These Zook knew, even though they're quote-unquote one of the best archers, they are still archers. Horsemen, Knights, they're going to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, Crackity, he knew he needed spears. They just didn't get there quick enough. He was floating wood for a little too long, needed to drop the barracks earlier, needed to get those spears pumping a little bit earlier. It looks like granaries aren't even built yet and still has a good amount of wood in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, this is a time for Crackity where his teammate is so dependent on Spearmen right now. I don't think you could afford to do things like a granary transition. As now Baltoon trying to get more defensive at this point, because Orc, he got to Castle Age, he did it successfully, and now he has a good Castle Age mass. As you see it barreling throughout the cliffside, going eastern, trying to get towards Baltoon. Now everyone's trying to get defensive, being like, okay, we did our aggressive thing. Now leave me the fuck alone. I need to get up to Castle Age. I need to do my thing.
Walls, I know we hate them. I know you hate them. We all hate them, but they're necessary. Crackity, he's trying to get some walls down, but Avely denies them with the scout, follows that up with 4 knights, and the granary transition being delayed even further.
Yeah, I mean, this is so difficult to pull off, and I mean, this is the time of the game where China and Zushi really wants to pull this off. They really want to do things like granary transition, because a lot of the things that they're making, Spearman included, they are food heavy. A lot of the things that they make in Palace Guards, maybe later down the road, it's a food heavy macro. So doing things like granaries, making sure you're able to get them stabilized is really, really important. Luckily, fortunately for Crackity, he does have enough Spearmen to try to combat those Feudal Age Knights from Avely. But now, with Orc coming his way with Castle Age and some Camel Riders and some Horsemen, he's going to be continuing to go on the Camel Riders. And honestly, looking at his macro, I think he has the eco for it.
Yeah, I mean, Orc, he's fully stabilized. He's back on the deer. He's back on the gold in the backside of his base. He's walled up, it looks like. I'm not sure if those finish or if those are just outlines. Either way, it is looking good. Both players are kind of starting to play for this long game, so Orc should start moving out for relics as well.
Oh yeah, he's more than have the ability to do that, because China and Zushi, they got to sit in their base a little bit to try to get this granary transition going. And now that third granary coming up, it looks like now we're starting to stabilize just a little bit. Surprisingly enough, we saw that failed Feudal Age attempt. You know, you took down a couple outposts. You created a lot of idle time, but scores, even though, you know, obviously don't put too much impact on them, but scores are more even than I expected.
You know, it's one that Orc, he has a lot of military, but the problem is all of his composition. You talked about it when we were talking about the 5 barracks. It's like all it is cavalry units, so it's just like drop spears and you're fine and good to go. Baltoon's still taking the fight, knows he has Crackity's reinforcements here soon, so he wants to take this fight. Crackity denies the reinforcements, so Orc cuts off one of the escapes as well. And look at this nice little cleanup, nice little trade, and now this mass from Avely and Orc doesn't have a place to go, doesn't have a place to escape, and this could be the snowball that Crackity and Baltoon were wanting. Yeah,
and I mean, you're talking about the Spearmen too. If I can go back to the army compositions for a second, I mean, we're still talking about, with Orc, we're still talking about Abbasid. This is still the Abbasid dynasty. You can get some composite bow archers, baby, and you could really shred apart a lot of these Spearmen. As we see a little bit of a raid, some Roost villagers end up going down from Baltoon on that southern wood line. But you're exactly right. I mean, you have, this is probably about 20 to 25 Spearmen barreling at you. They can come literally in any direction. Baltoon has got to be coming over more so to Crackity's side. Because of that granary transition, he's able to get some of those outside food resources. Roost likes to delay their farm transition kind of as much as possible. But for all intents and purposes, for Crackity and Baltoon, I would say they're safe right now.
Yeah, I mean, the walls have come up. They're actually, Crackity's starting to move out with this mass. You said 20-something spears, 36 spears, and oh my, it's Avely who was making the archer transition. 45 archers from Avely out of the blink of an eye.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things for the Roost, too, because their wood economy is so good. Where the fuck did these come from? We didn't even see, like, from Avely's perspective, because he's been sitting on Field Age. He's been sitting on one town center for a long time. You got to be thinking how he has the ability to do so, and he's trying to get up to Castle Age. I'm pretty sure, as you can see, there was a high trade house that got built there, but it ended up stagnating, or Baltoons, excuse me. And Avely tried to get a little bit of a raid, but it ended up being unsuccessful.
And Baltoon, he was ready to dive that archer mass that was pushing forward a little bit, but now I think they just want to wait for those knights to get the Castle Age upgrade to then take the dive, because then Orc and Baltoon will be on the same level as far as their knights go, and Avely and Crackety will be able to kind of make their own trades. Now Crackety, I'm sure, is starting to pump more Shooks again. He's actually looking for Castle Age here in just a second as well.
Yeah, and now he has the ability to with the granaries, right? We talked about how important the granaries are. He just finally hit the 1,200 food and probably will be going up at a moment's notice, and he does before I even finish the sentence. And Avely, what I would imagine, ends up following suit. But really important thing for these Roost players, especially with those Knights and Castle Age, is when you get a little bit of a spike in power, because not only do you get things like Saint's Blessing, you get Warrior Monks, you can get Relics and all that kind of stuff, but Boyar's Fortitude, do not sleep on that technology.
Yeah, Boyar's Fortitude, definitely very, very strong upgrade, giving all your knights a little bit extra health. Behind this, Orc now is to the point where he's dropping those extra TCs. I saw him build a second. He's just now building a third as well. So if left untouched, Orc's economy about to start skyrocketing on up. He's starting to make his own farm transition, but gonna need a lot more farms to support any sort of a mass like we are expecting. Crackety, yep, there we go. I was about to say Crackety's gonna be able to support a huge mass for a significant period of time. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes straight Palace Guard mass into the base.
Yeah, you have a potential to do that, and I think even when you do get to Castle Age, as you see, Crackety did get the Zugnu upgrade. Those are veteran Zugnu, so they'll be able to make quick work of those archers. Those archers are really in harm's way here. I mean, you got Baltoon's Castle Age Knights that are going to be charging at you. It looks like Orc going to be able to, with excellent choreography. All four colors are on your screen. This is a massive, massive fight. Spearmen and Knights making up the front line of Crackety and Baltoon. A lot of those knights from Orc are going to have to back up because of all the spears. There's a little bit of a Zugnu pocket over there by the eastern side, and those archers for the Roost, especially because they're feudal age, they got to get the fuck out of there.
It's just such an easier fight for Crackety and Baltoon to take. Crackety just A moves with the spears. They just walk forward, and the knights can't turn around for Orc. And this makes it to where now Baltoon and Crackety were able to clean up a lot of that army. Should start continuing to move on forward. Chook's gonna be able to take the fight against the archers, and whenever the archers turn, they take a lot more damage than what they're giving out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and then all of a sudden, you know, we thought that Orc had the upper hand and Avely had the upper hand, but now it looks like Baltoon and Crackety are. They have the technological advantage now because Avely's been sitting in feudal for too long. He is going up, however. He will have the Abbey of the Trinity, but I don't think he's going to do it in time. These spearmen are of the Castle Age variety as well. A little bit of pathing error out of those knights from Baltoon, but will end up finding some of those archers. The Kremlin Gremlins, there are still feudal age as of right now. For the next 2 or 3 seconds, they will be. Now they hit Castle Age. As soon as the Abbey of Trinity is good, their Bardishes do a little bit extra to cavalry. So Baltoon's knights end up getting cleaned up. But it feels like Crackety, just because of how many units that he has right now, and with the Zugnu that are in the back taking quick work of those archers, the spearmen were actually just like charging the archers and not giving a flying fuck about it.
Yeah, and this is really where the early granary transition is paying off. Crackety, this is this mid game where it's kind of awkward. You have these pocket resources you're trying to move out to. If you get delayed on any of these food resources, if you get denied on food for any sort of time, look at Avely. He has 3 food in the bank right now. He can't get food. He moved out to Boar. It's being denied. He doesn't have a farm transition. He is not... Yep, Boar getting denied in the south. He is struggling, and now he can't make military when he's Castle Age. Meanwhile, Baltoon and Crackety are just nonstop producing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really difficult part for the Roost, to be honest with you. As soon as he hits Castle Age like this is not a time where a farm transition is a very good idea, you know, because you're in Castle Age, you're trying to get relics, you're trying to get a lot of these food heavy units. I mean, he's adding archers, but you could do things like crossbowmen, you could do things like trying to create some cavalry or something like that, but he isn't able to do it. His eco just isn't stabilized. And Baltoon, he has not been rated in a God's Age, so he is going to be able to continuously produce those very high strong, very fortituded knights. And I think Avely and Orc, they're going to be circling around their base for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and you can see where like Crackety has these multiple masses split off that you can't just deal with a few like reinforcing units. You need your own little mini mass, and now there's so many pings going on everywhere. Avely's distracted, taking a ton of damage. Orc's distracted, taking a ton of damage. Denied off of farms, denied off of gold, denied off of different spots. And this looks like a solid game for the schizophrenic multitaskers. And there it is. They end up calling it. Crackety and Baltoon take game number 1.
Man, I mean, if you're Avely in that spot, I mean, what the fuck do you do, man? Like, it's pretty tough. I think Orc did a super good job in making sure that he didn't lose too much in terms of economy while he was going up to Castle Age. But it felt like when he did go to Castle Age, we were like, oh, this is really going to pay off. And he's got camel riders and he's got, these Castle Age knights and all of that kind of stuff. It didn't pay off as much as I thought it was going to. Orc was able to, he had 3 TCs, he was doing a farm transition, that kind of stuff. But his teammate was kind of high and dry off to the side.
Yeah, well, he hit Castle and he was still just denied off of gold for so long. He had some that was built in the bank. Yeah, he had a couple of the units pop on out, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't like the HRE Castle Age where all of a sudden you have regnants, you have, all this extra eco bonuses that you had. He never grabbed relics. He didn't grab any of those like little bit of extra bonuses that you could. And that was really what I think could have been the difference for him. Like the 3 TCs, it would have been good if he had an extra 5 minutes. But the problem there was the way they played it wasn't for the wall up, hey, let's actually full boom here, because his teammate was still struggling. His teammate was still producing knights, still trying to raid, still trying to match this, and they were still trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, it was just heads up game sense out of both these players. You see Orc with the walls and the 2 outposts and the 6 or 7 villagers on gold, and Crackety just had the idea in his mind of like, yeah, I think we should go fuck them now. Let's try to get some Rams and let's take them to Pound Town, And they ended up doing that pretty successfully. All those walls went down, all of the outposts went down, and you're right, getting off that gold was kind of a big deal. We are heading off to game number 2, and look at that, Dabson. It's our first Japanese sighting. Crackety and Baltoon will be playing Japanese and English. And it looks like Avely and Orc and or Lash, depending on who decides to play this one, will be HRE versus Roos yet again. I'm really, really excited to see Japanese in a team game situation, because I think it's a 17 games that gets slept on a little bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they're definitely one that they can kind of play it. They're not like the French or the Rus where it's like, hey, I'm gonna have cavalry popping out here early feudal age. They're more along the lines of like the HRE that's like, let me go fast castle, let me all of a sudden get some time, and then I'm gonna have so much that I'm gonna be shoving military down your throat. But enough of talking about it. Let's get into this game number 2. Crackety and Baltoon spawning in this northwestern side. Same colors again. They are the blue and the teal team. And what about the other side?
Yeah, in the warm colors, we have Avely playing as Roos in the color red yet again. Orc, his teammate, we switching it up just a little bit and adding some HRE into the mix. We talked about HRE kind of on last series, rather ad nauseum, just because we had HRE and Order the Dragon. So I kind of want to talk about Japanese a little bit, because we talked about, previously before the game started, of the civilization and, its ability to be such a powerhouse. But I feel like it just takes a long time, and this is one of the problems in a 1v1 situation, as we're seeing a little bit of a Roos micro war, where it's very difficult to get them off the ground and produce all of those Zerglings and get to population supply, where you're going to be making Onabugisha and Samurai and Spears if you need to. And a lot of the times, in 1v1, usually there's a lot of fast castles. You're adding a lot of cavalry units, things like mounted samurai and that kind of stuff. Have you seen, just in your experience of seeing Japanese in a team game situation, do they still go fast castle, or are they more so working towards some infantry?
No, where I see it is usually leaning towards the fast castle more often. It's the, hey, I'm gonna drop an outpost on my gold. I'm gonna get arrow slits, and I'm gonna hit fast castle, and then I'm gonna have mounted samurai pop out. I'm gonna start raiding, start taking relics, start taking map control, and that kind of thing. Pairing it together with English, though, that is one where you could potentially play it more feudal age. There's, again, they're one that you can play it a few different ways. I think their strength is in castle, so that's where I think Baltoon's going to want to play it.
Yeah, and it really helps you, especially, it's very difficult when you're up against another civilization that likes to fast castle as well. And HRE and Orc being one of them. A lot of the times when you're the Japanese and you're playing against the HRE, it's very, very difficult for you because in feudal age, the HRE can kind of get the ground running a little bit quicker. They do have marching drills, so they're going to be able to take the fights that they want to. But then if they decide to go castle age and fast castle age, and the Japanese does also, the HRE is always going to do it faster than you just because of their ability to inspire everything. We're taking a look at Aveli's bounty. It's rather anemic, actually, at 115. But with Orca's situation, I feel like just because he's HRE in castle age, he's going to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I'm a little bit distracted by this bounty, and not only the bounty, it looked like the sheep situation was a little bit struggling as well, as he was a little bit further off his base. I'm not sure if he was about to go idle soon or just running low on sheep. Yeah, he's got a few, but only 5 sheep this early on is not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, that's pretty tough for a Roost player that, depending on what he wants to do, right? If he wants to do something like a second town center, obviously he's going to need food to bolster that. And he's going to take time in order to do things. If he doesn't decide to do that, it ends up going stables. Obviously, knights are very, very expensive in the food department. So 5 sheep, obviously, not helping you, and also makes you go out to those resources that are raidable that much quicker.
And look at Baltoon sheep. We see, I think that's 10 plus sheep sitting there under his base. Yeah, there's 10 sheep right then and there. And I mean, this is just nice, sitting pretty, clean and easy. Crackety not going with the Abbey. He's going with the Council Hall. So I actually could have seen this being an Abbey game. Just have the king come out, just be a little bit annoying over to the HRE side. Avely, though, finally is going to get some of that precious bounty he needs. He was looking very anemic early on, but able to get the 250 number, able to climb back up. Usually it's kind of bounty, or like sometimes you'll have lackluster bounty, but you'll have a ton of sheep, or you'll be able to kind of pick up on the other side. But completely fine in the long run here, and sheep situation still not where it could be for Avely.
Yeah, I think for Avely, we know he's a very talented Roost player. We saw that in game 1, but his ability to micro a lot of that, especially with those wolves. You might be thinking it's one wolf, it's not that big of a deal, and Roost players are looking for deer packs over and over again, but wolves at plus 25, and the fact that 2 of them are right next to each other, it's almost a deer pack. I mean, 50 gold is nothing to sniff at. Now at 280 bounty, he's going to be on tier 2. You can see that mining camp going on the stone, so he is going to be going for that second town center, and it seems like because of the lack of sheep, it's a borderline necessity at this point.
Yeah, that was another like 6 sheep behind Baltoon's scout, right? And he had 10 under 8 sheep, and he had 10 under his town center. So Baltoon's at 20 sheep and Avely's at 5. If you don't think that's a big deal, you are absolutely psycho, because I mean, he's got enough food to go into the next game over here comparatively.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice because Crackety doesn't need them either. So if there are, oh my God, look at that cow. Go back to that starting town center. Look at all that. It's a it's a masterpiece. Look at this thing. For how many sheep there are. And the best thing about Japanese, he don't even fucking need them until later. He's gathering from the berries. He's getting things like a farm transition. And usually for the Japanese, you get your production buildings up, so you take a little bit of wood in order to do that. If you decide to go fast castle, you get your stable and all that kind of stuff. But the food becomes a delicacy. It becomes a luxury, and having those sheep is going to be huge.
Yep. Avely clearly going for a second town center this game, so a little bit of a different game plan here. Doesn't have the Roost mirror, doesn't have to make sure he doesn't fall, or if you go second town center, you're falling behind in the night numbers, and they're able to punish you a lot harder with 2 people compared to 1. But now he's just going for a second town center. He's relying on Orc to defend himself. Orc's going ahead, walling himself on up, playing defensive in his own right, and Crackety is already starting to stream his longbows across the map, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good idea. I mean, especially when you're going to be up against a Roost player who's trying to build a second town center, and it looks like that deer pack all the way in the back is where he's going to put it. If you're Orc, you're doing things like, yes, you're making, you know, he was making a little bit of feudal age units. He was making, I saw some HRE archers over there, so he will have the ability to deal with stuff. And actually, with Orc, we were expecting something like a fast castle. We were expecting something like that. Orc is not doing that. He's going to be playing He's going to be playing defensive, trying to make sure that his teammate is okay. Because, I mean, you know, in a 1v1 situation too, Dabs. I mean, 2 TC Roos, look out.
Yeah, and they could just play this extended feudal age. They're like, hey, look, my Roos is 2 TC. The longer we go in feudal, the better for us, because he's eventually going to outmass with the villagers. He's got knights able to raid, able to use that mobility circle on around. And guess what? HRE archers, comparative to longbows, they can close the gap so well. So if you have a winning fight that you can take, you can actually take the fight rather than just get sniped on out. But if you don't have the numbers, this gets even worse, and it doesn't look like Orc has the numbers. So Crackety able to use that range, able to take out not quite even one archer though, just because of that mark. I mean, they're zooming.
they are moving quicker than I expected, to be honest with you. Now, Baltoon, Crackety's teammate, going to be going up with the floating gate, suspending that gate in the air a little bit. That Yoroshiru obviously going to that stable, so he's going to get those mounted samurai as quickly as possible. But I think, I mean, for Orc, just in terms of having numbers, or lack thereof, I should say, he has to build all of those archery ranges to do that. The English just gets the council hall if they want to. So he'll be able to defend himself, especially because he's English. That town bell starts ringing. You know, those longbowmen are going to have a really good range. It's going to be difficult for archers or otherwise to even start to do any kind of damage.
Yep, I completely agree. The key here, though, now when Baltoon hits Castle Age, these knights for Avely are not going to be close to the same as the mounted samurai for Baltoon. So he knows that as well. He's immediately investing into walls. This is a massive investment. This is going to take time, too. And time he may not have. He's only sending one villager out here. Oh, no. One villager? Come on. This guy... Girl, oh, she's in for a task over here. This is a struggle. I would hate to be that.
Oh, that poor sweetheart. She is
how much she getting paid over here? I mean, come on.
I know. I mean, at least help her out a little bit. It looks like HRE archers do have a little bit. Avely's going to be adding some knights to kind of help out. Longbowmen again, getting caught in places where you don't particularly want to catch them, and you're exactly right about closing that gap, Dabs. Look at this, and the ability for Orc to kite like this. Just, well, I mean, I want to say reverse kite because he's moving forward onto those longbowmen, and Crackety was like, yeah, those things were done. But take a look at those mounted samurai as she's continuing to build this wall. The mounted samurai, they do so good, not against, you know, obviously Castle Age Knights, they do well, but Feudal Age Knights, you know, trying to get a charge on things like samurai and deflecting all of that armor and all of that damage, you know, it just makes mounted samurai such a menace.
Yeah, I mean, very hard to deal with. Orc knows that. He is turned back, tail in between the legs, headed right on home. He's dropping a few barracks. He knows he needs spears because they are playing this more of an extended feudal age. They're playing this longer game. Baltoon, though, he is getting ready to grab all of the relics onto the map. If they're running behind their walls, look at what is not behind the walls. I count 7 relics.
Yeah, I mean, this is relics on both sides, you know? I mean, everything kind of spawned in the middle of the map, both deer packs, sacred sites, relics, all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a big fight over the middle of the map, and obviously Baltoon has that technological advantage, which is really going to help him out. Looks like Crackety trying to add that forward tower in that particular regard for a network of castles, and you can see what these mounted samurai can do. Longbowmen are going to be backing them up, and just because of the timing of that fast castle, Orc's got to back up, and he has to do so. He's probably out of those archery ranges. You might want to think about something like crossbowmen even instead of archers, just because of the fact that those mounted samurai exist. But you're exactly right. I mean, he's going to go up with, let's see what he goes up with, the Regnant's Cathedral. I have half a mind, Dabston. Yeah, that's going to be an empty cathedral, it feels like.
Yeah, going to be very difficult for them to secure up a few of these relics. It does look like Avely's got a good little night mask going, but I mean, we got an army knocking on the doorstep of Orcus. He's going up to Castle, and he's going up to Castle expecting to move out in front of those walls and grab relics, and you need those relics to get online, to get further online, I guess I should say. So you need to heavily rely on Avely's second town center to have paid off at this point in time, which I would say it has. Hasn't lost villagers, has been able to stay behind the walls, has been able to take pocket resources, but Mounted Samurai still going to be not the trade you want to take. Castle Age, you're taking a fight as you're going up to Castle, but I guess it's a fight they think they have to take. Longbow sniping out all of the spears, so Orc has no spears to actually help in the fight, and the Mounted Samurais trading heavily here. This looks like a fight that Baltoon and Crackety are going to end up winning out on top. Longbow's just doing such a good job. Crackety has constantly made sure that those longbows were not hitting the knights, but always hitting the HRE archers.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, you know, it's very deceptive if you're Avely and Orc as to what you think was going to be the winning part of that battle. You know, I mean, obviously when you're going up in age, you don't want to take that battle, right? But this just showed the power of what the Mounted Samurai could do. I'm pretty sure they were outnumbered 2-1 in that particular regard and still held the front line. It takes about 8 seconds, so they got some of their refractive armor back. Villagers are going to be going down. Those Aachen fields look more like Aachen bushes. It looks like he was in the middle of trying to get a farm transition, but not quite getting there. Orc is trying to get his Castle Age upgrades, I would imagine, but he's not going to have anything to upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, spears aren't going to be doing the job when you have this many Mounted Samurai inside your base, and I mean, villagers for Orc, they're running, they're headed for the hills, they're trying to just scatter. Maybe, you know, if they spread, they won't get killed as much. We see a Wololo. This will not be like a beastie Wololo. This is just for a distraction, but distraction enough. Another GG is called. Crackety and Baltoon with the 2-0 victory against Orc and Avely.
Yeah, I was really surprised, honestly, for this game. I was surprised how easy that was. Usually as the Japanese, you're always playing behind the HRE player. Those HRE archers, just because of the fact that Crackety's longbows exists, you know, those HRE archers didn't do as much as he particularly wanted them to do, you know. And as soon as Mounted Samurai started hitting the battlefield, especially because those Mounted Samurai, when you get a Yoroshiru in one of those buildings, the samurai come out every 11 seconds. So making sure you have the food, making sure you have the gold to continuously produce things like Mounted Samurai out of that stable. The stable's almost basically counting as 3 because it gives plus 200%. So having the ability to crank out Mounted Samurai 3 at a time, essentially, as soon as you hit Castle Age, it's such a huge power spike. And you saw the map control just shrivel for Orc and Avely at that point. So quick 2-0 before the schizos. And I think in this particular juncture, I don't know what game that we are actually going to cast. We could probably do, I would imagine we could get another series in. We've only been live for, let's see,
the losers brackets are only one game series, so we can definitely end up getting another one in, no doubt. I believe we might be waiting on a couple series to potentially finish, so we can maybe jump in midway through one or wait on one to finish. But I believe we can take a little bit of a break, figure it out behind the scenes, let everyone else get a snack, get a sip of water, go to the bathroom, think about what you just saw, some strategies to take into your own gameplay if you're a team game player, or maybe now you can go test out some ladder in the future and think about what you can do there if you've never tested out some teams, as it's a fun little spot to play.
Yeah, and thinking about, I mean, just before we go into the break, we'll give the admins a little bit of time to decide what next series we're going to do. Number one, thank you guys so much for watching. The amount of people that have been here in support of the DEBILS Clan and the DEBILS 2v2 Cup just gives amplitude of inspiration to continue to have these in the future. So really big shout out, obviously, to Cal for observing. I hate giving him credit for anything, but he's doing an amazing job. A big shout out to HousedHorse and Jigglypuff, who are being the administrator, and HousedHorse adding a decent amount, Jiggly, and a big for shout out for HousedHorse for being the main contributor to the prize pool of the DEBILS 2v2 Cup. You can hit exclamation mark donate if you wish to contribute a little bit to the prize pool. And also a big shout out to SteelSeries for giving us a little bit of technology that they make. I don't know if you guys know SteelSeries, but they make some of the best headsets out there. Some of them will be going to the top 3, some keyboards, some mice have the ability to get in the hands of some of these top 3 players. So thank you guys so much for being here. We are not done. Okay. We have just about a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. If you guys want to follow, if you want to chat, if you want to make predictions, you can go ahead and follow the stream. We will be right back in just 2 short minutes with the next series. Guys, do not go anywhere. Cal, that's your cue to hit the break thing. There you go. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out
Oh,
during the break, guys. We have a couple more to give you. This one, we're going to be as part of the losers bracket. We have two different teams that you might not have seen yet so far. We have SwissCheese, which is Swizzblaze, Galgantold, and Cataclysm, those three. And we do have the team of Go Hard as well, which is the Holy Yeet Man, MSN, who is a frequent and regular on my particular stream, Erican, who is part of the DEBILS Clan, and Mally Libby, which I'm not too familiar with, but some of these names I'm pretty familiar with. I think we're gonna have a good game here.
yeah, absolutely. And looking at the civs, it's actually not Galgantold on the English, which is what I know him on the most. It looks like Swiss cheese are going to be a combo of Byzantines and a Ubids, which has been a fun civ combo. Two fun civs to watch in general. Two very strong civs in general as well. And on GoHardGaming side, we have the Ottomans and the English.
Yeah, this one's pretty interesting because it's the first time we're seeing Ottomans. You know, I think Ottomans has just because of the past nerfs that the Ottomans had coming into the season, you don't really expect Ottomans to be played. Number one. Number two, I mean, from what you've seen out of Ottomans so far, as we there's some kind of an overlay glitch, and I'm gonna have a stroke if he doesn't fix it. But the with the Ottomans, from what you've seen, either in team game or 1v1, I mean, obviously they're not as good. You know, if you take a look at AoE4 statistics, which obviously you have to
It
take.
was switched. It was switched.
Oh, okay. Which obviously you got to take with a grain of salt, you know, with the AoE4 world statistics, but they went down like 4% in terms of win rate. So from what you've seen, what do you think they're at now? Like middle of the pack kind of area?
Kind of middle of the pack. It's one that not definitely not what they used to be. It's funny. There's always these like different timings with different civilizations where it's like this civ's mega OP, and then all of a sudden they'll change one little slight thing, and it's like, well, now this civ's mega OP. There's been a few that have been able to stay strong and at the top for quite a while, but now I definitely find them more middle of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, which is quite interesting because obviously when you're dealing with a meta of any capacity, you know, it doesn't even matter if it's AoE4. I know that you yourself you're a Magic the Gathering player. You're
Yeah.
very good at Magic. So there's a meta for that. There's tier 1 decks and tier 2, 3 decks, all that kind of stuff. I was a Hearthstone player before I played AoE. There was a meta for that. So, you know, there's always going to be something that's really, really good, which means there's always going to be something that everybody's going to complain about. If you manage to scroll through Reddit, you're probably going to see more English hate than anything else, and I'd like to think I'm spearheading that charge. So the people, you know, for the Ottomans, that's really, really died down, which means the nerfs that they have done have been doing a really good job at it.
Yeah. It's one that like it's weird because they're like their late game great bombards still are seem to be quite annoying and frustrating to deal with, but their early game they just don't have that same early game, like military schools aren't really online doing as much, Vizier points coming in later, things like that. And so definitely don't have that same strength that they used to. And that's where on the other side, Byzantines is one of those other ones where they've slowly been ticking up as we've seen some buffs come in. They buff a few things, they buff a few more things, they buff a few more things. I think I saw Beastie talk about the other day where he was like, please nerf the Civ. It was like, please nerf. They're strong. They're
Yeah.
good. We get it now. People have been talking about how their farms are like rivaling English and things of that sort, where it's like they're too good. They have too much payoff. And you know, when you think about dropping Byzantine farms and how much, well, I guess olive groves and how much they pay off, it's just too much.
Yeah, and I mean, just to give, you know, a little bit of timeline and historically, not about the Byzantine Empire IRL, but just as far as this game goes, in the beginning, they were miserably bad. Like when it first came out, just because you have like, and I've said this multiple times before, but you have so much shit that you want to do as the Byzantines, right? You got to do things like cisterns. You got to do things like do a quick olive grove transition. You want to get enough olive oil to get mercenaries, and you want to make sure that you're getting the right contract, and you're doing all of these things while trying to maintain resources and getting production buildings and getting enough resources for your production buildings that are actually increased because of the cisterns. And you're just like, my fucking brain hurts. I don't want to do this civ. I can't pull it off anyway. So what's the point? After a couple buffs, that first cistern is a little bit better, right? The mercantile house for the contract, it's not 100 oil anymore to actually sign the contract. Sign the contract is free. So you're going to be able to do that. So getting that ability and getting the tempo, the swing for the Byzantines, it means you can pull all of those things off that you want to do a lot easier, which means when all of those things become synergistic with one another and they all end up getting paid off, they're an unstoppable force that there's nothing you could do about. So it's a very complex way of either buffing or nerfing Byzantines because of everything working together in harmony.
Yep. I mean, definitely a fun civ to watch. The teammate over there, another civ that's complained about a lot, needs some nerfing potentially, but I'm now distracted by HousedHorse and what he says in the chats. We got some behind the scenes context on BLB getting Wololo over there and got the quote, "Yo, I was lagging." So it wasn't that he didn't have wheelbarrow. It wasn't that he didn't react in time. It was the lag.
Yeah, we were lagging too, dude. The with the uh with the English, we were talking about, spearheading that charge uh with English and nerfing it and all of that kind of stuff. I don't necessarily think that, English is something of an overpowered civilization. It just creates a very difficult way of playing. And this is probably the most politically correct way I can say that the Civ fucking sucks to play against. Like, just because you try to raid them, but they have a network of castles and longbows and all of that kind of stuff. They have the ability to be offensive and defensive at the same time. Their farm transition is out of this world just because it's half price. It's so difficult to do things like counter raid with that Civ just because of the ability, and a lot of their landmarks are defensive, so they have things like White Tower and Berkshire that shoots at you from another fucking dimension. And it's just like, it's very, very frustrating to play against this civilization. And if you're somebody who is an ultra aggressive player, like I am personally, I want to take the game to my opponent, English is the bane of your existence.
It's so funny you say you're an ultra aggressive player, and half the time I'm watching your screen, you're dropping second TCs. That doesn't really
Shut the
fall in
fuck.
line. That doesn't really fall in line with ultra aggressive there, Tim.
That tears it. It absolutely tears. I knocked the R key off of my keyboard from doing this. I actually threw something. But yeah, so that's true. That is true. When you're playing as Roos, maybe a second town center might be a good idea, Dabston. Okay? Second town centers are normally good.
Hey, play the OG, take the boar, triple, quadruple archery range, all in. That's the Roos I know and love.
Oh, I used to miss that. Here's my R key, by the way. It's actually off. I wasn't kidding you. I wasn't lying to you.
You hear that, SteelSeries? Tim needs a new keyboard.
SteelSeries, help me. I'm down an R. but yeah, obviously, big shout out to SteelSeries for giving some of these technologies. We're about 50 seconds into this game. And now I think that when Byzantines comes in, when Byzantines comes into this game, and we talked about the strengths that Byzantine has and getting off the ground a little bit quicker, you might be able to shield a Iabid player. For the Iabids, obviously there's fast castle, right? We're gonna keep fast castling. We've talked about Iabids over and over again, and I think what I've seen so far, because I'm quite naive to a 2v2 meta, I usually just play 1v1s. So looking at this 2v2 meta, I've noticed that having a civilization just buffer a boom civ makes such a big difference. And we saw the radicalized version of that with BC and Core. When Core was playing Delhi, he was getting on the field. BC was English, and he was 2TC booming everything behind. And Core was like, hey, you know what? I'll just take everything, and BC will come and save us. And that's what ended up happening. Maybe we see that again with Byzantines and Iabids with GoHardGaming. But I'm hearing the building of different forms of infrastructure. We are diving into the game. It is MSN playing as the color orange as the Iabids. Mali, Libby, in the color red as his teammate playing as the Byzantines, which is not purple, which is throwing me for a curve. Dabston, who do we have on the opposite side?
Yeah, on the opposite side, in the purple is the English. It's Galganold. I don't know how to pronounce it. We're just, I've always pronounced it wrong, so we're just going to keep going with it. And SwissBlaze in the color blue, playing as the Ottomans.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how the Ottomans kind of play nowadays. I mean, there is that first military school, as you can see SwissBlaze is doing. I'm thinking about where he could particularly go in this matchup. I feel like for the Byzantines, obviously, it's going to be across the map. And if you do want to get aggressive with that spearman, it takes a long time for that spearman to get there. So right across from him is the IUBids. But if you take a look at that IUBid base from MSN, if you go ahead, Cal, if you wouldn't mind panning over to the south side, berries in the back, gold is in the back. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, can't complain about some back-end resources. Front side wood line, but has another one on the back side. And over there on the opposite side, we have back gold for his teammate. We see early olive grove drop for the Byzantine player as well. So again, this is a thing we've been seeing a little bit more often, not necessarily this early, but a much earlier, just not necessarily, full transition, but 1, 2, 3 here and there. And it really just doesn't hurt your speed up. It doesn't really lose you that much of that umph that you want.
Yeah, and I think I can't remember because I haven't been having my ear to the ground in terms of Byzantine builds, but I remember Beastie did put out a particular order. I'm not sure if those olive groves, if that's the thing that Mali Libby is following, but having things like those early olive groves, getting things like the olive oil going, and plus with Byzantines, it's very important to be a good base builder. We do see it with cisterns and connecting aqueducts, but it's also really important to make sure those groves that you're getting are on the same side of the berries, because the Grand Winery will most likely be making an appearance for Mali Libby, and it's going to go right next to those berries. Now, looking for the IUBids, this is quite interesting, Dabber. He's going with Economic Wing in the feudal age, just getting 3 villagers out of the gate. What do you think about that?
Well, first, right off the bat, we saw Cal highlight the berries. He should be microing his berries a little bit better. But I'm all good with the eco wing in feudal or going up to feudal age, because getting those extra little vills, it's always funny seeing the vill graph when you see a feudal age game played out. If this plays in feudal, 3 villagers gives you so much more of an eco boost than you realize when your overall economy is sitting at under 20 vills. So really kind of allows you to get your extra leg up. If you want to go 2TC or if you want to go fast castle, you can still go castle and follow up that with the super quick castle if you want, and still have extra eco behind it.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy too, with the ability to do that, and I think that's what makes them as strong as they are. And now we see Galgan told, I'm gonna pronounce it the same way you do, as the
yeah, you just delete a couple letters and you just act like you just didn't see him, and you're just gonna go with that. So that's the way I do it.
Right, Galgan told is gonna watch this VOD back and probably cringe every time we say his name. So I'm gonna say it again. Galgan told in the color purple on that north side. He's gonna be going for that second town center. I mean, we see the English players, they really like a 2 town center build. In terms of landmark, I didn't quite catch if he went Abbey or Council Hall, but having the ability, he is Abbeying, ladies and gentlemen. The coronation of the king commences immediately. Now, that first king, Abbey of the Kings, did get buffed, because obviously English loves getting buffed over and over again. God help me. That Abbey of Kings, that coronation, that first one is free. So you're able to get this kind of knight-ish unit that's able to heal at twice the level of chivalry, and you're going to be able to deal with some of what's going on for the Byzantines, getting the ground up from under them. But at the same time, you're going to put a second TC behind it. And it's honestly, in my opinion, I think it's the best English build right now.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, because it's almost, it reminds me of the AUBids where you get the Desert Raider out for free and you're like, hey, you're going to have to react. And not only do you have to react, if you micro it correctly, you'll be able to just continue to use this king all the way up until your castle and beyond. And it's just absolutely crazy with how effective it can end up being. Or you can just use it to get your second TC here. Very, very clean, very nice. As we just see Galgan told's Vills moving back to the deer. Looks like he is about to drop a second town center here in 1 wood. He's 1 wood short.
Yeah, he'll be able to get that pretty eventually. And that's honestly, this is what makes this build absolutely bonkers to me, because at 5 minutes and some change, and he probably could get it a little bit quicker, but at 5 minutes and some change, he's able to get a town center, get a bunch of villagers to build on it, while also having the king doing things like harassing, doing things like raiding. But, you know, remember those old 2TC French builds of old? Those town centers, you get up at like 6 minutes 30. I just think this Abbey build is strictly better. Plus, with the king, that pays off throughout the majority of this game, number one. And number two, that town center comes up probably about a minute quicker than that French build was.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super crazy. And I find English in team games especially, you really do want a second town center. You feel like with one, like if you go all in feudal, if you end up losing that push, you just feel like you're so lackluster after that because you don't have any sort of extra eco boom. Like if you dropped a few farms, you're like, great, I got a little bit extra food, but like, or have this longer term food transition, but you're not getting some of these extra boosts that these other civilizations have early on.
Yeah, no, that is a very fair point. And, you know, obviously with the Abbey as well, it means you don't have a council hall, right? You don't have a council hall, it means you got to make archery ranges. You got to do those things to actually create some kind of the offense while transitioning from that second town center. That king, what's really nice about it, heals 2 HP every second while out of combat. So while it's running away from that horseman, and the horseman trying to do a little bit of damage to it, I don't think that horseman is ever going to be able to kill it, right? Because of the ability for it to heal. So it's going to continue to walk its way over there. I don't think
you said out of combat though, and it doesn't really seem like he's getting out of combat with the movement speed that the horsemen have. And a second one comes, and will it be enough to take down the king before it arrives at home? I do not think so, and this could be a little bait in. Don't want to lose those horsemen.
Yeah, you know, now that you mention it, that did look like combat to me. Yeah,
no, you know, you just get poked every so often. Oh, but no, and that's a lot of production, though. So you lose a horseman, but you at least do gain some valuable information. And that is that Galgentold is dropping a lot of production. He not only has that king, but he's got ranges, double range, and a barracks. And he's already had that second TC, so it's about to turn all into some military mass.
Yeah, and we'll see what he can do to actually deal with it. I mean, I think the real key is going to be what MSN is going to be doing with the Ayabids. As Spearmen are going to get a little bit of a, I guess, technically a raid on some of those forward berries, but one might go down in the process. I want to be curious. I'm curious, taking a look at MSN's base and the macro that he has. Did he click up to Castle Age? He did not. He's going to be hanging out in feudal. He added a second town center. A couple archer ranges are going to help him out, and a stable with some horsemen. I think he feels like his opponent's going to be dead in the water if he doesn't make some kind of contribution in feudal age.
Yeah, I mean, we see it's not only going to be English that he's going to have to worry about. Ottomans is going to continue to mass on up. We've already seen a good amount of olive groves dropped, as Cal highlighted, didn't want to take the deer up at the top, but Ottomans, they probably want some of that oil too, so deer might not be, you know, yeah, they get that extra food, but this is maybe that longer term play that he's looking for, who knows? However, raid slowly starting to come into effect here, turning around, getting a Vil kill over on Swiss Blaze, but Ottoman losing villagers is kind of like a whatever. It's not too big of a deal. They care more about their military mass. You start killing out their military buildings, now they care. That's what they really don't want to end up losing.
Oh yeah, because I mean, if they still have those buildings, they're going to get those units for free, right? MSN going to be able to help Mali just a little bit. Those horsemen going to drive some horsemen in the opposite direction. Archer's going to be helping out the Spears. King trying to, for Gallentold, trying to take down some Byzantine villagers. But I'll be honest with you, Dabs, this defense from Mali and MSN, it's pretty ironclad.
Yeah, definitely have been playing very, very solid. And speaking of defense, Swiss Blaze thinks he needs to be playing some defense. He's dropping a few wall segments, and not necessarily small segments, to say the least.
No, those walls are pretty interesting. I agree with you over on the western side, because really, for the Ottomans right now, they're the ones that are being offensive. You know, the English also with the king, they're having the ability to be offensive. So that walls might be a little bit premature. I would have rather see maybe some archers, maybe some more Sipahi or something like that. Spearmen for Gallentold, going to be able to mop up some of those horsemen. It looks like one or two ended up going down, and maybe a scout as well. So that king ends up getting safe. Byzantines just, again, trying to get their feet out from under them a little bit. He went really quickly with the olive groves and started to transition that a lot more effectively. So the cistern number a little bit lacking. He's got about 500 oil. It looks like he will be popping out some longbowmen. He went for the Western contract, but now with those cisterns underway and that gathering speed being from 10% to 14 and then beyond, this is when the Byzantines really start shining.
Yeah, definitely going to start looking real nice, but that's where Galgan told he's been on second TC. MSN, he's been on second TC. Meanwhile, SwissCheese, he's building walls for his one TC. That's what doesn't make sense to me for his side. He does have his military schools. He is going to be able to start massing on up. And, ooh, we're seeing Molly Libby starting to drop his third cistern. So really getting that influence starting to spread, starting to get that water pumping.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really important is the Byzantines too. Again, we talked about it in Dark Age, just being a good base builder, right? He has the potential. There is a neutral trading post there, so he can get Mangudai if he so chooses. You got to build that Merc house right next to that trading post, or you can get Desert Raiders. I'm not sure if he will because he hardly knows her, but that cistern that he has over there by those berries just means he's going to get that oil that much quicker. And it's going to be a really important to pump out as many longbowmen as you can against the Ottomans, who are predominantly normal archer and spear heavy.
Yeah, and you know how this is a 2v2 team game? Well, MSN is moving out to the map by himself over here. So, looks like Molly Libby's coming in just a little bit later. The thing is, if this is spotted out, if this fight gets taken, you don't want to fight this 2v1. You want to make sure you aren't taking any unnecessary losses here. But it looks like we're starting to reverse the switch over here, and MSN and Molly Libby are ready to start being the aggressors.
Yeah, and now I feel like that they have this second TC Bay off, and then the cisterns and all that kind of stuff. They have the potential to do so. I'm not sure where the English mass actually is right now, because the English mass, it might be back at its base, but we're going to need some longbowmen. We're going to need the king for some help here. This is a 2v1 situation. This Ottoman player might get caught in the crossfire. Those spearmen obviously a little bit slow. They're going to be trying to get those walls, Swiss Blazes over on the south side. That Desert Raider ends up going down. But again, 2v1, they're splitting both of these guys up. And this is actually, Debs, this is actually perfect for Mali and MSN. They are right down the middle, just like we've been talking about for weeks now.
Yep, Swiss Blaze doing a little bit of a circle around raid with the backside with some Sipahi, but over and over again, team games. You split your opponent's armies. You want to fight them 2v1 over and over again. Makes it very hard for them to group on together. And it just seems like MSN is on another level as far as his eco goes, as far as his military mass. Molly Libby, same way now that he has those olive grows been pumping for a while. And that's the reason why Swiss Blaze up to Castle Age. I'd assume he has the Mehmed Imperial Armory and will be getting some free siege here in the near future. This makes it very hard for a Feudal Age army to push up in the next 2 minutes. But that's 2 minutes of timing.
Yeah, I mean, it will take a couple minutes in order to do that, and it is around the blacksmith, so it gets a little area of influence, but just the ability for the MIA to have some tempos. We see another Swiss Blaze raid here as well. Sipahi are going to be making quick work some of those villagers. I think they did hit the fortitude button, so they were able to attack a little bit quicker. But this MIA, you know, from it, you save the 300 wood of getting a siege workshop, and then every, 2 minutes and some change, you're getting another 600 resources because you're not paying the 400, 200 for a mangonel. So the MIA, Ottoman nerf or otherwise, is still probably one of the best Castle Age landmarks that Age of Empires 4 has.
I mean, it just forces a siege war. And I know you're one of those players. I'm one of those players. When you see siege, you're just like, like, oh my God. It's like, you don't even have to see it when you play against Ottomans. They hit castle and you're like, here comes siege now. So this is going to turn into a siege war later into the game. We're seeing that farm transition come into play for the Ayyubids. So MSN probably not too far from aging up himself. 47 archers, 15 horsemen. That is no joke as far as his military mass goes. Galgan told, though, Castle Age soon to follow, too.
Yeah, this has been pretty interesting for MSN because I really don't see the Ayyubids in a feudal age situation and going for a second town center. I mean, obviously that second town center build, it's a good build. You're able to get that town center pretty quick. It's just a lot of the units or the uniquity of them or lack thereof is difficult, you know, to really engage in any kind of feudal age battle, but maybe in team games it ends up working. Sapahi of the veteran variety trying to get out of dodge. It looks like a lot of these horsemen that have not yet been upgraded for Valley Libby might have the potential to in the near future. But look at what this is so interesting. Survival techniques, obviously, from Galgentold, but as the English, I would expect more farms in his department.
Yeah, you know, it's one that if you want to save your resources, he's using that wood on everything that he can, although it's much cheaper. He could use maybe an extra set of farms, a little bit safer.
Whoa.
I mean, we're MSN's playing off the books over here, and let's see if it ends up paying off for him.
Yeah, this is Master Smiths is something that I did not expect to happen, and it's very, very funny as Galgentold has a failed raid. It's very funny because I see one of the members in chat that I coach for the Women's League, Kathy or Katharina, and she told me that she went for Master Smiths, and I told her never ever to do that ever again. And now MSN is doing that right in front of my face. So I'm very, very curious if this pays off, and I'm very curious as to reason of to why he did that.
I'm confused on why he did it too, but you know, we'll see. And there's the mangonel we were talking about as long as we got spears, but this is two armies. Where's purple? We have English, very, very immobile, very, very slow in that mangonel. I don't see anything protecting it. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that thing goes down in the blink of an eye. Pretty decent, I mean, horseman compositions out of both players. You know, I mean, Mally is going to be adding longbowmen, obviously, because of the oil. Limitine going to be able to help out. But horsemen out of both sides makes me think whatever siege comes out, if it's either Galgentold or Swizzblaze with free, it's not going to be very long for this world, even though I don't see a Springhold here.
Yeah, big army masses, though. We're actually getting pretty close to max population in the next couple minutes if there's not an actual engagement, as these armies, they've just been kind of staring off at each other from a distance. It's like, you ever seen that video that I forgot the names, where it's like, hey, fuck, they're staring at each other across the lake. It's like, fuck you. It's like, you know what? Fuck you. And they're just yelling at each other. That's all that's going on right here. They're just staring at each other. Nothing too crazy over here.
Yeah, no, I mean, there is a little bit, and what's nice is Galgentold and Swizzblaze have a little bit of a potato base here, just by the way they walled. For the Ottomans, they're going to need to do something like do a farm transition if they want to consistently stay on food. But what's nice is they have those military schools that, for the Ottomans, they're going to be studying, they're going to be reading up, and then in a matter of time, they're going to have more units than you know what to deal with. Mangonel's very much included in that aspect. As far as Mali, Libby, and MSN go, I'm surprised they're not trying to be a little bit more aggressive. You know, they took a really good fight, and Swizzblaze and Galgentold, maybe they want to be adding siege by themselves. But if you're looking at the macros of these players, and especially, you know, MSN very much so, I've seen him hover in that Imperial Age-like resource hoarding for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we are at the point where with these economies, you stall out your production. You stop producing for a minute or two, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're imp. You click up with your imp age resources and you're good to go. But you don't want to be clicking that too early, because then if a main engagement happens, it's that much harder to reboom. Speaking of reboom, and Molly Libby says, now it's time for me to drop my own secondary town center. I need some extra eco myself.
Yeah, I see that from Biz a lot as those horsemen ready to get caught by spearmen. I see that from Biz a lot, where they get the ground out from under them, and they get their cisterns, and they get their olive groves, and then they start whining and dining and Castle Age. They're going to start picking up some of them relics. And then adding a second TC behind it when all of that is situated, because if you do all that at once, you're never going to have the ability to, right? So having that second town center just means that if this game goes to an Imperial level or post-Imperial level, the economy is going to be there, and he won't be so dependent on olive grove.
Yep. You got it exactly, but it does seem like we're at the point where it's split back to two 1v1s. Armies have split up again, and we're going to see two main engagements. Blue heading off against orange, purple headed off against red. Mangonel on the back side, though, has some good protection. There are crossbows. There are some Janissaries around it. Good body blocking there. And on the other side, purple still. It's just mainly spears, it looks like, on that front side. And longbows from the Byzantines might clear up Galgentold's purple.
Yeah, this is what makes for such an interesting game, right? Because Galgentold ends up having to retreat, and it looks like Swizzblaze is going to end up having to retreat. Those Janissaries aren't good enough in order to take them down. They did take down the horsemen, but not much of anything else. So both sides, both MSN and Mali Libby, won their respective engagements. And it's right, we are seeing it's almost like mere 1v1s on either side. And now it's going to become rather difficult, but this is the history of the English. They start to retreat a little bit. They didn't have a tower up there. Now they have a tower. King goes down. They have a Mangonel able to body block. Horseman trying to get that surround over there on the north side that you can see, but there's enough spearmen trying to make sure that nothing ends up happening in that particular area. Mostly longbowmen coming out here for SwissCheese while you're looking at the play-by-play, I'm sorry, on the other side. The MSN, the Ayubid player, is continuing to push into the Ottoman base. There's no network of castles there, however.
You said SwissCheese, and you are 100% right. They are looking like SwissCheese over here, as MSN and Molly Libby are both winning their fights, pushing into their bases, already through the walls on one side, burning the walls on the other, and it was really the men-at-arms and the Ghulams that were the differences in both fights. It made it so it was that much harder to micro, where the other sides, they didn't have the same amount of the front line. They didn't have the same amount on that kind of tankiness on where they had to actually micro, and then their archers were hitting men-at-arms, where the other side's archers are hitting spears or hitting archers or crossbows.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Both sides didn't really have an answer, or a good answer. You know, SwissCheese did have Janissaries, which could rip through men-at-arms armor, or Ghulam armor, I guess, in this particular instance, but the Ghulams are just so tanky. You know, you need that something with bonus damage, and now both of these forces from blue and purple, from Blues, Blaze, and Gallen Gold, they have to converge on that. And this is one of the things, if you're really talking to your teammate, you're thinking, hey, I got two colors here. Do you know what that means? Over on purple side, there's going to be no military units at all, except for whatever reinforcements that they want to do. If you have to use your teammate to help protect you, that is a big, big danger sign. And I think Mali Libby, either he's going to be trying to give that death blow to Ottomans, is that big Mangonel shot right on top of some of those archers and Ghulams, but it looks like only one archer actually got killed. A lot of them end up coming weak. Mali Libby, those Byzantine reinforcements over there on the eastern side, looks like they're going to snipe that Mangonel in the blink of an eye, and Gallen Told is trying to do something, trying to get that little bit of help. But again,
there's the men-at-arms.
And they're not glowing.
They're at least men-at-arms, though, because look at the red army. There's no crossbows. Look at the orange army. There's no crossbows. This was the difference in the fight earlier, and this is where now you can immediately see it. Even only 8 to 10 men-at-arms are pushing a mass that's quadruple the size back.
Yeah, and that's so frustrating. I mean, that first engagement was such a good engagement on both sides, but now, I mean, you got to be thinking in the back of your head, okay, this is what we're dealing with, and this is what a really good player ends up doing. People like MSN and Mali Libby, they probably do this, where they see an army composition and they're like, okay, what do I need now? And I would expect both of these players, obviously with Longbowman coming out of Mali's side, but before MSN, definitely get some crossbowmen here. You know, definitely get the ability to make sure you're able to take down some of those men-at-arms. And we're seeing
at that orange just line coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this Ayubid player, MSN, he's at his post-game economy right now. He can continuously pop cap himself till the end of time.
Yep. I mean, you can see how many farms he has on his side, how big the orange base is, how big the red base is. Full expansion comparative to Swiss Blaze's side. Doesn't feel like there's a big blue base, which he needs a lot of production. He needs those military schools. He needs that expansion, and just took a ton of damage. You can see 17 food in the bank, and we're going to see, what is it though? It's Tower of Sultan. That thing is the get out of my game tower.
Yeah, this is a giant phallic-looking structure that's going to be barreling north, and you can see it's got a nice little head on it. That battering ram will be able to, and you should see this thing punch a building. Oh, goodness gracious. What's nice is you can put so many units in here. I've figured that meme with the salesman slapping the top of it. You can fit so many units in this thing. You know, you can fit 20 of them. And its ability to take down buildings at a moment's notice is so, so good. And it's going to be really good for the Ottoman, or against the Ottomans too, where those production buildings and those military schools, they're the saving grace.
Yeah, and this is just one where the immobile armies of Ottoman and English have really been punished this game over and over. The siege hasn't mattered enough on the size of Swiss Blaze and Galgen Told. The Mangonels have been taken out so quickly. They haven't been protected. Main town center getting taken down a Swiss Blaze. Galgen Told's trying to come help, but Molly Libby's also knocking on the doorstep as well. So fights are going in. 3 Mangonels. These things have to hit some god shots, have to hit some masses here, or else we are going to see the end of Galgentold and SwissCheese.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a big choke point here where Mangonels can get a big shot. They're getting their rocks off. Those Ghouloms, though, they take a decent amount of those rocks, and you can see a lot of them at about half health. That ranged mass from MSN continuing to stay alive. Red Mally doing a good job on that eastern side, making sure he's holding, has Varangian guards that are really going to help, not going berserk, so they're able to tank just that little bit. And now Ghouloms have free reign over what Galgentold has. Those Mangonels are gone. There's only one English Springled over on the purple side. MSN split off a couple Ghouloms. You can see that. Look at all those villagers, those Ottoman villagers screaming, running for their lives. So he's not going to be able to reproduce out of anything except those military schools. Main town center starting to burn. Going to go down in a matter of seconds.
And I mean, this is just looking like the beginning of the end. Mali, Libya, and MSN are taking it to the other side. SwissCheese is getting taken on out. Galgentold has that mass. He's been able to keep this mass together pretty well. His Mangonels got cleaned up, but he reacted with the Springles that he needed now. A second town center has been up for a decent bit of time for SwissCheese, but his main TC's out, his military schools are starting to fall, and that is what Ottomans relies on.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely insane what the Tower of the Sultan actually ends up doing. MSN does have the potential to go Imperial.
Food?
Yeah, and he does with Tradewing Advisors, so he's going to be adding some Adabegs. And man, I was begging for some of those to come out in Imperial Age because it makes your military mass just that much healthier. It gives your ability to maintain your mass when you have things like Mangonel shots coming at you. You know, you might be able to take an extra one. For SwissCheese and Galgentold, however, they are been on the back foot. They're going to continue to be on the back foot for the foreseeable future. There's absolutely no way they're going to end up getting to Imperial Age.
Yeah, Mali Libby has a giant red mass and is headed back home, it looks like, for a few raids, but I don't know if they know how good of a position they're in, because they could just absolutely push towards the base together and end the game completely. Galgentold's able to push up during this time. Red's pulling back. And now MSN is going to probably just use the rest of these archers as a throwaway army and remass up at the front side again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, MSN is at the point where, I mean, look at, you're at the point in the game now to where 27 minutes in. And once you hit to Imperial, these resources that they have, it's not a float anymore. It's a stockpile, right? So he's sitting on all this food. He's sitting on all this wood. More siege ends up going down for Galgentold, so he's not going to have that anti-siege to help him out, except for that Springald at about 5 health. However, the ability for him to reproduce out of all of the production buildings that he has, whether it's archers, crossbowmen, I don't give a shit what it is. He can continuously funnel units and stay pop capped for the entire game. And that's just something that Galgentold and SwissCheese did. They just don't have.
Yeah, well, you keep maybe not Swiss or maybe not Galgentold. He seems to be keeping his mass together. Remember, he went second TC early on, so his eco is fully online. He's had farms. He's got multiple layers of walls. He's actually going up to Imp with that Berkshire you talked about. So he said, hey, SwissCheese, I got you. I got your backpack over here. Hop on in it. And he wants to carry the team over here. He's trying the best to do what he can.
Yeah, well, he's going to need a pretty big knapsack, Dabs, that's for sure. I mean, he does go up with the Berkshire. When it comes to that Berkshire, you know, it might be able to pick off some reinforcements from the Byzantines, but in terms of keeping his teammates safe, it's really out of the way here. So basically, when these two armies start to mass up, you see Byzantine nest of bees. You got a couple Eastern Roman Empire beehives taking shots at an English range mass because he's got foreign engineering companies. So now he's got a siege advantage. He's adding some rather expensive units like cataphracts. He's going to be getting his Imperial Age upgrades. If he has not already, land snakes for the Byzantine Empire are going to be making quick work of some of those crossbowmen and some of those men-at-arms that are there. I mean, Galgentold, he's going to have to 1v2 for a long time.
We saw Wololo in the game earlier. Could we see another? Monk immediately gets taken out. Mangonel's trying its best to fire down on those land snakes. Galgentold again falling back to his base. Once the network of castles comes back to online, he kind of is able to hold, but I really feel like the main reason is because Mali Libby hasn't ever like pulled the official trigger to all in. Has gotten up to the walls and then kind of fallen back, has gotten up to the walls and then kind of fallen back and not gone into the base. And I don't know if it's because it's English or what.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know. I feel like a lot of people that try to do some kind of thing against English and they feel like they can, they get scared to, you know, because there's Berkshire, there's a town center, there's network of citadels at this point, and all that kind of stuff. So it makes it rather difficult for him to deal with. And now, again, Galgatold dealing with this 2v1. We got Mangonels on the backside. Nesta Bees are going to be able to get in there. But Galgatold getting a nice job, getting a little bit of raid. A couple of those Byzantine villagers end up going down, but Varangian Guard might be able to help clean up. And again, orange and red, they have the synchrony, they have the choreography, they're massing up together. Elite Varangian Guard ends up coming in pretty quickly as well, so it's going to be difficult for Galgatold to deal with this. He does have hand cannoneers. I'm seeing gunpowder coming out of that eastern side, but there's so much of a ranged mass, especially with things like longbowmen and those archers. It's going to be difficult for hand cannoneers to stay alive.
Yeah, definitely very, very hard. Has to rely on Siege a good bit, which seems like he's been winning the Siege War somewhat, even though he was heavily outnumbered there. And during all this, he's also been splitting men-at-arms into both ecos, Ayubids and the Byzantine player. So somehow he's defending and he's putting in a little pressure as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what English can do, right? I mean, they're able to just split off a couple men-at-arms, and because they're a good raiding unit, they have so much armor, they're able to take a lot of fire. You have to deal with them directly. While on the back end, for a lot of times when he backs up into his own base and then you see that network come up, it's so difficult, especially because Siege gets that upgrade, right? So Springolds are able to fire so quickly. Mangonels are able to fire so quickly. So a lot of the times for the English player, we're looking at it in God mode and we're thinking, oh, this player's dead. But the English player is going to fight tooth and nail until the end of it.
Yep. We're seeing where walls have not been fully filled in and connected. The mass has still been on the front side of the base for a significant amount of time, but SwissCheese is still on 30 pop. He needs to go behind the English base and drop TCs there.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get the fuck out of wherever he is right now. I mean, there's nobody, because going near or around that English base is going to be the way to get yourself back into the game. But in order to get back into the game, you're gonna need town centers, you're gonna need time. We're probably not gonna see him at the mass or at the strength of the other three players in this game for another 20 minutes if the game ends up going up.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all, but there's one way that you can get back there a little quicker. If Galgatold just gives him enough resources for 2 town centers right now, that immediately leverages you up a couple minutes. He's got enough resources to do so easily. Actually, SwissCheese has enough resources to drop basically 2 TCs. 1,900 wood in the bank. He just probably doesn't have the villagers to do so.
Yeah, I mean, with Galgatold, it's a fine line, right? Because I'm all for slinging. You know, you gotta make sure your opponent or your teammate ends up getting the resources to try to help you out, but it comes at a cost of, is the English going to be able to pull that off? You know, he's doing this kind of 1v2 situation, so he's trying to defend to the best visibility. That mango shot ends up missing just to the south of that range mass before it gets gobbled up. But you know, if you sling and then you end up not being able to make units afterward, you know, then you're actively killing your team. So he's got to find that line of doing both.
Yeah, it looks like he got pushed off the front side gold. He's starting to run lower on the resources. Doesn't have any more gold behind his walls, so will need to reclaim some more territory. And looks like the way he's doing that is dropping a keep on the gold that Molly Libby was on, pulling villagers to try to take out the cannons, but oh no. The boys have been pulled on both sides. And there's reinforcements here for Molly Libby. That is a lot of villagers that could potentially go down, but takes down the cannons and needs to run back to the keep.
Yeah, he does take down the cannons, and it begs the question, because I don't know if those villagers were actually doing anything. You know, I don't know if what resource they were gathering before, if it was something that Galgatold needed. But to get rid of some of those, you know, to get rid of some of those cannons, it might be a good idea, and it frees up population supply to make sure he has the military. I think Galgatold, he's at the point where he needs to make enough military to hold off 2 players, and villagers are just going to get in your fucking way.
Yeah, but there's that fine line of, if you lose any of that mass, you are not going to be able to repopulate back on up, and he's getting probably pretty close to that situation. I say that, but still 2,500 food into the bank. He's only at 150 total population, and somehow, some way, this game has still continued to extend, but Molly, Libby, and MSN still feel like they're slowly making their way further and further into the bases.
Yeah, that Gallantold keep ends up going down. Kiro Sifen are lighting this English base aflaze. And if you're looking quickly, we're 35 minutes into the game. Dabston, Gallantold is now currently researching enclosures.
Oh, that...
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Well, not only that, the Berkshire just went down. He has 56 farms, but he's not going to have 56 farmers for long as... Yeah. Now we see the base. We see that little hover over. We got 4 Serosiphons? Is that how they're called? Yeah, well, sure. Close enough. I was close. Yeah. There's a reason why I don't know any pronunciation. So, anyways, the Abbey of the Kings goes down. And keep in mind, I don't know if SwissBlaze has any landmarks on his side. We've already seen 2 landmarks fall. Oh, all the landmarks are up for SwissBlaze. So this will not be game over, but it will be game over for Galgantold as far as his eco, as he is not on those farms. He is not on all this expansion, and those production buildings should start to fall after as well.
Yeah, those enclosures really don't have the ability to get paid off just because of those raids that were going on in the back. And it looks like both of these players, you're seeing a lot of these horsemen go down. You're seeing a lot of these hand cannoneers, archers, all that kind of stuff from MSN end up going down. But this is the big difference. Mally is sitting on 2,800 olive oil. He can take a fucking bath in it. And on the other side, MSN has so many resources, he can just continue to do this over and over again. So it's all about getting to that eco. It's all about getting to that eco. And that's what it is for the English player. And you got to remember, too, while we're watching this go down, this is a best of 1, right? This is, you know, win or go home. And we're in the loser's bracket. So Gallantold is giving it absolutely everything he has. And I give him an immense amount of credit for able to take a 2v1 in this capacity for as long as he has.
But he has finally had enough. And Molly, Libby, and MSN take the victory. GoHardGaming gets the W over SwissCheese.
Yeah, this was a really good one. A big congratulations to GoHardGaming, which will be continuing in this tournament for SwissCheese. They gave it a valiant effort. It will be packing their bags and going home. Maybe if there is a Devil's Cup 2v2 2.0, we might be able to see them in the next one. But for this, I think we have, if I remember correctly, we have, it looks like one more series before we sign off.
The last series of the day is going to be Avely, Lash, and Orc, Team FFA Enjoyers versus Team Debuffed. That is, you know, what some people like to call DEBILS 2.0. BLB and Goatkowski are the little squad, B Team Devils, whatever you want to call it. And we'll get these civs. Well, I guess it's only, I was going to say maps, but we'll get the civs and we'll get the map up on the map. Whatever you want to call it. Mine's starting to go to mush, you know. We're getting later in the day.
Yeah, we've been live for just about 4 hours. There are so many of you people that have been here basically since the start of the tournament. So big thank you to all of you guys who stick around, who have been following the stream. There have been some bits, there have been some subs and all of that kind of stuff. So if you're interested in seeing tomorrow, which is the main finals, if you're interested to do things like chat, if you're interested to do things like predict and get some points, you have the ability to do that if you follow the channel. And before we get to this series, obviously a huge shout out to the DEBILS Clan, HousedHorse and Jigglypuff, who are doing the best in being administrative work. We have Observer, which is a cow in the back, making us look good. And a big shout out to SteelSeries, who decided to donate some good technology to the top 3, the ones who end up winning and becoming in that 3rd place match. The winner of that one will also get any kinds of keyboards, you know, headsets, mice, all of that good stuff. So it's been super super awesome to have them sponsor. Big shout out to Wayman for letting that one happen. And it looks like we are diving in. I'm hearing sheep get absolutely slaughtered in my headphones. We're going to see Avely in the color red playing as the Roos, his teammate Orc spawning in more northern than him playing as the HRE Dabber, who is part of that DEBILS Clan.
Yeah, on the other side, we have BLB in that southern side playing as the Abbasid, and his teammate Gotkowski getting his favorite Civ, the Roos. So we'll get to see how this Roos mirror goes. We saw a game earlier today with the Roos mirror where both players decided to stay single TC. And so will it be the same here, or will we see some boomers?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I don't see BLB as an Abbasid player. I don't think I've really ever seen him, but BLB, we call him, or at least I used to before, I called him Boom Lord for a reason. Abbasid might be that civilization that's really up his alley, and to make sure that he will be able to get some of those really high tier, really strong Castle Age units that Abbasid has to offer, whereas Gotkowski playing as the Roos, this is Gotkowski's civilization. I have watched him play Roos, and actually I have tailored my play in a team game situation, kind of like how Gotkowski plays the Roos. So this is the Civ for him.
So 3 TCs and don't help your teammate?
Absolutely. My teammates can go fuck themselves.
Oh, no, not really here. But we're seeing why both of these players picked Roos here. On team games, especially, very, very strong. There's tons of bounty out on the map. You can see how many deer packs there are. Avely already securing up a couple. There's multiple spots where we see double deer. But Gotkowski already sitting 100 bounty above the other side of Avely.
Yeah, and I think obviously that's, you know, it's important. We had a game before where there was a Roos, quote unquote, mirror. And getting that bounty discrepancy just means the difference between tier 2 and tier 1, which means a quicker time to do things like get to feudal age, a quicker way to get your knights into production. So really, really important. And although, you know, you have double the amount of deer packs and all that good stuff, as you see 3 scouts out of Avely, your opponent does also. So you try to do the best you can in getting all of those resources. Now, Avely going to put that Kremlin right next to the gold mine, right next to a berry patch, which is a little safe. BLB going with the economic wing, making sure his crescents are very fertile and most likely will be booming with fresh foodstuffs coming out of that mill. Gotkowski on the other side, that Kremlin, rather forward. We see it by a wood line, we see it by a gold vein, but he's going to have to go out to get some more food somewhere.
Well, here's the thing about this Kremlin is remember what we've seen in a lot of these games where we've said where has been the point of attack for a lot of these teams? In between your opponent's bases. Well, that Kremlin fully nullifies any sort of splitting of aggression that you can kind of see on the other side. Very, very hard to attack in between Gotkowski and BLB with that there.
Yeah, that's a really good point, you know, especially because we belabor the sectioning off of each teammate, making sure you're able to do that. And also for both of these players, their second gold mine is right next to the Kremlin now. So obviously for the Abbasid, you're going to be worried about if you're going economic wing, you're going to be dealing with things like second town center stuff. You might put gold on the back burner a little bit, but if this game goes late and against an HRE and Roos player, it does have the potential to go incredibly late. That Kremlin and those gold mines might be make it or break it for you.
Yeah, and this is the point now, though, that Gotkowski and BLB are both going for that multi-TC build. You can already see Gotkowski over on the stone. You already just saw BLB over on the stone. I'd say it's a little bit better for BLB being the Abbasid. You got a little bit of extra bonuses, cheaper TCs, cheaper villagers and whatnot. Roos, obviously, very, very safe TCs, though, and we'll have the extra wood gathering to be able to kind of get it down nice and quick. But Avely, this means a lot more knights in this early game. Won't have it a second TC to pay for as far as food goes, and hasn't spent the 700 plus, you know, resources that the TC costs.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. As we're seeing typical Roos, go ahead, barrel your scout into the opposing main town center. I've been there. Let's not get that twisted. But you know, you're absolutely right for Avely, because now it always feels like when somebody goes for a second town center, and 1v1, 2v2, or otherwise, if somebody goes for a second town center, you feel like you're on a clock if you're not doing that. right? Because those 750 resources, yeah, you know, they spent that into a town center. It means they don't have knights. But if they're able to defend and make sure that the knights you made instead of the second town center don't pay off, then the group of Goatkowski and BLB will end up winning the game because they just have that economic advantage over the other team. So this really makes the game, especially for Avely, be on quite the big timer.
Yep, and there's the second TC for BLB behind the Kremlin in front of the gold. So a really nice spot if he wants to try to hit a nice castle. Goatkowski looks like he was like 6 stones short. I didn't really exactly look at the number, but he is also dropping his TC next to the Kremlin. So they are really reinforcing this position, and diving that front TC or the back TC, very hard to do. And that's usually the spot that is easy to dive, is like, oh, secondary TC, very, very weak now with some of those recent nerfs. There's only 7 spots inside, but this shores up some of those other weaknesses.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. I mean, you see just on that one part of the screen, you have 2 town centers in the Kremlin. It's like, just good luck sending an army there. You know, that Kremlin is an absolute powerhouse. It's a 5,000 hit point outpost that shoots arrows better than an outpost. So I know a lot of people complain about the Gremlin, and I think that their complaints, actually, as somebody who likes the Rus, I think their complaints are pretty valid. Just having the ability to make that outpost very quickly and the ability to get the Gremlins out there, you know? So this is an economic advantage for both of these players. It's going to be pretty difficult to punish. And I feel like on the flip side, when you're playing with the Holy Roman Empire, or you're playing with Orc, it looks like he's doing the same thing that we've seen previous HRE players go for Feudal Age, go for some archers. Same thing with Avely. So this looks to be, if these see where these second town centers are and them not having it, they're probably going to end up developing some sort of all-in sensation.
Yep. And yeah, you're not too wrong there. And Avely actually is going to have a little bit of extra boost in his economy that isn't the second town center. He's about to hit 500 bounty. He's able to pick up the boars due to the map control he has with the knights. He's headed up to that north boar. It's going to jump him right above that 500 mark. And this is a little bit of extra gold that he's constantly accruing over time. You know, 75 gold, that's basically 2 minutes for a villager.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, it's fantastic. Just the ability to get the boar. And this is something that I don't see Rus players do very often, or maybe we just haven't been able to catch it. But you're exactly right on the 505. You know, just making sure that you're getting that bounty as high as possible, making sure you're getting the most out of every villager that you have. There's a potential for him as well, just because he does have the map control, BLB and Goatkowski being a little boomy with it, as we kind of expected. But there's a potential, if you're Avely, to go out and harvest them as well. I mean, Orc has a lot of archers. We're seeing a lot of knights from Avely. If Avely does run out of food, you know, with his back deer pack or sheep or his berries back home, he could more than willing go ahead and take it and be safe.
Yeah, and the one key thing that we don't see behind all these Kremlins is an abundance of food. There's that one berry patch for Goatkowski, but Rus being on berries is not fun. You want to be on the deer. You want to be on the boar. You want to be on the hunts and not on berries.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The Rus aren't known to be a very herbivorous civilization. You could do what Cal was probably looking at, you know, hovering over is the Abbasid dynasty. You could build a mill to get those berry bushes a little bit stronger for your teammate if you were willing to do that, but not sure BLB has the presence of mind to do that right now, as he is dealing with those HRE archers, and there will be Ram twins trying to take down all of these buildings that BLB worked so hard to make.
Yeah, a bunch of houses on the front side, not the easiest for BLB to deal with. As we see his pop right now, he's already 52 to 60. Now 52 is 70, so first one that goes down at least won't pop, won't cap his pop now, but you already see the shift clicks where Orc is ready to take down all of these buildings, and Goatkowski is sending his knights across the map to do some raiding, which could potentially hit home. Speaking of raiding, Avely able to do the same, able to get a villager there, take down them and delay some additional houses that were burning. Not enough archers here to defend this push yet by any means, and that raid did end up coming to the deer. So really solid job by Goatkowski. Remember, any villagers Goatkowski's able to take down means so much more right now, with both of them being on 2 TCs.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit. You know, when somebody is getting ultra aggressive and into your face, sometimes it's better to just go around them, you know, and do a little bit of a counter raid because you know that their army is in front of your base, so you know where they're not. They're not on the opposite side. So being able to take down these villagers, well, basically for Orc and this offensive push that he's doing, he got rid of a mill, he got rid of 4 houses. You know what I mean? So not really too much Orc has succeeded with, while at the same time he's lost a couple villagers. Now, Goatkowski, you talked about this food. You did a really good job of foreshadowing the dabs, to be honest with you, because he has to go out and get them. Those berries are almost gone. So he's got to figure it out. Avely has a scout perfectly because that's the closest place. That's the closest quote unquote safe place that he would be able to get food. And you can see that red and orange both are turning their attention there quickly.
Yep. BLB is just clearly lacking in the numbers, but it makes sense. It's understandable. He hasn't been on the berries. He hasn't been on that. He's having to drop farms, but they both are on 2 TC stills compared to 1. They just need to keep delay. Try to do some raids here and them like Goatkowski did. You can see they know that food is about to get prepped and taken out. They've been tracking these knights. They've been tracking the archers. Villagers jump inside the outpost. There are spears here to deal with some of the knights, but the archer mass from Orc is here as well, and those spears are not long for this world.
Yeah, no, they're going to get taken down rather quickly, whether Avely's Knights are there or otherwise. Pretty much Goatkowski and BLB are essentially rallying all of their military units over on this particular side. So he's got to go out to those berries all the way in the corner. He doesn't have the wood for a hunting cabin, Dabston. He's on 63 wood. So these villagers, I really hope they have their Fitbit because they're going to be getting their steps in.
Yeah, but the Regnant's Cathedral's on the way, and I will say that the Night Mass for Goatkowski is pretty big when both groups are together. Both of his Night Masses aren't together right now. Avely sees the archers moving out for BLB, not enough spears there yet. But it does seem like the secondary TCs have paid off. Not too much damage done with that ram push, and here comes Regnant's for Orc. How will the relic control look over the next couple minutes?
Honestly, like to predict, I think it's going to translate well, you know, because they've stayed on 1 town center. They've continued to be aggressive. It seems like Goatkowski and BLB are more so in tune with trying to get, as they don't have survival techniques, but trying to get some of those outside food resources just so he can make units to get map control. Right, so for these next, minute or two, as long as Orc is Castle Age, he'll probably be able to get a decent amount of relics. As I'm seeing, there's 1 safe one. There's probably 2 safe ones near Avely's base. I'd say he's guaranteed 3.
Yeah, easily should be able to get 3. There should be knights trying to roam, but Avely's got his own knights roaming. Orc hits that Castle Age. Goatkowski's trying to circle, but just Avely doing such a good job with his scouts, tracking those knights consistently.
Yeah, I mean, this is the age-old thing, especially if you're a lower elo player and you want to know what's going on, is that scout ends up going down. A lot of the times they're like, yeah, I don't know why I did that. I didn't really have the information. It's like, go get it. Now Goatkowski's knights getting caught by Avely's knights. Avely definitely outmasses him in this situation. That's 3 or 4 knights that he could not afford to lose.
Yeah, not a good timing to lose them at all. You really want to be pressuring now when Orc's about to hit Castle Age. It looks like BLB has his own archer mass, so pushing forward. Should have a few spears there and some knight reinforcements from Goatkowski. Is this the fight they want to take? It looks like it's the fight they're going to take. Knights charging in. Some other reinforcing knights circling back around that just backed off from that fight before it. And this is going to be a decent fight from Goatkowski and BLB. Orc kiting back the best he can. Knights charging on forward, and Goatkowski's knight numbers are getting thinned out pretty quickly, and I actually don't see a lot of spears here.
Yeah, I think the number one thing, BLB only had maybe about 3 or 4 spearmen in this mix. Either that or Orc did a good job of microing them down, but I think the big key to this was Orc got his veteran archer upgrade at, like, you literally couldn't pick a later time or he probably would have lost. Right, spearmen are going to be coming up, but they're going to be able to pick off those knights. This could have been convincingly a BLB Goatkowski victory. Instead, it looks more so like not only a quote-unquote even trade, but more so on the side of Avely and Orc, as BLB's archers, because they're in feudal age, they got to run in the opposite direction. but even though they're on second town centers, they're technologically behind. Orc is Castle Age. He's got a lot of food right now. He's got about 2,000 food. Might we be seeing an early Swabia play out of him?
I think this is just an immediate Swabia play to just boost back up your own eco, match the villager numbers on the other side, and you're going to have all that free relic gold that you're constantly going to be bringing in.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny because for Gokowski and BLB, as you see a random battering ram trying to do its best to be stealthy in the woods, you're seeing... Oh, no. I forget what I was even going to say because we got to watch this massacre. Holy shit.
Actually, a decent bit of them get into the outpost, and I think only 4 or 5 go down. Another few split on off. There's another boar in the north that I don't know if they scouted, but they could just go snack.
The way you said that was so seductive. I'm sorry. Looking like a snack right there.
But nope, they end up getting spotted out by a prelate. Of all things, Avely's knights are going to circle around, take down those villagers. There's a relic next to those units of Gotkowski. Could we see another Wololo? You think Orc was watching the game earlier? You think he knows? Get in their head a little bit here?
There just might be an ability to get something like Wololo. More villagers have to run in the opposite direction of Avely's knights. Avely continuing. It's very impressive because he's continuing to pile on this knight passage. You know, he doesn't have a lot of food. He's floating a decent amount of gold. And so you can tell that food is a really big problem for him in order to do things like get knight production. Gokowski and BLB on the other side, it almost feels like for them being in feudal age, this is going to be so difficult for them to get out of because Gokowski's going to need some kind of farm transition at a time where he's got to make a shit ton of knights or he doesn't die.
Yeah, and this is one where Avely and Orc need to talk to each other because Orc, he's rolling in the food. He can't get enough food right now. He's been floating 2,000 food for the past, like, we thought it was going to be a fast imp play because he had like 2,000 food. He's now at 2,600 food. He can't spend it fast enough.
Yeah, it begs the question to get a market, you know? I mean, his income per minute, we're looking at it on the top left part of your screen. Cow's got about 1,600 there. It looks like Gokowski trying to get up in that food, but you gotta know, I mean, based on the income that they have, food is definitely bottlenecking Gokowski. Those deer are gonna run out on the eastern edge of the map. The berries are going to run out. It looks like he's transitioning to gold. He might have to try to, in terms of a transition, maybe get some sort of market just to make sure that he can get the food that he's able to. But now red and orange, Avely and Orc are starting to come together a little bit. You see some of the crossbowmen from Orc mixed in with the veteran archers. Again, there's a technological discrepancy here. I do think if Avely and Orc do take a fight with both of them combined, they're going to emerge victorious.
I mean, this is one where BLB, he at least is aging up. It's on the way. So Castle Age will be able to get matched here in just a little bit. Those few villagers on those last few deer will fall. So that's six vills that should end up dying here. Oh, actually, maybe not. This is still one where knights get pushed back. The crossbows are there. And delay as this gives time for BLB to hit Castle Age, and this is not a little small mass by any means. BLB, he's got a 50+ infantry mass. He's about to hit Castle Age, and guess what? He's going to be a Basset, I'm assuming, military wing, and that means boot camp. He can get composite bows. He can make those units that much stronger.
Yeah, all of a sudden, BLB hits that big power spike, right? All of a sudden, those units that are Abbasid in Feudal Age, they're not necessarily wimpy anymore. You know, they have the ability to hit those things. Avely does hit Castle Age with a decent amount of trees, and we do know his bounty's been above 500, so that's going to be a decent gold trickle for him. Now, it's about waiting for Gokowski, right? It's about waiting for Gokowski. I see basically some of those blue areas around the map. He has done his best to try to get a little bit of a farm transition, but don't look now. Just when they thought they were able to stabilize in a technological basis, the HRE player has been gobbling up relics for the majority of this game. He's Imperial.
He's Imperial right as Gokowski and BLB start to feel like they're doing a little bit better, hitting Castle Age, both of them, as Gokowski dropping his. Avely, though, not reacting to that raid a little bit quick enough, and lost a few villagers there. Pressure starting to come on in towards the Roos side.
Yeah, and I think for Avely and Orc, I feel like they still have, you know, kind of an upper hand, but time is kind of running out. You know, I mean, Gokowski and BLB are the ones that are being on those two town centers, and I'm sure based on population, for Avely, he's sitting on a population of 85. There's got to be a lot more for BLB, and he's almost pop capped. He's at about 180. Those upgrades have not necessarily come in yet. I don't see boot camp in there. He's trying to do things like get steeled arrow. He's using just veteran archers to try to combat these knights. It's not going to work because Orc has crossbowmen on the backside. Those knights are quick work. And they end up going down from a lot of that ranged mass from the HRE that will be hitting Imperial very, very soon. Avely and Orc, they can continue to push this if they want to, Dabs.
Yeah, it just feels like that fight for BLB was about 10 seconds too quick as veteran spears weren't in place. So the Knights of Avely took the fight against the spears and were fine with it. Did not take as much damage. Were able to clear up quite a bit of it. But Gokowski looks like he has a Knight mass circling around. You cannot forget, Avely has been single TC. He does not have the same composition. I think you just said it. He was at under 100 overall population. Meanwhile, not the same story on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, for Gokowski, at least his transition to Castle Age is going to be a little bit smoother, right? That high trade house, not necessarily as good as Avely's, but still very, very good to give him that little bit of gold trickle. But if we're taking a look at income, just because Orc has so many relic stabs, look how much gold per minute he's getting currently. That's over 2,000. And it's probably just on relics. I don't know if he has anybody. Oh, he does have a little bit of villagers on gold. But still, look at how many monasteries he had to build. Are you fucking kidding me? He's got 7 of those with the Regnance Cathedral. That's insane.
I would have rather him had just the Regnance and had like outposts out and about, give some extra vision, protect up his farms, things like that. But, you know, to each his own, the monasteries work just as fine. The thing is, look at the income per minute for Avely. He just now is breaking 1,000 on something. He is struggling on the resources. Every knight that falls, every villager that falls for Avely, that much harder to get back. And BLB and Gokowski are actually in a somewhat fine situation. BLB, he's max pop. He's sitting there. He's got in anything he wants in queue. I wouldn't be surprised to see BLB click up to Imperial Age himself.
And honestly, like with BLB, just because we're seeing, you know, kind of late game Abbasid at this point, being population capped obviously means your income can't be spent on units. So you might have to potentially go to Imperial, but he's got an Imperial Age HRE force knocking at his door. It looks like all of them are composed of basically archers, and they're going to be doing the best they can with composite bows, surprisingly making very quick work out of some of those men-at-arms that are trying to make the front line, and they're going up against spearmen as well. But that back line from Orc just has not been touched, just because of the composite bow archers have continued to try to hit those men-at-arms, where meanwhile Knights are chasing Knights. You can see it in the picture, red Knights, blue Knights, 1 Knight, 2 Knight, all of them.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Trying to get a charge on one another, but it looks like Orc will be meeting Gokowski with some of those spearmen, with some of those men-at-arms that do have heavy base.
There's a camel rider there. 1 single camel rider. All you need with that Night Mass to make a huge difference. But the Night Mass kept running by, went straight for BLB's Archer Mass, and the Archer Mass is left alone. This isn't one that you want to end up taking. Doesn't look like there's a lot of crossbows. Doesn't look like there's a lot of spears. Gokowski has a few knights headed across, has a lot of knights headed across. Will try to circle around the backside, but will it be too late before his partner's mass has been cleared up? It seems that way. A lot of the crossbows cleaned up. Orc's on the way with his infantry, and this has been a huge back and forth here, and it looks like both sides still sitting pretty, sitting fine. Imp about to get clicked from BLB, and it does.
Yeah, he's going to be going up with the culture way now, which is really good, because it means, you know, you're getting preservation and knowledge. So future technology, especially those Imperial technologies, are going to be easy for you to collect. Avely and Orc are going to make quick work of this teal mass. It looks like there's a little bit of trading going on between Orc and Avely, getting a decent amount of gold. Orc is going to be able to sling him just a little bit just because of how much gold that he has because of those relics. So basically, for Avely, only thing he has to do is worry about food. The only thing he has to worry about is making sure he gets villagers. He added a second town center over on the eastern side, so that's going to help him. That's his third town center, excuse me. He's going to be getting his third town center over there on the eastern side, so he's going to bolster his villager count. He's going to be able to do things like a farm transition because he doesn't have to worry about gold. Orcs got him, right? So doing that means we're going to shell up our walls a little bit, okay? And then this game is going to end up being imperial for all sides when time and time, Dabs, we were like, oh, this team has the advantage. This team has the advantage. Now, I don't know what the hell's happening.
Yeah, now we're just getting into the late game. It's about, you know, controlling the resources, controlling the map, continuing to raid, and taking good fights, taking fights together. We're seeing those knights charge again. We're seeing a huge Men-at-Arms front line, and the Men-at-Arms feels like they just don't have a lot on the other side to deal with them. Yeah, there's a few crossbows, but not enough, and the Knights of Gokowski just run back away and leaving BLB high and dry.
Yeah, I think so too. Those, I mean, we talk about the Abbasid archers having composite bows, but you got to remember it's still just archers, and it uses only archers for this particular build. I mean, when you're playing against someone like the Mali, who have a lot of light infantry, those composite bows are really good. When you're facing somebody against the HRE, as we're waiting for BLB to get that preservation of knowledge, when thank you, Cal. We saw that. Thank you. The ability for he's gonna click it again now. God fucking help me.
You should have called it. You should have said it.
I know. I shouldn't have. Kremlin Gremlins are getting a little bit feisty with their Bardishas, but they will be going down in the blink of an eye. Got to remember they are temporary, but the damage that they inflict is permanent.
And now it looks like Avely and Orc trying to push up. They look like they want to kind of start to end this game, but Siege is going to need to come into play to end the game, I believe, unless those Knights can somehow circle around, unless fight gets forced, fight gets taken, and the eco gets dove. But fight, it's just still, the control on these units is just so back and forth, so good by both of these players, or all four of these players.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are so many times throughout this game when we've seen all four colors on the same screen. We've also seen Knights chasing Knights for a decent amount of this game as well. And it looks like Orc, just because he has enough food, just because he has enough gold to not only sling his teammate, he's really helping Avely while he's trying to boom with 3 town centers, but he's going to be adding some pretty expensive units. We have some Men-at-Arms end up going down. Blue Knights finally get at least a couple of those Avely Knights. The charge really helping him out. If you're the chasing Knights, it ends up being just a little bit better because of your ability to charge. It looks like Avely does have some free Knights here that might start taking down some of BLB's archers. They are of the elite capability. Spears look like they are still veteran, but probably with that phalanx upgrade, so they're going to be able to do a lot of DPS in order to try to hit those Knights. It looks like Avely is kiting Gokowski's Knights over in this area. I'm shocked that Gokowski didn't come back over here.
I mean, this is just one where teammates talking, you kind of get a little bit of that vision there, but look at what is out for Orc. I said Siege needs to come into play to start to end this game. It's not just the cannon. We got double mangonels to deal with that ranged mass that BLB has been defending with so well.
Yeah, he has really done a good job. And don't look now, but on the right side of your screen, we're going split screen right now. BLB on the left side, I should say, excuse me, his archers are going to start to clean up. Not going to be doing too much with those Men-at-Arms. On the right side, Gokowski's Knights. Looks like they're just too much from Avely, going to be able to break through that fortified palisade. So you have one side, that left side, where it feels like Orc is doing a very good job. His teammate, not so much. He's still getting hit with some of those Knights, and just because of how many that they have, I think Gokowski has a stable farm transition at this point too, so he's going to be able to make all of these Knights all over again.
Yeah, and the keep is still alive for the time being. The cannon pulls back away and needed one more shot. Villagers were still repairing, and the keep stays up from BLB. Gokowski still in the backside trying to burn through the wall that just barely got finished from Orc to start to try to get some raiding done into some eco. There are some Knights already through getting chased by Avely. Avely has had those 3 town centers pumping for a while. His eco should be looking pretty healthy at this point.
Yeah, honestly, I think everybody's eco ended up kind of stabilizing, and you can see just based on the income for both of these players. And obviously, you got to remember too that Orc has the ability to get the passive income from the relics, whereas Gokowski and BLB, if they want gold, they need villagers for it. Obviously, for Gokowski, they have a little bit of a hunting cabin situation. You know, you can be able to, get your stuff from High Trade House, but Orc is pulling so much gold. And also, you can look at the north corner of the screen and the western corner of the mini map. It looks like we're going to be seeing some trade very soon.
Yeah, north side definitely has, west side definitely has. We are about to start to do some trade booming, but where are able? Oh, they're going to neutral market. That's going to be much better, longer trade route and to the neutral market. Much more efficient.
Yeah, you get that little bit of a bonus, just because they're used in the neutral market. I mean, don't get me wrong. BLB's and Gokowski's trade isn't going to be anything to slouch at either, but now both of these cavalry civs do hit Imperial Age, so it's going to be Elite Knights hitting Elite Knights. And as you can see from BLB, being a part of the trade wing, you could have the ability to do things like get those technologies. So might we see that end up happening, but Orc is going to be using a big men-at-arm mass to try to take down a lot of these archers. Hand cannoneers are going to be bolstering up the back end as well. I think BLB needs an army composition change, man. I don't think these archers are cutting it.
No, he definitely needs to replace those all up with the Gulam crossbow mass and getting a lot more siege into play. Gokowski, though, doing a good job of bringing the aggression back to the other side instead of their side. Yeah, we're seeing the main clash down on the middle, which isn't going well for BLB, it seems. A lot of siege here. Culverin in the mix for Orc as well. So not the greatest, but Avely, he's struggling on his side, it seems like. Night Masses have been getting cleaned up. TCs have been getting raided. Few missing upgrades still from Avely.
Yeah, that is a difference, as you saw from some of Gokowski's knights versus Ailey's knights. Those pole axes are going to give you a little bit of extra damage to cut through things like men-at-arms, things like Gulams, things like heavy armored units. So if you're going to continue to be knights as the Rus at Imperial Age, which you don't usually see in a 1v1, but in a 2v2, I think it seems to be the kind of standard and what you should be doing, definitely get those pole axes. And now we see Orc coming in with a decent amount of siege bolus. He does have the Culverin to help him out. Those men-at-arms are going to be ending up to chuck and just carve through all of those Gulams. Those archers not going to be doing too much on the back end. And I think just because of how much armor these things have, he probably, if he didn't have Gokowski's help, Orc probably just could have ran through his base.
Yeah, and this is the point where, like, I know a lot of people have been playing FFAs recently. This is the point where Orc basically has 50 extra pop from killing a king with how many relics he has and the gold income that he has from the relics. So he's easily able to just snowball this game. He can delete villagers. He can start deleting some eco units to get more military out on the map, or do what he's doing, bring some vills forward, drop some keeps, take more map control. Finally seems like this is starting to be the beginning of the end. With siege involved, this makes all the production, all these buildings fall so quick. Oh, yeah. Mangonel shots!
Oh my god, all of those archers. It looks like maybe about 10 to 12 of them. That Mangonel obviously had a little bit of a rocket boost on it because it was able to fire outside of its range, kill a couple more archers, and all of these military production buildings. You can see BLB, all of these military production buildings are all in front. That Culverin doesn't look to be very long for this world. That's 1,000 resources that just get popped into a bunch of fucking firewood. And these buildings, these production buildings, these barracks, these siege workshops, they're going to end up going down if BLB and Gokowski don't end up getting some kind of anti-siege that can just stay alive.
And Stonewall's coming into play, keeps going into play to bolster their backside to make sure all of the eco behind this is protected. Look at the score difference. Orc is through the freaking roof with the score. Score doesn't matter too much, but it matters some. It has at least a little bit of an effect, and you can just see the snowball starting to happen. 3 cannons just taking production building after production building. BLB trying to rush down a keep. That keep, yeah, it might go up. It's not going to be up long.
No, it absolutely isn't. Just because of you have so much gunpowder coming out of the back, right? It's really nice when you make something like a Culverin, like the Orc does, and it doesn't have to fucking do anything. It's just sitting there hanging out, because there's no siege on the opposite side. Dabston, you've played so many of these late game situations. If you have less siege, you lose the game.
Siege is always the unfun part to deal with when you are always on when you're on the backside of the siege war. You just feel like siege is the most impossible thing to deal with. You can't do anything about it, and that's what we're starting to see here. Orc, he has such a big mass that you need more than, you know, a few Springalds to deal with this, more than a few Culverins to deal with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those mangonels are continuing to be unpacked, and what's really nice about Gokowski's Roost Springald is he has the ability to get roller shutter triggers and a high armor rate special upgrade, which gives him the ability to shoot so much quicker. But now, because this front line has been dealt with rather easily and Siege is just starting to take down buildings, Avely can go do other things. And there's trade in the back from the Roost. Gokowski's trade is going to end up being compromised. Gokowski's Knights are going to be trying to chase Avely's Knights, but they're going to end up chasing them to basically the ends of the earth to try to get this trade situation under control.
Yeah, and even while they're chasing him, Avely can continue to charge down on the traders. They actually get a little bit of gap because they get a little bit of extra movement speed when they charge. They kill a trader, and then they keep on running away. So gives them the ability to keep winning the wars on that side, while the front side is still just continue to be collapsed on in. BLB's farm eco starting to struggle. His production's been struggling for a while. I think his main TC is about to get hit, as well as his House of Wisdom.
Yeah, I think we're going to see, just based on the no answer to the siege, as mangonel shots are going to continue to shred through some crossbowmen over there on the south side. We're going to see the Abbasid dynasty in Golden Age no more, and a lot of these villagers are going to end up getting cleaned up. BLB loses some crossbowmen as well on this south side. Golden Age Tier 3 is actually deactivated for BLB, meaning we've taken down too many buildings. So the Golden Age is starting to deteriorate, and all of a sudden, the Abbasid dynasty and BLB might be slipping into a dark age very soon.
Yep, and Knights of Avely, you can see how online Avely's eco finally is. Probably still getting fed resources from Orc, as well as Orc has too much that he knows what to do with. And so Avely has the Knight mass that is heavily in his favor now, taking down the target markets, looking like they should have the victory here in a little bit. Avely and Orc are taking down BLB's base.
Yeah, and these Knights from Gokowski, they're trying to make a front line here. What's really nice about the hand cannoneers from the HRE is these Knights are such an expensive unit, but my God, do hand cannoneers shred through Knights in these heavy units. Streltsy going to be in the back from Avely as well. That's how you can tell his economy is kind of popped off, because not only is he able to make Streltsy, which obviously might be a little bit cheaper than your hand cannoneer, but getting all the technologies like chemistry and all of those things. When you're seeing a lot of Knights from Gokowski, you might as well make target practice go skeet shooting with them. And this is a hand cannoneer and Streltsy mass that I don't see the answer at this point.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what the answer is. It's called Alt F4.
It's a different game. I understand. Yeah, I can understand that. I think it's also troubling that Gokowski, instead of making Knights, is starting to make Horsemen, which might be more of an effective counter, but it's more easily countered. And BLB ends up hitting the tap out button. Gokowski does the exact same thing. Landmarks remain in shambles. And for Debuffed, that is their exit out of this tournament. FFA will be moving on to play some more games in the losers bracket tomorrow.
And that one is the final series of the day. And what an exciting series to end it on. 38 minutes, obviously, bunch of Avely and Orc, I would say, are some players that people recognize from ones. The other side, BLB and Gokowski, players that we recognize in the team game community, and just, you know, the people that we know and play games with as well. So very, very fun series. But HRE with that many relics is just too hard to stop. And Orc just snowballed that game into an oblivion, and really, really solid series. And we will have some more exciting series tomorrow, starting an hour
Oh, I'm back now. I was I was just mouthing at the end. So people thought I was talking. Um Obviously, huge shout out to HousedHorse and Jigglypuff for being the administrators, HousedHorse for putting up a decent amount of money. Again, you can hit exclamation point donate if you're interested in contributing to the Devils 2v2 Cup prize pool. Thank you to SteelSeries as well for contributing some sweet, sweet merch for some of the winners of this tournament. And also, DrDabston, a huge shout out to you for casting as much as you have over the past 2 weeks. I'll tell you what, it has been a hell of an experience to be able to cast with you yet again. I'm having a ball.
Hey, we got one more day. It was an exciting day of games, some fun series. It's one of those, it's funny when we have those breaks, we get back a little early and we're like, God, those were some hype games. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's fun doing this. It's always exciting. And yeah, big shout out to SteelSeries with the prizes. So keep in mind, first place, getting keyboard, mouse pad, and a mouse. 2nd place getting mouse and a mouse pad. And then third, following up with the with just the mouse pad. But hey, something's better than nothing over there. That also is not to be forgotten. The prize money, which cash is king.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you're able to, if there's things that you want from SteelSeries, maybe you'll be able to purchase them. How about that as a shill for a sponsor? I feel like I'm doing pretty well. If you guys want to come back for tomorrow's main event, tomorrow's finale, please go ahead and follow the stream so you can chat and give prediction points. I love you all very much. It has been a pleasure to be here all over the last week and a half, I should say, casting this. And tomorrow we will be back with the finals. Thank you guys so much for watching. Tomorrow, remember, an hour earlier, 11 a.m. Eastern. Be there. We will. Cal, this is literally the last button you have to hit. Okay.
All right.